The Iron Throne of Ice and Fire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226, Tradition of the Semi-Savage Nobility. As evening approached, the sunset glowed the sky red, and the afterglow of the setting sun dyed the white clouds wandering in the blue sky red. The arrival of the king under the setting sun was intoxicating. In front of a hidden house, Green Crab, dressed in a mask and golden robe, jumped off his horse. The house was located in a place where there were few people and a wide view. This was the secret place for Green and Varys to meet privately. Chapter 181. Pushing the door open, Varys, who was sitting at the table, looked over. He looked at Green's black armor and golden robe, smiled slightly, and said, "Earl Green, you are really a surprise." Green smiled, took off the mask on his face, and sat down. Varys seemed to sigh. "I have to admit that you are really cautious." He was referring to Green's behavior of not taking off the mask until he entered the house. "Lord Varys, there are more than just little birds in King's Landing." Green nodded in greeting, and continued, "I feel relieved to see you. I believe that the place where you are will not hide other people's eyes." Varys smiled and shook his head. He held up his wide sleeves with one hand and pushed a glass of wine to Green with the other hand, saying, "Earl Green, red wine from Liss." Green's eyes trembled imperceptibly, and his slender fingers tapped on the side of the wineglass. He chuckled and said, "Lord Varys, why did you want me to come back?" Hearing Green's words, Varys used the action of drinking to hide the dark light that flashed across his eyes. He put down the wineglass, paused, and sighed. "Earl Green, I have to admire your sharpness, or I should," he looked straight at Green, "call you the chess player." Green Crab. Varys' eyes were cold, but Green leaned back in his chair calmly. He pointed to the wineglass in front of him and said, "Lord Varys, you are also very sharp. You seem to be aware of my vigilance against it." His eyebrows raised slightly. "There is a little." Lannisters added to Liss's wine. Green sighed lightly, his fingers stroking the body of the wineglass, and said, "Ever since you have developed a hobby of tasting fine wine, I have been more vigilant against you." He smiled. "This is the hunter's sense of smell, Lord Varys." Varys' answer was, he drank the wine in both of their glasses directly. Varys wiped the corner of his mouth gently and said, "Excessive suspicion will blind your eyes, my Lord Green." Looking at the angry Varys, Green's eyes revealed an unconcealed surprise. After a moment of silence, Varys' expression gradually returned to calm, and Green said, "The chess player. Lord Varys, are you referring to Daenerys Targaryen?" Lord Green did not think that Varys thought highly of him, to see that he regarded the Seven Kingdoms as his chessboard. He was just a small noble of the crown, and even if Green himself said his true thoughts, no one would believe it. But, he had to admit that when Varys called Green a chess player, although he didn't show it on his face, his heart still skipped a beat. Varys first picked up the flagon and poured himself some wine, then he raised the glass and took a sip, and said, "My little bird told me that 3 true dragon bloodlines died that night. Now, Princess Daenerys is the only living Targaryen," he added. "You control the only true dragon in your hands, Earl Green." Green's eyes moved slightly, and said, "Many people did die that night when I rushed to the city-state of Cantors, but as far as I know, only 2 Targaryen bloodlines died in the fire, not 3. The fists hidden in the wide sleeves were clenched tightly, and Varys' face turned cold again. He said, "Lord Green, I hope you can be honest. With your keenness, you must have discovered something." His eyes narrowed slightly. "My little bird told me that a young man named Little Griffin served as your guide, and you went to the chaotic camps together." Chapter 202. After Varys finished speaking, Green thought for a moment and said, "Oh, you mean the blue-haired guide who is obsessed with pretending to be a noble?" Varys stared at Green for a while, and said, "He is a true noble. The noblest blood flows in his body. He is the true blood of a dragon." Green's brown eyes looked at Varys, and said, "Lord Varys, you are like an avenger now." Varys' body stiffened for a moment, he sat motionless, and after a long while, he first sighed deeply, and then leaned back in his chair. Varys clasped his hands together, his tone filled with regret. "Although he is noble, he is a poor child. He should have had all the good things." He looked at Green. Before he learned to walk, he had begun to learn how to be an excellent ruler. He received knightly weapon training, he was proficient in many languages, he studied history, law and poetry. Since he was sensible, a nun taught him the mysteries of faith. He used to live with fishermen and made a living by working with his hands. He swam in the river, mended nets, and washed his own clothes. He not only knew how to fish, cook, and treat wounds, but more importantly, he knew how terrifying it was to be hungry and being hunted. After a pause, he continued, "For Joffrey, the crown is natural and reasonable, but for him, the crown is a responsibility. He knows that a true king must put the people of the kingdom first and think about them all his life." His voice was filled with suppressed anger. "You destroyed it all. You destroyed the king I carefully trained for this kingdom. You destroyed the 7 kingdoms." After listening to Varys' words patiently, Green first murmured, "Carefully cultivated," he continued, "if he is the blue-haired guide you are talking about, unfortunately, I only see inexplicable arrogance and hypocritical kindness in him. To be precise, I think," Green thought seriously and continued, "he is still a qualified performer." Lord Green was very frank. He tried his best to make his objective evaluation and use gentle words. Varys frowned, and the expression on his face was as stiff as frozen. His eyes stared at Green, and his body did not move. He seemed to be trying his best to control his emotions and not let himself explode. After a long while, Varys suddenly closed his eyes in pain, and then took a deep breath. He said sadly, "We taught him how to be brave, but we didn't teach him how to stay away from danger, we?" Green's eyebrows were slightly raised. Was this a hint from Varys? So, he wanted to tell me, or warn me, that he is not a person. Varys slowly opened his eyes, and said tiredly, "Now, I am like a sworn knight who has lost his king. Have I become what everyone calls a wandering knight?" Shaking his head, Varys said with a bitter look on his face, "I am a eunuch, and eunuchs have no honor. How can eunuchs deserve the title of knight? I should call myself a despicable wanderer." After a pause, Varys picked up the wine pot, and he barely suppressed his trembling hands to pour wine into his own wineglass. Then, he leaned forward to pour wine into the empty glass in front of Green. Varys slightly tilted the wine pot in his hand, and Rhys's red wine flowed out along the mouth of the pot, forming a graceful arc, like a silky stream, slowly flowing into the wineglass. While pouring the wine, he seemed to recall the sad things again, and his movements could not help but pause. Varys forced a smile and continued to pour the wine. After filling the wine, Varys put down the golden wine jug and said sincerely, "These days, I dream every night of the scene of begging everywhere when I was a child. It's a terrible nightmare." "Earl Green, a despicable servant needs a master to serve," Green asked. "Lord Varys, you are unwilling to serve King Joffrey wholeheartedly. Is it because he is not a qualified king?" Varys shook his head slightly. "I don't care about Joffrey. The Iron Throne in the Red Castle was built by Aegon the Conqueror himself. Only the true blood of the dragon can inherit that chair. Even if others sit on the Iron Throne, no matter how wise he is, he can never change the identity of a usurper." After listening to Varys' words, Green looked at the bald head of the man in front of him, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. The reason why Varys shaved his head, could it be to hide his own silver hair? Green withdrew his thoughts and said, "Varys, we are allies. Your request is reasonable." Varys showed gratitude. He smiled lightly and raised his glass to indicate, "Earl Green, for Princess Daenerys." Green raised his hand to interrupt Varys' words. He slowly pushed the wine glass in front of him to Varys. Green stared at Varys and said, "Lord Varys, this glass of wine belongs to you." Lys's red wine swayed gently in the glass, showing a deep and charming red color. The candlelight swayed, and the glass flickered with an alluring luster. Varys' face turned pale in an instant, and a strange smile emerged on his fat face. "Lord Green, the wisdom of Westeros really loves you." Green smiled and said, "Lord Varys, all your previous performances were just to make me drink." He pointed to the wine glass that he pushed in front of Varys and continued, "This glass of wine." Varys put down the wine glass in his hand and said coldly, "I still underestimated your vigilance against me, and misjudged your keenness." Green shook his head slightly. His tone seemed to be comforting. "Lord Varys, you just told me that excessive suspicion will blind your eyes. Perhaps, the fire of revenge in your heart has also blinded your eyes, or you are too eager for revenge." Varys said coldly, "Green Crab, you may be more suitable to stay in the Citadel." Green grasped the scabbard of Lady of the Loneliness in his left hand and said, "Lord Varys, you let me witness a murder against me with my own eyes, but you don't seem to worry about your own safety." His tone was like he was joking with his friend. "Didn't your little bird tell you about the tradition of half-wild nobles?" Varys' smile deepened. That's because I know you a little bit. You are not reckless, you are a wise person. Green smiled and signaled with his eyes, please continue. Varys first linked his hands together, and then said, when I was a child, I stole to survive, and soon became a famous thief and mayor. But as I got older, I found that stealing the contents of people's letters was often more valuable than the contents of their purses, so I had many, many gold dragons, so many that even the Iron Bank of Bravos was a little tempted. The Iron Bank is the most important bank in Bravos, the free trade city-state of Essos. It is rumored that although all free trade cities have their own banks, the Iron Bank is richer and more powerful than all other banks combined. His smile deepened. I have given most of my property to the Iron Bank for management, and I have only one condition. If someone takes my life, they need to hire the Faceless Men to help me avenge me according to the agreement. The Faceless Men are a famous assassin group that believes in the thousand-faced god. It is rumored that they have the magical ability to change their appearance at will. It is rumored that the price of hiring the Faceless Men to assassinate is so expensive that ordinary people cannot imagine, which also indirectly proves the terrifying assassination ability of the Faceless Men. Varys said slowly, Mr. Earl, before coming here, I have sent 13 ravens to the Iron Bank of Bravos, telling them that if I suddenly disappeared, I have been murdered, and the murderer is Earl Green Crab of Crab Claw Peninsula. Seeing Green's hesitation, he said again, it is not worthwhile to exchange a despicable eunuch for a noble earl. You are a wise man, my Mr. Earl. Lord Green frowned slightly. The assassination of the Faceless Men is indeed a trouble. Well, I have to say, what Varys said seems to make some sense. But, keeping Varys here, would be a bigger problem for him, Lord Green was sure. He drew his sword, swung it, and sheathed it, all in one go. With a flash of cold light, Varys' head was cut off neatly, as cleanly as cutting cheese. Blood gushed out from the broken neck, spilling all over the ground like a fountain, and Varys' face still maintained the smile he had when he was alive. In the night sky, a bright moon hung high, and the bright moonlight sprinkled on the red castle, covering it with a layer of mysterious silver light. The Prime Minister's study in the Prime Minister's tower. The candlesticks on the desk emitted a soft light, illuminating the words in the book in Tyrion Lannister's hand. He sometimes frowned and thought, sometimes smiled and nodded, completely immersed in the book. Dong dong dong, there was a sudden knock on the door. After a pause, Tyrion did not raise his head and said casually, come in. The door was pushed open, and a masked man in a golden robe entered with a wooden box in one hand. Chapter 227, Words are as good as gold. Tyrion looked up from the book and said, what is it? At this time, the masked man in the golden robe took off his veil. After seeing the face of the man clearly, his pupils shrank immediately. Green, Tyrion's eyes froze slightly, but he soon laughed and climbed down the chair. He staggered over. The way you appeared is really unexpected, huh? Tyrion looked at Green's dress, pinched his chin, and continued, why do I feel that entering the Red Castle is as easy as visiting the women's branch? He reached out and patted Green's thigh, grinning and said, I heard that you are very popular in the Vale, Bloody Earl. Green smiled. He pointed to the wooden box and said, good night, I brought you a gift. Tyrion looked at the wooden box that Green was holding with one hand suspiciously, and said, you are really thoughtful. With a thump, Green put the wooden box on the carpet. Tyrion laughed. Green, I'll make it clear in advance that I only like delicate women. Your enthusiasm won't change my hobbies, I promise. As he spoke, he opened the lid of the wooden box, and then curiously stretched his neck out. As a result, Tyrion saw a chubby face, with a pair of empty eyes staring straight at him, and a strange smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Tyrion blurted out, wow. He stepped back in panic and almost fell to the ground. Tyrion opened his mouth, but found that his throat seemed to be blocked by something and he couldn't make a sound. He could only make an awkward gasp. Tyrion's mind was blank for a moment, and he could only stand there blankly. I don't know how long it took, and the wine glass appeared in his sight. He habitually reached out and held it. The sweet-tasting summer red slid into his throat, and Tyrion gradually came back to his senses. He murmured, what a beautiful big head. After a moment of silence, he said, I haven't slept well recently. I just thought I was in a nightmare. Green chuckled, and Tyrion took a big sip of summer red, with a slightly embarrassed look on his face. Okay, these are all nice excuses. Your gift was such a surprise, it scared me so much that I almost peed. Green found a chair and sat down, and said, Tyrion, you are not a diligent ally. Tyrion's eyes moved slightly, and he said seriously, "Green, you killed an important minister of the royal court." Green shook the cup in his hand gently and said, "As an ally, you failed to stop Queen Cersei from recalling me back to the Red Castle." Tyrion stared at Green, and said in a deep voice, "Varys is also my ally, he is like my flesh and blood." Green leaned back in the chair and raised one leg and folded it. "If I went directly to Mead Tower, now," he pointed to the wooden box and continued, "inside will be another beautiful big head." "Your head?" Green tilted his head slightly. "The Lannister giant, your ally who is like blood, seems to have not considered your safety." After hearing Green's words, Tyrion was a little embarrassed. He paused. An exaggerated sadness appeared on his face. The eunuch deceived the dwarf's feelings. Then he grinned again. "Sure enough, you are my ally like a brother, Green." Green shrugged slightly. "At least an ally who cares about the safety of his allies." "Tyrion," he spread his hands and continued, "besides, I'm already sitting here. This is a fact happening before our eyes, my friend." When Green finished speaking, Tyrion's eyes trembled. He reached out and picked up the wine jug, limped to the chair next to Green, and climbed up. Tyrion pondered for a moment and said seriously, "Green, my friend, I need your advice." Green shook the wine glass, then lowered his eyes to look at the rim of the glass, paused, and placed the glass on the round table beside him. He said, "Tyrion, do you want to hear my plan?" Tyrion nodded and said, "Stannis' army in the south will soon arrive at King's Landing, so King's Landing needs stability, and my good sister will not worry about these things." He reached out and patted Green's arm, and said sincerely, "I'm sorry, I can't imagine the consequences of the lioness going crazy. I always thought I was omnipotent, but the beauty brought by power made me indulge unconsciously, I don't know when. I began to fear losing the power in my hands." Raising the glass and taking a big sip of summer red, he sighed, "The old lion has a keen eye, and I am just a ridiculous dwarf." Green stared at the person next to him for a while. He patted Tyrion's shoulder and said, "My friend, what you are really afraid of is Stannis' army." He smiled. "Your current situation is like a rookie waiting to go to the battlefield, and this is your first time too." Green's eyes moved to the night sky outside the window, paused, and he slowly said, "Hundreds of thousands of people in King's Landing, the future of the family, even the future of the kingdom. You have to shoulder these heavy things for the first time." Green's eyes turned to Tyrion. His eyes were gentle. "As a bystander, as your friend, I can only slightly understand the heavy pressure on you, so I don't really blame you, and am I not doing the same? My reliable ally." Tyrion stared at Green with a gentle face in a daze, and after a while, he turned his face to the other side. While pouring wine, he said, "Green, if you are more serious, I think you don't have to pay for the women's branch." Tyrion turned his head to look at Green. He grinned. "Ha, my reliable friend, I only envy you for this." Green smiled with his face raised. After a pause, Green looked Tyrion up and down, and suddenly said, "New soldier Tyrion, do you need General Green to boost morale?" Tyrion was slightly stunned. He put the wine glass aside, and nodded with interest. Green's steady voice sounded, "Warrior Tyrion, Stannis, who is made of steel, is about to attack King's Landing with fire and sword, bringing the power of darkness. But hundreds of thousands of people have no one to protect them, no Sir Jaime, no King Robert, no Prince Rhaegar, and no Duke Renly, whom they love. They only have you, only you, the little devil prime minister whom they despise. Now, in this crisis, you are their pillar." Green stared at Tyrion for a while and continued, "Warrior Tyrion, are you ready to meet the challenge?" Unconsciously, Tyrion straightened his back like a soldier, and when Green's voice fell, he nodded solemnly and said, "I think Warrior Tyrion is ready, General Green." Tyrion jumped off the chair. He put his hands behind his back and paced back and forth. After a while, he suddenly raised his head and laughed, saying, "Yes, they only have me. Only this guy they hate, this traitor, this deformed dwarf." That night, the government hall of the Red Castle suddenly caught fire. Because of the timely rescue and fire extinguishing by the Gold Cloaks, the fire only affected the area under the jurisdiction of the intelligence chief, and no one was injured or killed. Before the fire, it was rumored that a drunk middle-aged groom saw an old man with fast legs near the government hall. Based on his figure, he was suspected to be an important minister in front of the king, Grand Maester Pycelle. It is said that the groom who spread rumors after drinking was soon locked up in the dungeon by the Gold Cloaks. The next morning, in a house in Gulane, Nato Demetrius, the representative of the Iron Bank in King's Landing, glanced at Green. then touched his chest and said, "Good day, my lord." Nato Demetrius wore a three-layered brimless hat made of purple felt and a dark purple robe with a hard false collar and white sable for decoration. Green returned the greeting, "Good day, I am Green Crab, Earl of Crab Claw Peninsula and Guardian of Seagull Town." Hearing Green's self-introduction, Nato Demetrius's eyes moved slightly. He bowed slightly and said, "It's an honor. I am Nato Demetrius, a humble servant of the Iron Bank of Bravos." After saying that, he looked at Green with just the right amount of doubt. Green took the initiative to explain, "Sir Demetrius, I invited you in the name of Prime Minister Tyrion, and I need your help." Nato Demetrius smiled reservedly and said, "This is my honor. If conditions permit, I am happy to serve you." Green smiled and stretched out his hand to make a gesture of invitation. After the two sat down, Green said directly, "Sir Demetrius, the Seven Kingdoms are in turmoil now, and no one can predict the final outcome." Nato Demetrius nodded his chin calmly. He was calculating the value of Crab Claw Peninsula in his heart and preparing for the next negotiation. Green lowered his voice slightly. "The reputation of the Iron Bank is known to all the Seven Kingdoms. I recently got some gold dragons, and I want to store these things in the Iron Bank." "Not alone?" Nato Demetrius was slightly surprised, but soon returned to his normal look. He frowned slightly and said, "Count Kleber, I am just a humble servant." After a pause, he continued, "Excuse me, can you let me know how much you need to keep?" The broad-minded Lord Green did not care about the arrogance of the person in front of him. He said, 500,000 gold dragons." When Green's voice fell, Nato Demetrius's eyes trembled. He was well-trained, and quickly digested the surprise that Green brought him. He bowed slightly, and his tone became humble. "Respected Count, thank you for your trust in the Iron Bank." He placed his right hand on his left chest and continued, "The Iron Bank will arrange the best stewards to take care of your property." Green smiled and said, "I believe in the credibility of the Iron Bank, Sir Demetrius." Nato Demetrius nodded slightly. After a pause, seeing Green's hesitation, Nato Demetrius took the initiative to ask, "Count Kleber, I am happy to answer any questions you have. This is my first time to contact the Iron Bank." Green's face was a little embarrassed. "Excuse me, the question I want to ask may be a little offensive." Nato Demetrius maintained a smile, and he just nodded slightly. Green coughed lightly and said, "I'll be honest with you. My things come from Seagull Town. Will you protect me?" Nato Demetrius understood the hidden meaning in Green's words. He smiled slightly and said, "Count Kleber, please believe in the long-standing reputation of the Iron Bank. According to the tradition of Westeros, no matter when or where, you are a guest who has accepted the bread and salt of the Iron Bank, a distinguished guest of the Iron Bank. Thank you for your patient answer." In return, as he said that, Green took out an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Nato Demetrius. Nato Demetrius took the letter and did not rush to open it. Instead, he looked at Green with a little doubt. Green seemed to remember something that made him sad. He was silent for a while and couldn't help sighing. He said slowly, "Sir Demetrius, you can regard it as my friend's last words." After a pause, he continued, "I don't know whether I should say that he is missing or has passed away. I can't find the right words for the time being." He shook his head slightly. "We have always been close friends, but he left only this letter in a hurry, and the last wish he left behind was only witnessed by Prime Minister Tyrion and me." After a pause, Green sighed again, then raised his hand to signal Nato Demetrius to open the letter. After reading the letter, Nato Demetrius, who maintained a reserved smile, glanced at Green with some disbelief at the sad face. He thought of many things in an instant, and he hid his trembling hands in his sleeves. From the moment Nato Demetrius read the letter, Green's eyes had been fixed on the direction of the window, as if he was lost in memories. Nato Demetrius said softly, "Count Crab, I will report this matter to the Keykeeper of the Iron Bank." The Keykeeper refers to the descendants of the 23 founders of the Iron Bank. They participate in the secret meetings of the Iron Bank with some of the richest and most powerful families in Bravos, and have an important say in the election of the leaders of the Iron Bank. Nato Demetrius's voice brought Green back to his senses. He nodded bitterly and said, "My friend doesn't like Westeros. I think he wants to keep his wealth in Essos. As his good friend, I respect his wishes." Green stood up and walked in front of Nato Demetrius, saying, "I will leave the rest to you, sir." Nato Demetrius couldn't help but doubt Green's intentions. Although he didn't know the specific amount, he guessed that the property of the octopus spider must be a lot. Why so generous? As if guessing what Nato Demetrius was thinking, Green's next words eliminated most of his doubts. Green said, Prime Minister Tyrion and I have sensitive identities. If this matter is leaked, although it is out of good intentions, it may be used by our political enemies, especially in the current situation. We can easily be slandered as traitors of the Seven Kingdoms. Therefore, I hope you can keep today's secret, and don't let anyone outside the Iron Bank see this letter. I only trust the credibility of the Iron Bank, Nacho Demetrius proudly assured. You can always trust the Iron Bank's golden credibility. Green nodded slightly, then he took out another letter and said, This is my handwritten letter. Please take this letter to Seagull Town to see my butler Leighton. The war over there may break out at any time, so please go there as soon as possible, Sir Demetrius. Chapter 228 Gentle Comfort. Not long after the Iron Bank representative left, Tyrion Lannister limped in. Did you enjoy the conversation? Tyrion said casually, then poured himself a glass of wine and took a sip of summer red. Green Crab leaned back in his chair, rubbed his brows, and said, It's over. The rest depends on the arrangement of the seven gods. Tyrion laughed, handed Green a glass of wine, and said, May the seven gods bless you. Green took the glass, paused for a moment, then smiled, and then raised the glass and took a sip of summer red. Tyrion climbed onto the chair next to him, paused, and said seriously, Green, we need to talk about the lioness. He grinned, the gentle and charming Cersei Lannister. Green's brown eyes moved slightly, and he looked at Tyrion and said, Lion Lannister, have you come up with a good idea? Tyrion's smile faded, and he said seriously, The best way I can think of is to lock my sister in an exquisite lion cage before the war is over. As he said, he took a sip of summer red and continued, I'm sorry, my sister is not a well-behaved girl. He leaned forward in the direction of Green. So, I want to hear your idea first. Green tapped the armrest of the chair with his slender fingers, pondered for a moment, and said, Tyrion. Varys Littlebird found out my whereabouts, and you stopped me outside King's Landing in advance through the information he revealed to you. Tyrion raised his eyebrows and said, That requires a good reason. Everyone knows that you are not a well-behaved boy. Green raised his eyebrows and said, Tyrion, everyone knows that my only weakness in King's Landing is the gentle and charming Cersei Lannister. Hearing this, Tyrion was stunned at first, then burst into laughter. After laughing for a while, he said, Well, it's indeed a good reason. If we can't reach a marriage with a golden rose, Cersei's safety will indeed be worrying. Taking a sip of summer red, Tyrion pinched his chin and pondered, Well, if the two of us plan carefully, this reason is enough. But, he frowned, Cersei may go crazy because I stopped you without authorization. She may also think she is smart and use this as an excuse to seize power. Scratching his hair, Tyrion complained, She is such a terrible sister. Green couldn't help laughing. Tyrion, I have to admit that you know our Queen Mother Cersei very well. Tyrion grinned, Cersei and I are a loving family. Green lowered his eyes slightly, shook the wine glass gently, and said, Tyrion, I heard about Sir Jaime being captured. So, Green looked up at Tyrion, whose expression had become serious, and continued, Before the matter of Sir Jaime is resolved, Queen Cersei will not make it too difficult for you. At least she believes that you will absolutely rescue the trapped Sir Jaime with all your heart. Tyrion shrugged, My good nephew. I hope my brother is doing well now. Green comforted, It's a matter of the amount of the ransom. Sir Jaime is now a distinguished guest of the enemy. Maybe there are beautiful women comforting him every day. With the action of drinking, Tyrion's eyes trembled imperceptibly. Putting down the wine glass, he chuckled and said, This is a good thing. He murmured in his heart, Maybe, I also need the gentle comfort of a beauty now. Seeing that Tyrion was distracted, Green changed the subject and said, Tyrion, has the matter of Princess Myrcella been settled? There really are no secrets in the Red Castle. But it's not a big secret now. Tyrion took a sip of wine, his expression became serious, and said, Robert Arryn. At first my sister was firmly opposed to this matter. Recently, I heard that she seemed to have received a raven from the old lion, and then Meg Tower became quiet. He spread his hands, others, including me, no one dared to mention Myrcella in front of her at this time. Green's eyes moved slightly. When he learned about this, he smelled the smell of conspiracy between Littlefinger and the old lion. His eyes trembled slightly. Someone wanted to pick the peaches that Lord Green had raised with his own hands. Green nodded slightly and said, Sooner or later, there will be a result. Tyrion shrugged, he looked at Green and said, We need to talk about things in the south. He added, You are the best envoy to the Riverlands. Green Green pondered for a moment and said, Prime Minister Tyrion, I need a written letter of appointment. This document must not only prevent the Golden Rose from questioning my authority, but more importantly, it must give me full power of negotiation. I will negotiate the marriage contract and all related arrangements, and make an oath in the name of the king. After a pause, he continued, this paper must be signed by Joffrey and all the royal ministers, and stamped with their personal seals. Tyrion nodded and said, it's a deal. When do you plan to leave? Green said, give me the things before dusk, and I'll leave tonight. It's easier to hide my whereabouts at night. Tyrion raised his glass and gestured to Green, saying, I'll convene a royal meeting in a moment and wake up Joffrey. Taking a sip of wine, he grinned, this is a great contribution, what reward do you want? Outside the house, Tyrion jumped on the horse with the help of the little Squire Podrick. After riding for a while, Tyrion suddenly waved to his guard captain, and then Bran kicked the horse lightly and came to his side. The captain of the guard touched his chest and said, my lord, Bran is at your service. Tyrion took off the purse from his waist and threw it to Bran, saying, help me find a decent female servant and send her to my house outside the Red Keep after dark. Bran grinned, his smile was as obscene as usual. Prime Minister, what do you want? Tyrion pondered for a moment as if he was handling the affairs of the kingdom, and said, preferably younger, of course, the more beautiful the better. After a pause, he instructed, Bran, remember to tell me your identity in advance, and don't forget it. When the girls who didn't know in advance that he was a dwarf were hired to serve him for the first time, the look in their eyes came to mind. It was a look that Tyrion could not bear in his life. As you command, my lord. Sitting on the horse, Tyrion looked at the various buildings in King's Landing, but his mind was recalling what happened last night. Green was right, he was now a warrior guarding the city, and a warrior could die in battle at any time, perhaps tomorrow, or perhaps the day after tomorrow. If he really died in battle, he would rather think of the women around him than Tywin or Cersei when he died. The Lannisters are indeed a loving family. The lengthy royal meeting finally ended, and Tyrion walked towards the door of the throne room with a tired look. As he walked, although Tyrion's face was sullen, his heart was different. Well, he ruthlessly used his captive brother today to turn the Lannister lioness into a well-behaved sister. Thinking of the raging anger in the lioness's green eyes, Tyrion's body trembled slightly. He warned himself not to get carried away, and must, always, stay vigilant against Cersei. Tyrion pinched his chin. He had to send 3 more people to keep an eye on Cersei. When she left just now, her sister's eyes wanted to swallow her brother on the spot. Tyrion walked out of the throne room while thinking. The afternoon sun was warm and comfortable on people's faces, but Tyrion, who had just walked out of the throne room, suddenly froze in his place. He saw Cersei Lannister, who was wearing a silver cloak, and she was looking at him with gentle eyes. I'm waiting for you, my brother. Cersei's gentle voice brought Tyrion back to his senses, and he immediately smiled. He suddenly felt that a lioness with a loving face was more terrifying than a roaring lioness. Queen Cersei walked over slowly, leaned over and touched Tyrion's cheek, and said softly, Tyrion, although we often disagree, I think my previous view of you seems to be a little biased. You are not as stupid as I thought. In fact, you helped me a lot. There was an apology in her eyes. My brother, sister thanks you. If I said anything unpleasant to you in the past, please forgive me. Tyrion smiled. Dear sister, I don't remember you saying anything to me that needs to be forgiven. Queen Cersei's smile became more charming, and then, she left a gentle warmth on Tyrion's forehead. Queen Cersei's action shocked Tyrion so much that he was speechless. He could only watch blankly as she walked away escorted by the king's guard. Seeing Tyrion standing there motionless, Bronn, who had just arrived at the Red Castle, had to call out, Lord Tyrion, are you okay? Hearing the voice of the captain of the guard, Tyrion slowly touched his forehead and suddenly said, Am I crazy? My sister just kissed me? Did you see it? The little Squire Podrick replied cautiously. Yes, I saw it, my lord. Bronn glanced in the direction where Queen Cersei left and said, I don't think anyone is crazy. I also saw it from a distance. Was it sweet? Tyrion looked a little uneasy. It's not sweet. I'm thinking about the last time she kissed me. I think I was only 6 or 7 years old at that time, and it was Jaime who instigated her to do it. Bronn smiled obscenely. Lord Tyrion, it seems that this woman has finally discovered your charm when you grow up. Tyrion ignored Bronn's teasing, his pupils shrank slightly, and said, No, this was an accident. I hate accidents the most. He turned to look at Bronn, and then said, Bronn, my good sister must be planning something again. We have to find out quickly. He took a step, thought for a while, and said as he walked, add 6 people to keep an eye on Cersei. Bronn nodded calmly and said, don't worry, I will keep a close eye on her, Lord Tyrion. After walking silently for a while, Tyrion suddenly stopped and asked, Bronn, why did you come back so soon? Bronn once again showed a lewd smile. I have completed the task you assigned. Tyrion was slightly surprised. So soon? Bronn bowed slightly with an elegant movement and said, you are a lucky noble lord. There happens to be a suitable girl in Château, he whispered. I have secretly sent her to your house in Gauxiang. A house somewhere in Gauxiang. In the bedroom, seeing Tyrion push the door open, the black-haired girl stood up gracefully and bowed to him lightly. Tyrion stood in front of the black-haired girl, looking up and carefully. He had to admit that Bronn had good taste. The black-haired girl was very beautiful. She had a pair of elk-like eyes, a slender figure, and a small and strong body. Tyrion tilted his head and said, I'm Tyrion of the Lannister family. Others call me the Little Devil. The black-haired girl looked down at Tyrion from a height of more than 5 feet, about 1.7 meters, and whispered, my mother named me She, and others often call me that, my lord. Tyrion remained silent. Seeing that he was just staring at her body, she asked, my lord, do you want me to take off my clothes? Wait a minute. Tyrion shook his head slightly and said, She, are you a virgin? Hearing this, the arrogant She suddenly turned into shy She. She said, my lord, you can think of it that way if you like. Tyrion seemed very satisfied with her change. She, I like the truth, and the truth makes me happy. She giggled, my lord, then you have to pay double the money. After hearing She's words, Tyrion actually felt that the two of them were a perfect match. He liked the clever girl in front of him. He began, I am a Lannister, and I have gold in my house, and, you will find that I am a very generous man. I want more than what you have between your legs. I want you to live with me, to pour me wine, to joke with me, to give me massages, and, whether I keep you for a day or a year, as long as we are together, you will not sleep with other men. She smiled, and her smile looked evil in Tyrion's eyes, and he liked it. It is fair, my lord. With that, she reached down and grasped the hem of her coarse thin shirt, pulling it smoothly over her head and tossing it aside. She leaned over him, empty, and Tyrion tasted honey, her fingers deftly finding the knots of his clothes, whispered intimate words, trembling gasps of joy. When they were done, she lay quietly in Tyrion's arms, her softness against his arms, and it was an incomparable feeling, both strange and familiar. She's breathing was deep and regular, and Tyrion climbed off the bed gently, not wanting to disturb her sweet dreams. Tyrion walked to the window and looked up at the night sky of King's Landing. Stannis was like a sword hovering over his head. Tyrion realized that he really needed She, or someone like her. His ally and friend, plus the girl on the bed. The Lannister giant was full of courage at this moment. He would definitely defeat Stannis, and the Lannister devil would become the savior of King's Landing. Chapter 229 Family, Responsibility, Honor. At daybreak, Catelyn Tully walked out of the dark and cold bedroom. Lady Catelyn tightened her cloak. She woke up from a sweet dream, where she saw her husband and children. The children's laughter was still lingering in her ears, but it became more and more blurred as she gradually woke up. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't keep that trace of sweetness. Walking in the garden of the Eyrie, Lady Catelyn recalled the failed prison break experience last night. Although she was a lady of the Tully family, she was also the wife of the wolf, so she would not sit and wait for death. The guards of the Eyrie were not strict, or the guards here did not treat her as a prisoner. After a period of observation, Catelyn quickly figured out the rules of the soldiers' night watch and patrol, plus the information she got from the naive maid. Last night, she quietly left the room with a dagger brought from Winterfell. In addition to the pure white walls of the Eyrie, there are only mountains and endless voids. A long and steep path passes through Longsky Castle, Snow Castle and Stone Castle, and is connected to the gates of the Moon Castle at the bottom. The path down the mountain is about 3 feet wide. As soon as Lady Catelyn got close, she heard the whistling of the cold wind. There were abysses on both sides of the road. The children in her heart gave her great courage, and Catelyn took the first step. The second step, the third step. The boundless fear gripped Catelyn tightly. She felt nothingness on both sides and the black cyclone yawning around her. The wind roared at Catelyn, pulling her cloak, trying to drag her down the cliff. She trembled and dared not move forward. At that moment, Catelyn was very sober. She knew that if she went forward, she would fall into the arms of the stranger. Catelyn retreated, and she comforted herself that the Starr family might be fearless, but the Tully family knew how to adapt. Thinking of the adventure last night, Catelyn was still in shock. Pausing, she looked up at the pale tower in the sky, and a feeling of dizziness suddenly came over her. Lady Catelyn closed her eyes for a while. The Red Castle had 4 dungeons, and the area was a natural sky prison. The sky was wide, and dawn came. The sun was like a bright pearl. Its light was warm and bright, covering the mountains with a layer of golden glow. Catelyn looked down the mountain. Although she could not see the scenery below, she knew there were green forests and quiet villages, golden wheat fields and streams splashing with water to cross the sun. Lysa Tully appeared on the balcony in a blue velvet robe with fox fur. Catelyn felt a strong gaze, but when she looked up, she only saw her sisters disappearing back. Lysa ignored her. If there was a chance, she wanted to have a big fight with her sister. The lady sister of the Tully family would mercilessly call her sister a stupid and fat shroud. Her chest rose and fell. Catelyn took a deep breath and suppressed the anger rising in her heart. Soon, despair surged in her heart again. Lady Catelyn knew that this was the area. She could do nothing, she could not go anywhere. My children. Lady Catelyn closed her eyes. In loss and exhaustion, she threw herself into the arms of the gods. She asked the blacksmith who was responsible for repairing the broken to give her lovely Bran attention and protection. She begged the girl to give her courage to Arya and Sansa and protect their innocence. She prayed for the justice of the father, prayed for the power to pursue justice and the wisdom to know justice. She prayed to the warrior to make Robb strong and protect him to cross the battlefield safely. She prayed to the old woman to guide her to the right path and not let her lose her way in the darkness ahead. You should wear more clothes, Cat, a hoarse voice interrupted Catelyn's prayer. When she opened her eyes, she found that she was already kneeling on the cold grass. Catelyn's pupils shrank slightly as she looked at Petyr with a smile on his face. She asked, "Why did you come back so soon?" "Some time ago." Petyr left the area with Catelyn's handwritten letter. Normally, he was on his way to see Robb. Chapter 199. Petyr Baelish spread his hands as he walked. His tone was somewhat helpless. "Our Lord Blackfish is worried about me and his niece's son. He directly took my job to go south." Lady Catelyn stood up and said, "My uncle." Petyr stopped in front of Catelyn. He joked, "He is very worried that I will lead your eldest son astray." Shrugging his shoulders, he said, "The Knight of the Bloody Gate left without caring about anything. I finally found a more reliable new Knight of the Bloody Gate. This is really good news." Catelyn's eyes sparkled with joy. The corners of her mouth slightly raised. Her smile was like the sunshine at dawn, warm and bright. Looking at Kate at this moment, Petyr couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Her smile seemed to bring him back to his childhood, making him want to get closer to her. Petyr clenched his hands behind his back. He was no longer the impulsive boy from Riverrun. He told himself that he needed to take it slow and get closer to her slowly. Petyr's lips curled up and said, "My lady, you seem to be very happy that Uncle Brynden embarrassed me. I can hear your gloating." He pretended to be scared and said, "He is still so strong. I dare not refuse him. I can only let him arrange it honestly." Lady Catelyn realized that Petyr was very close to her. Her smile suddenly faded and she immediately took a step back. Petyr's eyes flickered, and his smile did not change. He seemed not to notice Catelyn's actions just now. Petyr's mouth corners rose and said, "I have another better news." "Well, good news besides Uncle Brynden going south on my behalf, better news." Catelyn seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes trembled slightly and she quickly asked, "What news?" In Lady Catelyn's expectant gaze, Petyr nodded slightly and said, "News about the 2 Miss Stark." As soon as Petyr finished speaking, Lady Catelyn took the initiative to move closer. She grabbed Petyr and asked hurriedly, "Tell me, how are they?" "This is the accurate information I finally found out." Petyr spread his hands and continued, "Can you at least reward me with a hug first?" Catelyn responded with a cold voice, "Little finger." Petty immediately withdrew his hand. He coughed lightly with a little embarrassment and said, "Sorry, I just..." Catelyn stared at Petyr and repeatedly said, "Little finger." Okay. Petyr shrugged and said, "Sansa and Arya have returned to Winterfell safely." He smiled and continued, "This news is reliable, I promise." Hearing this, Lady Catelyn was stunned at first, then murmured, "God bless." Soon, crystal tears slipped from Catelyn's eyes, and she cried with joy. Catelyn was motionless and crying silently. and Littlefinger's hoarse voice sounded, "No hug, then I will ask for the reward like when I was a child." As he said that, Littlefinger suddenly kissed Catelyn, lips touching lips. Lady Catelyn's eyes suddenly widened, and her pupils contracted. She was about to push Petyr away, but his body stepped back first. Petyr's smile at this time was like a boy who had just stolen candy. "It's still as sweet as before, you." Catelyn's voice was full of anger. "Don't do it again." After saying that, Catelyn left directly. On the way, she glanced at Lyssa's balcony uneasily, and saw that it was empty, and she breathed a sigh of relief. If it was before she heard the news about her daughters, Catelyn would never let Petyr's offense go easily. He knew her, he knew that her heart was full of joy at this time. He was no longer a clever boy, he had become a cunning man. As she walked, Catelyn smiled again. "My children, I will find a way to meet you as soon as possible." Catelyn's smile was gentle and charming, but this smile happened to be seen by Lyssa, who was standing behind the window. That afternoon, Lyssa's servant came to the room where Catelyn was. The waiter saluted and said, "Lady of Winterfell, Lady Lyssa invites you to the hall, just in time. I must let my sister let her go today." Lady Catelyn nodded her chin lightly. "Tell Lyssa that I will be there in a moment." Hearing this, Lyssa's waiter did not leave. He said, "Lady Lyssa ordered me to escort you to the hall." Catelyn frowned slightly, and she felt a little angry in her heart. Did her sister treat me as her prisoner? Looking at the respectful waiter, Catelyn chose to give in. This was just a small matter. Her children needed their mother's arms, which was the most important thing. Under the escort of the waiter, Lady Catelyn walked down the tower stairs, crossed a bridge, and came to the exquisitely carved wooden door of the hall. Two guards wearing sky-blue cloaks and holding spears stood outside the gate on the left and right. Lady Catelyn entered the hall, and when the door behind her closed, she vaguely heard the voice of the waiter. "While Lady Lyssa is talking to the Lady of Winterfell, no one is allowed to disturb." The hall of the Eyrie is lined with rows of slender beams as long as spears. The floor and walls are made of milky white blue marble. A few lazy and pale sunlight shines through the narrow arched windows on the east wall. Lady Catelyn walked on the blue silk carpet, which drowned out the sound of her footsteps. The cold wind outside the window whistled lonely. Catelyn found her sister, who had not seen her for a long time. She was the only one in the whole hall. Lyssa sat upright in a high-backed fish-beam chair on the high platform, and a huge banner of the Arryn family hung behind her. Lady Lyssa wore a milky white velvet dress, a necklace of sapphires and moonstones, and her reddish-brown hair was tied into a thick braid that hung on her left shoulder. Lady Catelyn paused in front of the podium, looked up and said directly, "Lyssa, we need to have a good talk." Lady Lyssa's powdered face was flushed and fat, and she looked at Catelyn coldly. Seeing that Lyssa did not respond, Catelyn said again, "Listen, I want to go back to the children." After a pause, she raised her voice slightly, "Lyssa, did you hear me?" After a moment of silence, Lady Lyssa suddenly said, "Petyr kissed you." Her nostrils flared and she screamed, "Why did he do this? He already has a wife who loves him wholeheartedly. It was you who seduced him, Catelyn." Catelyn frowned and said, "Lyssa, it's not what you think." Lyssa interrupted, "Go back to the children? Want to run? Are you guilty?" Catelyn suppressed the irritation in her heart and explained, "Petyr took advantage of my distraction and kissed me secretly." Lyssa interrupted Catelyn again, "You took me for a fool? Isn't it? Isn't it? It seems that you really took me for a fool. Don't think that you can win Petyr's favor with a lewd smile. He is mine. Mine." She stood up suddenly. "You all want to steal him away from me, my father, my husband, and especially you. You used to love to kiss Petyr." She pointed her stubby finger at Catelyn, who was standing below. "Catelyn, don't act so innocent. You treated Petyr as a toy for so many years in Riverrun, and you teased his feelings with smiles, soft words, and lustful eyes." Her voice was filled with tears. "Poor Petyr, he suffered insomnia every night." Soon, she shrieked again. "At the banquet that night, you and Petyr danced a total of 6 dances. 6? I counted them clearly. He wanted to kiss you, but you pushed him away, and you laughed at him. His expression was so hurt, I was so angry." Her expression was both sweet and proud. "Then he got himself drunk, and that night I went to his room and gave him the comfort that you couldn't give. I bled, but it was sweet pain. He said he loved me, he said he only loved me, but he called me Kate. He fell asleep after he said that. Even so, I didn't leave before dawn. You're sorry to him. He fought with Brandon Stark for you. You refused to give him the token, but I will give him my token. I will give him everything I have, she said angrily. Now, he is mine. Not Catelyn's. Not yours. Not yours. Not yours. Catelyn was furious and shouted, enough. You stupid, fat trout. I don't want Petyr. He is yours. Yours. Lyssa's fat figure quickly walked down the stairs, and her angry and distorted face appeared in front of Catelyn, with a strong smell of wine in her breath. Lyssa's fat hand tightly grasped Catelyn's slender wrist and said, Father said that I should thank the gods in heaven that a famous duke like Jon Arryn was willing to marry a woman who had been raped, but in fact he only wanted Father's army. I had to marry Jon, otherwise Father would shut me out like he did to his own brother Brynden. Catelyn said coldly, enough. I'm not interested in listening to your love story. Let me leave, I don't want to stay here for a moment. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230 Family in Honor. Catelyn tried her best to break free of Lyssa's fat hands. Her sister weighed more than 3 of her. Do you know how deep our love is? Do you know how many ups and downs we have experienced? We even had a child, a sweet baby. They stole my baby back then. I swear to the gods that this will never happen again. I will never let you steal my little finger again, Lyssa Tully screamed. Did you hear me clearly? Catelyn, listen to me, remember, Catelyn Tully roared angrily, no one wants to take your baby away. Let me go, who would believe the words of a slutty woman? Follow me. I'll show you something good. After that, Lyssa tugged at Catelyn's arm, and the fat sister dragged the slender sister to move. Catelyn struggled hard, but Lyssa was like a moving hill, and she was forced to follow. In the marble wall in the center of the hall, between 2 slender beams, a narrow weirwood door with a white wood crescent moon carved on it. Is this the moon door of the Eyrie? Why did Lyssa pull her here? What does she want? The moon door was tightly closed, and it was bolted with heavy bronze. Catelyn could hear the harsh sound of the wind blowing through the cracks. Lyssa held Catelyn's arm tightly with one hand, and with the other hand pulled out a bronze bolt and threw it on the marble floor. Bang! The heavy weirwood door was blown in by the wind and slammed against the wall. The cold wind mixed with frost continued to pour into the hall. Catelyn's body couldn't help but tremble. She instinctively wanted to step back, but Lyssa grabbed her wrists, locked them behind her back, and forced her to the door. Outside the door, there was only blue sky and emptiness. Lyssa's fingers tightened around Catelyn's arms like claws, and she pushed forward, screaming, look down. Look down, Lyssa, I'm your sister. Catelyn struggled again. As she struggled, Catelyn's hair tie suddenly broke, and her hair spread out in the strong wind like a blooming red flower. The broken hair tie fluttered in the wind for a circle and disappeared. There was nothing but air in front of her. Catelyn knew that a full 600 feet below was the long sky castle built on the mountain. Catelyn's pupils widened. Her own sister wanted to kill her. Catelyn tried to keep her footing and tried to squeeze in, but Lyssa did not give in. She screamed, don't you want to leave? Huh? I'm your sister. Catelyn tried to grab the door frame, but she couldn't reach it. Instead, her feet began to slip on the smooth marble floor, and Lyssa continued to push her forward relentlessly. Fear enveloped Catelyn's whole body. She twisted to the side hysterically, and one of her feet accidentally stepped into the air. She couldn't help but scream in fear. The strong wind blew up Catelyn's skirt, as if biting her exposed thighs with cold teeth. She grabbed Lyssa's thick reddish-brown braids and pulled them tight. Lyssa screamed immediately, my hair. Let go of my hair. On the edge of the cliff, the 2 sisters of the Tully family clung to each other, holding each other's hair tightly with both hands and pulling desperately. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the empty hall, and Petyr's figure appeared outside the moon door. He shouted loudly, Lyssa. What are you doing? His eyes moved slightly. He glanced at Catelyn, lowered his voice slightly, and then said, my Lyssa, it's dangerous there, retreat quickly. Hearing the sound of little fingers, Lyssa's grip loosened. And Catelyn took the opportunity to break free quickly, and then fell to the ground in exhaustion. Petyr moved forward and said, Lyssa, what happened? Hearing Petyr's question, Lyssa, who was panting, suddenly sobbed. Petyr thought to himself that something was wrong, and he stopped immediately. Lyssa grabbed Catelyn's hair and pulled it, saying, it was her. She kissed you. It's all her fault. Catelyn felt pain, and she said angrily, "Lyssa, you almost pushed me down. You are killing my family. I will never forgive you." "Shut up. You slutty woman," Lyssa screamed. "You have no right to interrupt me when I talk to him." Petyr raised his hand to comfort her and said, "Lyssa, she is your sister. How could you do this, Littlefinger? You were deceived by her." Lyssa seemed to be accusing. "She is a hypocritical slut. I listened to you and took in the stinky woman who lost her husband. Instead of being grateful, she seduced you. She can't kiss you, she shouldn't kiss you. I'm going to teach her a lesson." "Yes, I'm teaching her a lesson." Listening to Lyssa's accusation, Catelyn's eyes trembled. Locking her up here. Wasn't that Lyssa's own idea? Lyssa's grip was still very strong, and her painful expression hid her shock at the moment. "I understand," Petyr nodded slightly. He added, "I think your sister has learned a full lesson. I don't want to leave her here." Lyssa's eyes were flashing with tears. "I listened to you, and in order to let her stay here with peace of mind, I even found a good excuse, but she repays me like this. She doesn't belong here, and a slut like her is not welcome here." Petyr nodded. "Let's send her away now." "Okay." He took a step forward and continued, "We will let her leave immediately. But help her up first. It's too dangerous over there." Lyssa suddenly screamed. "No." She twisted Catelyn's head again, and the cold wind lingered and swirled around them, and the skirts of the two women were flapping violently. "You can't have her. You can't do this. She's just a hypocritical slut. She can't possibly love you as much as I do. I've always loved you and have proved it many times, haven't I?" Hot tears rolled down Lyssa's fat red cheeks. "Not only did I give you my virginity, I also planned to give you a son. It was them. Not me. They aborted it with moon tea. I didn't even know about it. I drank whatever my father gave me to drink, and I didn't know anything about it. It's all in the past, my Lyssa." Petyr took another step forward and continued, "Have you been drinking again? Don't let your mind wander." Lyssa seemed not to hear Petyr's words, and said, "This slut gave you nothing. It was me who gave you the first time. It was me who asked Jon to take you into the Red Castle so that we could meet every now and then. You swore to the gods that you would not forget my feelings." Petyr's eyes flickered. "My Lyssa, I haven't forgotten. Aren't we together now? Just as you hoped, we will never be separated from now on. Come on, let go of Lady Catelyn's hair." "I don't want it." Lyssa grabbed Catelyn's hair tightly and screamed, "I saw you kiss her in the garden. Catelyn did kiss you in the godswood, but she had no feelings for you and she didn't want you. Why can't you forget her? You should love me. You should love me. 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 I understand, I love you." Petyr took another step and said, "Am I not standing in front of you? Come on, come to me, come." He spread his arms. "Dry your tears and be happy, my Lyssa." "Tears, tears, tears," Lyssa cried hysterically. "Wipe your tears." "But that's not what you said in King's Landing. You asked me to put the teardrops into the wine Jon drank, and I did it obediently, thinking it was for little Robert." Chapter 108, For Our Future. "I wrote to Catelyn, lying that the Lannisters murdered my husband. I did what you said. It's a clever idea. You are always smart. I told my father, I told him that Petyr is a smart boy and will one day be successful. He will. He is so cute and gentle, and I am pregnant with his child. Why did you kiss her? Why? After so many years of torture, suffering, struggle and longing, we finally got together. Why did you kiss her? She, my Lyssa." Petyr sighed and said, "Since you know that we have survived so many storms, why don't you trust me? I swear, as long as we live, I will stay with you. We will be inseparable. We will have a wonderful wedding, and we will be a happy couple." "Really?" Lyssa cried and asked again, "Petyr, is it true?" Petyr opened his arms again and said, "Of course it is true. Come quickly, come and give me a passionate kiss, my Lyssa." As soon as Petyr finished speaking, Lyssa let go of Catelyn's hair. She ran forward and crashed into Littlefinger's arms. She burst into tears. While Lyssa and Petyr were hugging each other, Catelyn used her hands and feet to crawl away from the moon door and hugged the beam next to her. Thinking that her life and death were on the line, Catelyn's heart was beating wildly, and she couldn't help but hug the pillar tighter with trembling. Petyr let Lyssa cry on his chest for a long time. His gray-green eyes moved, and he glanced at the embarrassed Kate. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Petyr slowly raised the corners of his lips, and he reached out to hold Lyssa's hand, kissed her cheek gently, and said, "My lovely and innocent girl." He smiled and continued, Don't you understand that I have only loved one woman in my life?" Hearing Peter's confession, Lysa burst into laughter and said, "Only one? Oh. Peter, are you willing to swear?" Peter's mouth corners raised. "Only Kate." After saying that, he pushed forward suddenly and hard, and Lysa staggered back. Her shoes slipped on the smooth marble floor. Suddenly, the whole person disappeared. There, only the cold wind was howling endlessly. "No!" Catelyn screamed in pain, and she used her hands and feet to crawl towards the place where her sister disappeared. Peter quickly stopped Catelyn from crawling. He hugged her tightly in his arms. He held her tightly. The previous action had exhausted Catelyn's last bit of strength. She struggled weakly and cried, "Please, save her, I beg you." Peter hugged Catelyn and walked out of the moon gate. He held her tighter and stared at the void outside the moon gate expressionlessly. He comforted her softly, "It's okay, it's okay, it's okay." Catelyn's body was still shaking. Peter's brows were slightly furrowed, and his face was full of pity. He patted Catelyn's back shoulder gently and whispered, "It's okay, it's okay, it's okay." At this time, Peter didn't know that Catelyn was holding a dagger tightly in her hand. The source of the dagger was mentioned in the previous chapter. Catelyn's trembling suddenly stopped, and the dagger in Catelyn's hand suddenly stabbed towards Peter's abdomen, catching him off guard. Peter uttered a muffled groan. But, the dagger did not penetrate as hard as Catelyn expected. It was blocked by something unknown. This time, her hand slipped over the blade of the dagger due to inertia, and blood immediately flowed between her fingers. With a clang, the dagger fell to the marble floor. Peter lowered his eyes to look at his abdomen, and then quickly grabbed Catelyn's wrist, which was already blood red. After observing for a while, Peter breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, the wound is not deep." He looked at Kate, who was glaring at him, curled the corners of his lips slightly, and said, "Does the beauty of the Tully family also have the teeth of a running wolf?" He first touched his abdomen, which was still a little painful, then touched his upper chest, and said, "One night last year, a visitor cut me here," Chapter 39, "and I realized that our bodies are really fragile in front of sharp blades." He unbuttoned his collar a little. "The next day, I arranged for someone to buy the best chain mail. I never thought that this thing would really save my life." Peter smiled bitterly, his voice mixed with sadness. "Kate, Lysa will kill you sooner or later. I am trying to save you. I have no other way." Catelyn's blue eyes were filled with hatred. "Peter Baelish, you are the real murderer," she said again. "It's you. It was you who killed Jon Arryn?" Peter shook his head and said, "Kate, it was Lysa who poisoned the Duke of the Eyrie herself. This is known to all the 7 kingdoms." He smiled slightly and continued, "This is the truth that Duke Eddard personally investigated." Peter's eyes trembled. "Why is the wolf still alive?" Chapter 224. "If he dies, the entire north will be a pawn in his hands." "Damn wolf!" Catelyn roared in a hoarse voice, "Peter Baelish, you are a demon. The gods will never forgive you." Peter sighed with a sad look and said, "Kate, don't suffer for Lysa anymore. Although it's a bit cruel to say this, Lysa who committed suicide is the best Lysa. Only in this way can the lost honor of the Tully family be restored." He added, "As a foster father, I will raise Lysa's only child well. My lady, you don't want your poor nephew to have an accident, right?" Near Rose Avenue. Green Crab pulled the reins to stop the horse. He raised his eyebrows and said, "You mean, Randall Tarly is dead?" Chapter 231. Oath and Loyalty. The full moon was high in the sky, and the moonlight sprinkled on the surface of the Mander River, as if a layer of silver gauze was spread, peaceful and beautiful. The Kleber soldier who came back from the investigation soothed the trembling horse under him with his hand, and said, "Lord Green, many people are shouting. The Golden Roses camp at Bitter Bridge is completely in chaos. We can only inquire from a distance." Another soldier said, "Lord, I saw many cavalrymen with flaming red heart flags on their spears. They are the soldiers attacking the river reach." Green frowned slightly. "Melisandre's shadow killer. Can Stannis still hold on? Then, why did Stannis raid the Golden Roses Bitter Bridge camp? If it were me, well, leaving a hostile army of 100,000 behind, no one would be able to march to King's Landing with peace of mind. As for the evidence, it seems that one of Lord Green's tasks is to cut off Stannis' retreat. If they continue to move forward, Green and his group will easily be involved in the chaos." He decisively ordered to stop. When night fell that day, the famous General Randall Tarly died suddenly in his tent. Then, 12,000 cavalrymen under Stannis raided the 80,000 Golden Rose soldiers in the Bitter Bridge camp. Before the attack, many knights felt that the sneak attack violated the honor of knights, but Stannis Baratheon said that he was taking back his brother's things from the thief. As soon as the news of Randyll Tarlois' death spread, the Bridge camp fell into chaos, and then Stannis' cavalry seemed to suddenly arrive, and the soldiers of the Golden Rose almost collapsed instantly. After this night, the mountains of food and grass in the Bridge camp fell into Stannis' hands. After this night, Stannis had more than 30,000 infantrymen under his command. After this night, Earl Mattis Rowan of the River Ridge only had time to gather more than 20,000 remnants and hastily retreated to the Long Table Hall in the south. Northeast of the high heart of the Riverlands, High Hill, rumored to be a holy place for the children of the forest. That night, the Northern Army led by Roose Bolton also took advantage of the night to raid the Western Army led by Tywin Lannister. The Old Lion, eager to save his eldest son, marched towards Riverrun, and the steady Roose Bolton followed them cautiously. That day, the news that Eddard Stark returned to Winterfell boosted the morale of the Northern Lords. Roose Bolton happened to find a flaw that Tywin Lannister had deliberately left, an opportunity for a sneak attack. That night, the 16,000 Northern troops who attacked the Western Army were attacked by 15,000 Western Army led by Kevan Lannister, and Tywin Lannister personally led more than 3,000 cavalry to attack the rear of the Northern Army. When the defense line composed of the spears and long shields of the Karstark family was broken by the heavy armor and red robes of Lannister, Roose Bolton quickly chose to retreat. After this night, including more than 3,000 Dreadfort soldiers who did not have time to participate in the battle, Roose Bolton only gathered more than 8,000 Northern remnants. That night, more than 7,000 Northern soldiers were killed, injured or missing. Although they were attacked by surprise, the warlike Northern soldiers managed to defeat more than 4,000 Western soldiers. Therefore, Tywin Lannister had to order the Western Army to rest. Riverrun, Riverlands. 3 days ago, several peace talks envoys sent by Tyrion Lannister arrived at Riverrun. They took the initiative to surrender their weapons and promised peace to Edmure Tully. Edmure Tully entertained these Red Castle envoys with fine wine and food, and allowed them to move freely in Riverrun. Among the envoys sent by Tyrion, some were good at bare-handed fighting, some were good at unlocking, and some were good at imitating other people's voices. Late at night on the fourth day, they cooperated with each other and successfully rescued Jaime Lannister. But they had just escaped from Riverrun when they ran into Edmure Tully, who had just returned from the women's branch. Sir Jaime fought hard with a few people, but was captured again. Edmure Tully was very angry after being deceived. He no longer treated the Lannister prisoners well. He not only moved Sir Jaime from the tower cell to the dirty dungeon, but also put chains on his hands and feet to prevent him from escaping again, and nailed the shackles to the stone wall. That night Stannis successfully raided the army of the Golden Rose. That night Tywin successfully counterattacked the Northern army that attacked, and that night Sir Jaime failed to escape from prison. Before dawn, Lord Green, who had set out not long ago, picked up a beauty by the Mander River, well, a beauty, Brienne of Tarth. By the river, Knight Green sat on a folding chair, and the crab soldiers were burying several bodies that were originally lying near the beauty. Brienne, who had been bandaged by the accompanying physician, came to Green. After paying her respects, she stood silently in front of Green. Seeing that she had remained silent, Green took the initiative to speak. "I am glad to see you again, Miss Brienne." After Green's voice fell, the beauty looked at Green with the only beautiful blue eyes in her body. Seeing Brienne looking at him, Green smiled gently. The person in front of him seemed to exude the warmth of summer. Brienne immediately lowered her eyes, but soon raised her eyes again, and repeated this 3 times. He looked very much like him. After a moment of silence, Brienne moved her thick lips and said, "My lord, thank you for your help. I will remember your kindness." Her eyes were a little evasive. "I have something important to do. Please allow me to say goodbye to you." After that, Brienne touched her chest and bowed. Green looked at the long sword that Brienne had on her waist, and he recognized it as the sword of Renly Baratheon. He said, "Miss Brienne, I heard that you were one of Renly, my lord's Rainbow Guards." Brienne answered seriously, "My lord, I am King Renly's Blue Guard." "Then let me guess." Green spread his hands and continued, "Do you want to kill Stannis?" Brienne gripped the hilt of the sword at her waist tightly with her thick and calloused fingers, and said, "I have sworn an oath, 3 times in total." Chapter 214. Green nodded and said, "The oath must be kept." "I agree." After a pause, he continued, "But now Stannis' army is strong, and he is undoubtedly surrounded by many knights who have sworn to protect his safety. Brienne's dull eyes suddenly became sharp, and she said, I am not afraid of them. I am as strong as they are. It was a courageous answer, but the perceptive Green read from it Brienne's determination to follow Renly into the underground, and she wanted to die in battle. You attributed Lord Renly's death to your own mistakes. Green looked at Brienne. This blue guard, right, he added, it's a pity that the gods gave you a warrior's body, but not a smart brain. Brienne's calm face showed a trace of anger. No one understands. Green sighed barely perceptibly, paused, and said, Miss Brienne, revenge is not suicide. Brienne looked up. She stared at Green in a daze. Green said, in a contest between swordsmen, the opponent will not stretch his neck for you to chop, but as long as you haven't fallen yet, there will always be a chance, right? Green stood up from the chair. He reached out and patted Brienne's strong arm, and said, Miss Warrior, do you still have doubts? Brienne's eyes were fixed on the ground, paused, she raised her head, and there was a little more light in her blue eyes. Her tone was very serious. My lord, I am willing to serve you if you accept. Seeing Green hesitating, she hurriedly said, you saved me, and I have no way to repay you, and your invitation last year brought me honor. Chapter 88, and I can feel your kindness, and I understand that when the time comes, you will not force me to stay. Her eyes were very simple. Please agree to this condition of mine. Promise me not to stop me from taking revenge on Stannis. Green nodded slightly and said, I promise you, when the time comes, I will never stop you from taking revenge on Stannis. The tall Brienne knelt down awkwardly on one knee. She drew out Renly's sword and placed it across Green's feet. I, Brienne of Tarth, am your loyal guard, or any role you ask me to play. I will protect your safety and follow your instructions. In times of danger, I am willing to sacrifice my life. In the name of the old and new gods, I solemnly swear, I, Green Cleaver, swear that there will always be a place for you by my hearth, and your meat and wine on my table. I swear never to let you do anything unjust. I swear in the name of the old and new gods. King's Landing, Alchemist Guild. The Alchemist Guild is an ancient organization. Formal members call each other wise men. They also have apprentices and assistants to assist in their work. The wise man who leads the guild is the president of the Alchemist Guild. The Alchemist Guild was once very prosperous, but in recent centuries, the scholars of the Citadel have gradually replaced the alchemists everywhere. The Alchemists Guild Hall was a large maze made of black stone. Led by President Harlan himself, Tyrion Lannister, Podrick, and Bronn finally arrived at the Iron Torch Corridor after countless turns left and right. The Iron Torch Corridor was a long and echoing room, with green flames dancing around the 20-foot-high black iron beams. Ghost lights flickered on the shiny black marble walls and ceiling, and the entire hall was bathed in an emerald light. Tyrion sighed in his heart, and then continued on his way down. The long cellar was damp and dark, with saltpeter all over the damp stone walls. The only light source came from the sealed iron bar glass oil lamp that President Harlan carefully carried. When Tyrion thought his short legs were about to break, they finally arrived at their destination. Tyrion saw a red pottery jar that looked like a fat grapefruit. From near to far, there were neatly arranged 4 identical round jars on the tables, extending deep into the dark underground. Tyrion put his hands behind his back, looked at it for a while, and said, Can I pick it up and see the wildfire? Wildfire is a flammable liquid that can burn for a long time. It is said that once the wildfire is ignited, it will burn the object to ashes. President Harlan was wearing an old black and red striped robe. His face was very pale, and his hands looked soft and wet. His attitude was extremely flattering. This is my honor, Prime Minister, he then said cautiously. The clay jars are very thin and brittle. It is recommended that you do not use force to avoid breaking them. Tyrion nodded slightly. He picked up one and looked at it carefully, saying, It feels very rough. Is it mixed with stones? President Harlan chuckled and said, You are really wise. We did this on purpose. If the surface was smooth, it would easily slip from your hands. Tyrion tilted the round jar in his hand slightly, and the wildfire solvent slowly flowed to the bottle mouth. It's very thick, President Harlan immediately explained. Prime Minister, this is because of the cold air underground. When the temperature rises, the wildfire will flow smoothly, just like lamp oil. Tyrion carefully put the round jar in his hand back to its original position and said, I heard that this thing cannot be extinguished by water. President Harlan nodded and said, That's right. Once ignited, wildfire will burn violently until it is completely burned out. Moreover, it will penetrate cloth, wood, leather, and even steel, setting them on fire as well. Tyrion had heard of the flaming sword of the Red Monk Thoros. It was said that if a thin layer of wildfire was applied, the sword could burn for an hour. Tyrion pinched his chin and pondered, these fruits left by King Aerys, Mad King, can they still be used? President Harlan's cloudy eyes seemed to be glowing. Oh, of course they can be used, Prime Minister, but you must be very careful when using them. After being stored for a long time, the wildfire will become heavy. Just a little fire, even a spark, it will burn immediately. Even if the temperature just rises, the jars may catch fire on their own, so never expose them to sunlight, not even for a short time. Once the fire starts inside, the high heat will cause the wildfire to expand violently, and the pottery jar will explode into pieces in an instant. If there happen to be other jars nearby, it will cause a chain reaction, and then, Tyrion interrupted impatiently, how many jars do you have now? President Harlan first chuckled, then replied, this morning, the wise man Mansa just told me the statistical results. We currently have a total of 7,840 jars, including 4,000 jars left over from the time of King Aerys. Tyrion pondered for a moment and said, wise man, I hope your guild brothers will speed up the production. The more of these fruits the better, but, he changed his tone and warned seriously, don't rush the work unnecessarily. After all, I don't need defective wildfire, not even a can. I care very much and I will not allow any accidents to happen. The promise of the Prime Minister made President Harlan's expression almost obscene. Prime Minister, please rest assured, there will be absolutely no accidents. Wildfire is made by well-trained assistants in a series of empty stone chambers. Every time a bottle is completed, it will be immediately handed over to the apprentice and delivered here. There is a room filled with sand above each studio, and the ceiling is cast with Hehi, the most powerful protective spell. Once the stone chamber catches fire, the ceiling will fall down and the sand will immediately extinguish the fire. Chapter 232 The Hand of the King. Tyrion looked up at President Harlan and said, well, that's good news. President Harlan assured again, Prime Minister, my brothers will never be careless. After a pause, he chuckled and then said, but, if you allow me, I will tell you the truth. Tyrion's gaze moved to the wildfire pot and said casually, go ahead. President Harlan chuckled again and said, wildfire flows through our blood and exists in the hearts of every pyromancer. We respect its power, but ordinary soldiers often get hot-headed when fighting and just want to do a big thing. However, any small mistake can lead to disaster. Here, I must emphasize again and again. My father reminded King Aerys, the Mad King, many times, and my grandfather said the same to King Jaehaerys, the Mad King's father. Tyrion pinched his chin and said, I guess, this will be a suggestion that people are happy to accept. No one wants to be a plate of delicious barbecue. Hey, ignoring President Harlan's obscene laughter, Tyrion picked up an empty can from the corner and pondered, are there enough materials to make these round cans? President Harlan nodded and said, very plenty. Thank you for your concern, Prime Minister. Tyrion grinned, in that case, you don't mind making a few thousand more? President Harlan said puzzledly, thousands. Tyrion put the empty can aside and said, as long as it does not affect the progress of making the fruit, I will give you as many of these empty cans as you can. He clapped his hands and continued, remember to keep it secret. I will let Sir Jacqueline Bywater, Commander-in-Chief of the Cash Robes, find you. Yes, Prime Minister. President Harlan nodded in agreement. After a pause, he said puzzledly, but, why? Tyrion smiled at the wise man of Harlan and said, it's really cold here. Remind me to wear more next time. My wise man, I've seen enough. Can you please take me out? Hey, I'm very happy to do so, Prime Minister. President Harlan held up the oil lamp and led the way. As he walked, he said, Prime Minister Tyrion, it's great that you can visit in person. This is our, great honor. It's been a long time since a Prime Minister has visited here. The last one is Lord Rossett, who is a member of our guild. When King Aerys was in power, he was always very interested in the Alchemists Guild. Rossett was the head of the Alchemists Guild during the reign of Aerys II. He was the one who cooked Duke Rickard Stark, Ned's father. He was killed by Jaime Lannister when King's Landing fell. Tyrion grinned. I believe King Joffrey will also be deeply concerned, he added in his heart. Every time Joffrey handles petitions in the throne room, he likes to let people fight to the death. He doesn't want that kid to have the idea of burning people alive. So, They can't be allowed to get close to my good nephew. Well, he doesn't have the courage to serve Mad King II. President Harlan flattered, we sincerely hope that His Majesty will also come to our guild. Tyrion shrugged, I will discuss this with my sister. This trip to the Alchemists Guild made his feet sore, and he clumsily rode on the horse with the help of the little servant. The morning light was warm, and the tired Tyrion felt relieved when he thought of the surprise he prepared for Stannis. He sang in a low voice, on the haystack, women are kissed. Hey, no yet. Hey, no yet. Tyrion Lannister didn't enjoy his good mood for long, and the Prime Minister's Tower Affairs officer hurriedly brought him a surprise about Stannis. Stannis raided the Bitterbridge camp of the Golden Rose. He suddenly had tens of thousands of infantry in his hands. Tyrion's voice was filled with complaints. Very good, I am now sure that Stannis will never forgive Lannister, Bronn on the side said with a smile. My lord, I am not sure about others, but you will definitely not escape. Tyrion shrugged his shoulders and said, to be honest, I actually like Stannis a little bit. He has done what I have fantasized about many times. After a pause, Tyrion waved to the young steward from the Westerlands and said, hey, tell my queen mother this good news later. His tone changed and he said seriously, this is very important, hurry up. Hearing this, the young steward nodded heavily and immediately rode away. Tyrion looked at the direction where the steward left and grinned, sister and brother have fun together, I am such a good brother, I am proud of me on behalf of my sister. After laughing for a while, Tyrion said, let's go, it seems that we have to speed up our actions. King's Landing, Rivergate, Moatgate. Tyrion found Ser Jaqen on the wall, watching hundreds of new gold cloaks and drill in the square below. Tyrion waved casually at the gold cloak commander who saluted him, and said, how are they, my seer? As he spoke, he looked down. Ser Jaqen said, they joined for a piece of bread in a bed of straw. Hand Tyrion, there were only 6,000 gold cloaks in King's Landing, which was not enough to defend the walls. Tyrion had to expand the soldiers as much as possible in the case of food shortages. When the war started, Tyrion had no illusions about how much combat power these newly recruited refugees would have. But, at least it can help him stabilize the hearts of the people in King's Landing. Tyrion withdrew his gaze from below and said, sir, I know time is short, so I will not ask too much of you. Ser Jaqen turned to Tyrion, hesitated, and said, Handholder Tyrion, they are greener than spring grass, but no one wants to be seen as a coward. So when the battle begins, when the horns are blowing and the flags are flying, they will fight bravely. But as long as the momentum is not good, they will immediately collapse and flee. One man throws down his spear, and 1,000 men will follow suit. Tyrion's eyes trembled slightly. Tywin Lannister. His kind father often taught that guards were not soldiers, and the gold cloaks did the job of guards. Now, Tyrion hoped that another motto of the old line would be verified, a strong city is worth 10. Seeing Tyrion's silence, Ser Jaqen said again, Prime Minister, I will fight to the end. Tyrion immediately retracted his thoughts that were about to run away. He reached out and patted Ser Jaqen's strong thigh, and said, military merit is a good thing. When the time comes, I will make you an earl. Ser Jaqen saluted solemnly with his hand on his chest. Tyrion stretched and paused, then said, I have 2 things to do today. The first thing is that you should go to the Alchemists Guild as soon as possible to bring some round clay jars, and then you can use those round jars to train the soldiers to operate the crossbows. Fill the round jars with green paint, and practice the soldiers loading and firing. Whoever spills the paint will be removed. When the soldiers are familiar with the paint jars, modify them to lamp oil, and ask them to light the oil jars first, and then fire. When they can use it freely and do not hurt themselves, you can use the wildfire of the Alchemists Guild in battle. Wildfire. That's a dangerous thing, and your training method is very clever. Ser Jaqen scratched his cheek with his iron hand, and then said, however, I don't like the alchemists' feces and piss. Tyrion put his hands behind his back and said, but these feces and piss can strengthen the defense of King's Landing, and perhaps bring you honor, my lord. Yes, I will arrange it according to your instructions, my prime minister. Tyrion nodded with satisfaction and said, the second thing, follow me. Tyrion walked to the other side of the wall and called Bronn, who was standing not far away. The other side of the wall was the direction of the dock. Tyrion stretched his neck to look at the buildings under the wall. They were close to the wall, like shells attached to the hull of a ship. Among them were bait warehouses, canteens, warehouses, shops, taverns, and cheap women's houses. He pointed down and said, "See? With these things, I think Stannis doesn't even have to build a ladder." Tyrion retracted his neck and looked at Bronn, who was a mercenary. Ser Jaqelin's personality was not suitable for doing the next thing, but he could restrain the lawless mercenaries. He began, "My captain of the guard, organize 100 men tomorrow and burn everything from the river to the city wall." He waved his stubby fingers and said, "Nothing is allowed to stand within sight. I want it to be clean, understand?" Bronn looked at the building below for a while and said, "My lord, the people living inside will not be very happy." Tyrion said in a deep voice, "They won't be happy now. This just gives them a new reason to curse their little devil prime minister." Bronn asked another question, "Some people will resist, and they won't obey." Tyrion pointed to Ser Jaqelin standing aside and said, "Sir Ironhand will make sure they fail." Bronn spread his hands and said, "My lord, one last question. What do you plan to do with the residents here?" Tyrion looked at the crowd below and said, "Give them enough time to transfer their property, and then clear them all out. My captain of the guard, try not to shed blood. They are not enemies." "Yes, my lord." After giving a few more instructions, Tyrion prepared to leave. He had to meet with the blacksmiths of King's Landing at the Tower of the Prime Minister today. At this time, Ser Jaqelin suddenly said, "Prime Minister Tyrion, more than a dozen captains of requisition ships have been coming to me to protest every day." Tyrion paused and asked in confusion, "Why would they come to you? Don't they know where the Prime Minister's tower is?" Bronn answered this question with a smile. "The king has ordered that if the mob approaches the Red Keep, shoot them directly." My nephew the king has a different way of gaining love." Tyrion looked at Ser Jaqelin and continued, "I promised them compensation if there is war, and it is obvious that they are not reassured." Ser Jaqelin said directly, "Those captains are worried that we will lose the war." Tyrion grinned, "Then I can just pass the matter of compensation to their king Stannis." Tyrion returned to the Prime Minister's tower without stopping, and first changed his clothes in the bedroom. A black velvet coat, a crimson silk cloak with gold edges, and a gold Prime Minister's necklace. After finishing a glass of fine wine, Tyrion, surrounded by his stewards and guards, moved towards the reception room. The door was pushed open, and the waiter chanted, "Greetings to the hand of the king, Lord Tyrion Lannister." Everyone in the hall knelt down, and Tyrion walked slowly with his chin slightly raised. He had to admit that he had long liked this feeling. It was fascinating. Tyrion climbed up to the high seat under the golden round window, first motioned for them to stand up, and then said, "Everyone, I know you are busy, so I won't waste any more time." He gestured to the little servant, "Pod, please." Podrick nodded. He untied the drawstring, and poured out the contents of the canvas bag, and the metal fell on the blanket with a vague collision sound. Tyrion glanced at the blacksmiths and said, "This is what I asked the blacksmiths in the Red Keep to make. I want 1,000 more of similar things." As he finished speaking, a blacksmith bent down and carefully examined the 3 thick steel chains twisted together, and said, "Very hard iron chains." Tyrion spread his hands and said, "It's hard, but unfortunately it's short for someone like me. I want the finished product to be much longer than this." He looked at the first blacksmith who stepped forward and asked, "What's your name?" The blacksmith was wearing ordinary wool and leather clothes. He was not tall and was very strong, with arms as thick as a cow's neck. The blacksmith replied, "Your Excellency, Prime Minister, everyone calls me Iron Belly." Tyrion nodded slightly, swept his eyes around the crowd, and said, "I want every blacksmith shop in King's Landing to start making these chains and then string them together. All other work will be put aside. I want all those who know how to blacksmith to devote themselves to this matter, whether they have been trained or not, or are apprentices or not. When I ride through Steel Street, I hope to hear the hammers pounding day and night. I also need someone, a capable person, to be responsible for supervising this matter." Tyrion looked at Iron Belly blacksmith again and continued, "Iron Belly, do you think you are such a person?" "My lord, even if I am willing." After a pause, Iron Belly continued, "But what about the armor and swords that the Queen Mother wants?" Another blacksmith also spoke up, "The Queen Mother ordered us to speed up the production of armor, swords and axes. The number is huge. It is said that they will be used for the Gold Cloak recruits." "My lord," another blacksmith stood up and said nervously, "My lord, please forgive me. The Queen Mother's order is that whoever fails to complete the work on time will have his hands smashed." Tyrion wanted to hold his forehead. Cersei's way of gaining love was also very unique. She and Joffrey were worthy of being mother and son. Tyrion said solemnly, "Make the chains first." What you are worried about will not happen. I assure you that this is the promise of the Prime Minister, and the gods are witnesses. River Reach, Long Table Hall. Green Crab stroked his chest and said, I am so glad to see you are safe, Margaery. As he spoke, Green blinked, and he seemed to be troubled by the following name. Margaery Tyrell flexed her fingers and smiled like a flower. Lord Green, I like you to call me Miss Margaery. Chapter 233 Queen's Crown. Green showed a pleasant smile and said, Miss Margaery, you are even more charming, praise the gods. Little Rose's lips curved slightly and said, Welcome, Mr. Earl, who has come from afar. As she spoke, she gently extended the back of her hand to Green. Green bowed slightly, lifted Little Rose's fingertips, and lightly tapped the back of her white hand. After the greeting, Margaery's eyes moved slightly, and she looked at the beauty Brienne standing behind Green. She was very conspicuous. Seeing Margaery Tyrell looking at her, Brienne first glanced at Green, then saluted again with a little shyness. Good day, Queen Tyrell. No, Miss. Margaery walked up to the tall Brienne and said sincerely, Brittany, I'm so glad to see you're safe. Brienne lowered her head, her tone filled with shame. I'm sorry, I didn't protect him well, she added. Many people suspect that I am the murderer. Margaery stretched out her hand, her slender hands grasping a large hand. She shook her head slightly and said, Brittany, you are not a murderer. I believe in your oath and loyalty. Brienne's thick lips moved and said, I will avenge him. Margaery's face became sad. She patted the rough back of that hand and said, You once served him loyally. Now I hope you can live well, Brienne. Seeing Brienne remain silent, Green said at the right time, Miss Margaery, please rest assured, Brienne is my squire, and I admire her very much. Margaery nodded her chin lightly. She didn't mind Brienne's dullness at all, and said sincerely, Brienne, congratulations, Earl Green is an excellent knight. The garden of the Long Table Hall was full of birdsong and flowers, and Green and Margaery strolled in it. Little Rose's voice was crisp and pleasant. Earl Mattis told me that my father has set out from Highgarden, and he will gather some soldiers along the way. Green's brown eyes moved slightly, and he pondered, Miss Margaery, can you tell me the specific time? Margaery shook her head slightly and said, It happened too suddenly. I think I will never forget the scene of that night. Her expression became gloomy. The respected Earl Randall was assassinated. My 10 Blades Guard, Chapter 79, protected me. Little Rose's face was slightly raised, and she paused, and she took a breath. After walking a few steps, Little Rose turned her head to look at Green. The corners of her eyes were slightly red. She forced a smile and said, Earl Green, I don't think you have to wait too long. You can wait with peace of mind. The atmosphere was a little solemn. Little Rose shared her sorrow and joy with Green. Is this possible? I can only say, female players of the Game of Thrones are becoming more and more mature. Compared with before, she is a little more attentive to me. Cough. Seeing this, Green couldn't help showing a look of pity on his face, but he quickly hid it, and these changes did not escape his wet eyes. Green looked away, he coughed lightly, and said, Miss Marjorie, I have been accustomed to life and death since I was a child. I'm sorry, I can't empathize with you. Marjorie just nodded silently. After a moment's silence, Green sighed and said, Miss Margaret, do you still remember that incident? Last year, in the plant maze of Highgarden. I had an unspoken suggestion. Chapter 85. Margaret thought for a moment and said, Of course I remember. You seemed very regretful at the time. Green coughed lightly and said, I'm sorry. I was insignificant at the time, and it was not a good time. He smiled faintly. Even if it is the same sentence, if it is placed in a different occasion, it may have a different effect. He paused, and, after a pause, Green shrugged and said, Miss Margaret, I have to admit. Your beauty makes me obsessed, which makes me unable to deceive you. My heart asks me to be honest with you. Perhaps temporarily concealing it is the limit of what I can do. As Green finished speaking, Margaret's eyes became moist. She turned her little face to the other side and said softly, I will treasure the gift you gave me. It is very sweet, my knight. She turned her head to look at Green and said, Earl Green, you always have a way to make me happy. Thank you for your compliment. Green bowed slightly and said, May the gods always love you, beautiful and charming lady. Margaret gently returned the greeting and said, May the gods bless you to win, brave knight. Green was stunned for a moment, and seeing this, Margaret chuckled and said, Earl Green, I think the news of the battle between Crab Claw Peninsula and the Valley will soon be known to all the 7 kingdoms. She added, "Normally, you should be in Seagull Town at this time, but you appeared in the long table hall. I am actually a little surprised. I have to admit that your wisdom also fascinates me deeply." After a pause, Green spread out his hands and continued, "Miss Margaret, I have brought you a real gift. This is also my unspoken suggestion in the plant maze." Margaret's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a sweet smile, and said, "You found the right occasion, and I have finally waited for your advice." Green made a false praise gesture and said solemnly, "I brought you the Queen's crown of the Seven Kingdoms." Margaret's pupils suddenly shrank. After standing still for a while, she suddenly approached Green. Margaret raised her head and stared at Green. Her slender hand was placed on Green's chest. Her movements were graceful and gentle. After a pause, she said, "Knight Green, who are you here for?" Green lowered his eyes and looked at Little Rose, and replied, "Miss Margaret, I represent the king and the council of the kings." Margaret's brown eyes moved slightly, and she said, "Knight Green, Stannis's army will soon march to King's Landing. This is a rare opportunity." Green took a half step back, and said with a slightly embarrassed look, "Sorry, you made me a little nervous." Margaret laughed, and her laughter was very pleasant. After a light cough, he continued, "Miss Margaret, Stannis Baratheon only looks powerful, and," there was a glimmer in his eyes, "the Duke of Mace made him chew rat meat 15 years ago, and I believe he can still make him chew it again 15 years later." Little Rose smiled like a flower. "Earl Green, I think my father will be very happy to see you." Green raised his eyes and looked into the distance, saying, "Miss Margaret, the Seven Kingdoms have fallen into chaos, and now the kingdom is in great need of pillars like the Duke of Mace." Little Rose blinked her eyes. When mentioning her father, Earl Green still looked respectful. Does Earl Green admire her? Yes, she can feel his fascination with her. But Earl Green is like one of her many admirers, not much different. This makes sense, because Earl Green is very sober. She thinks he knows the difference between his status and hers. So he will never have other offensive actions. Just the right admiration, just the right distance, sweet tongue, honest heart. These make her feel comfortable and happy when she is with him. All of them are reasonable, or are they too reasonable? Combined with Earl Green's admiration for his father. Although she is confident in her beauty, she is a little suspicious at this moment. Is it possible that Earl Green's love for her is because of her father? Is it possible? Margaret had to admit that the person in front of her could easily make her thoughts confused. Margaret smiled gently at first, then gestured, and took a step. As she walked, she said, "Earl Green, I am a little curious about you. If you allow, can you satisfy my curiosity?" Green's eyes moved slightly, and he made a gesture of invitation. Margaret looked at Green with her elk-like eyes and said, "Earl Green, where will the marigolds bloom?" The keen Lord Green could feel that Little Rose was wary of him. "Well, it seems that it has always been like this. I'm happy to serve you." Green smiled and said, "To be honest, your question is related to the future of Crab." He stretched out 3 fingers, and then said, "One in Crab Claw Peninsula, one in the valley, and one in King's Landing." "Oh?" Margaret's eyes trembled imperceptibly. She seemed very interested in Green's answer. Green shook his hand back and said slowly, "The first marigold, I mean to restore the rule of the Crab Claw Peninsula by the Crab Claw family. This goal has been achieved. The second marigold, I mean the hatred between the Crab Claw Peninsula and the valley. I think only by deciding the winner can the fire of hatred be dissipated." He sighed softly. "The Red Castle's blockade of the Crab Claw Peninsula for more than 10 years is still fresh in my memory, so Crab wants to have his own voice in the Red Castle. This is the third marigold." Green shrugged. "I hope I can achieve it as soon as possible, and thank you for listening, Miss Margaret." Margaret shook her head slightly. She smiled and said, "Earl Green, thank you for satisfying my curiosity and thank you for your frankness. I am happy to serve you." After walking silently for a while, Margaret slowly stopped. She turned around and looked at Green, saying, "Earl Green, I will convey your kindness to the Duke of Highgarden as soon as possible." Stormland, Stannis camp. At night, Davos Seaworth sat alone by the campfire. His god easily took back the inheritance left by his brother. The camp was filled with laughter, but the Onion Knight could not laugh like others. His brows were twisted into a knot. Before they raided a Bridge camp, the leader of the Riverlands army, Randall Tarly, happened to die strangely. Although he didn't want to think about it, he had to remember the shadow magic he saw that night again. The most important thing was that Stannis became older, which made him very worried. Sir Davos looked at the king's road from a distance, and he murmured in his heart, everything has a price. Suddenly, Davos felt a strange blush coming towards him. He turned his head alertly and found Melisandre in red. Melisandre's voice was low and hoarse. Onion Knight, are you okay? When did she come there? He felt that the actions of the Red Priestess were becoming more and more terrifying. Sir Davos said as calmly as he could, I'm fine. Melisandre moved and sat down slowly beside the fire. Not too far from the Onion Knight. Her red eyes flickered in the glow of the fire. Sir, everyone is celebrating the victory. Sir Davos took a sip from the leather wineskin and said, Lady Red, I might prefer to celebrate alone. Melisandre's lips curled up into a smile and said, I hope I'm not disturbing you, Onion Knight. Sir Davos just shrugged. Melisandre also looked in the direction of the king's road and said, King Stannis is about to ascend to the pinnacle of glory. This is the guidance of the Lord of Light, and you will witness it with your own eyes. Sir Davos retracted his gaze, and he couldn't help but said, I only witnessed the aging King Stannis. Melisandre chuckled. She pointed to the bonfire, and said, Sir Davos, I am like it. I am the tool of the Lord of Light, and the tool arranged by the Lord of Light for the Son of Fire. I exist for only one purpose, that is to block the darkness. Do you understand? Davos's character did not allow him to lie. He said directly, Lady Melisandre, you are the mother of darkness. Melisandre laughed again. The brave Onion Knight is actually afraid of a shadow. Her tone became softer. The shadow is the servant of light. It is the descendant of flames, but the king's flame is burning too weak, and he dare not absorb even half a point, otherwise it will cost him his life. There was a certain temptation in her voice. I told you that there was a blazing fire burning in your body. Chapter 214, but you didn't visit my room. As King Stannis's Onion Knight, I promise to bring you unprecedented pleasure, and I will use the fire of your life to bring your king, a horrible monster. Sir Davos responded coldly and frowned. Lady Melisandre, I don't want to have anything to do with you or your god. Melisandre sighed and said, Sir Davos, you are an upright and kind knight, but you can't see the truth of the world. It took more courage for the smuggler to face the Red Priestess, so Sir Davos took another sip of wine, which could reduce a lot of his fear. He raised a doubt. The truth? Isn't what I saw with my own eyes the truth? See the essence of the world. The truth surrounds you, and everything is clear at a glance. Melisandre looked up at the night sky and continued, the night is dark and dangerous everywhere, and the day is bright and prosperous. One black, the other white. One ice, the other fire. Hate and love, bitter and sweet, female and male, pain and joy, winter and summer, evil and justice. The big ruby on her neck seemed to pulsate rhythmically. Death or life, opposition has been since ancient times, and war is everywhere. Davos raised his eyebrows and asked, war? Melisandre turned his gaze to Davos. She nodded slightly and replied, yes, war. Chapter 234 Stannis. The stars dotted in the night sky flickered with alluring light, as if they were countless mysterious eyes, spying on everything on earth. Melisandre continued, Onion Knight, this is a war between two true gods, not 7, not 1, not 100, not 1,000, but only 2. The corners of her lips curved slightly. Do you think I traveled halfway across the world just to help a king sit on an empty throne? She shook her head slightly. You are wrong. The war began at the beginning of the world, and before the judgment comes, everyone must choose a side. She stretched out her right hand. On one side is the true Lord Arhelar, the Lord of Light, the heart of the holy flame, the god of shadow and fire. She stretched out her left hand. On the other side is the ancient alien god that mortals cannot speak of, the god of darkness, the soul of mysterious ice. The god of night and fear. There seemed to be a flame in her eyes. Our choice is not Baratheon or Lannister, Greyjoy or Stark. Our choice is life and death, light and darkness. After speaking, Melisandre slowly stood up and moved towards Sir Davos. Sir Davos also stood up, and the Red Priestess stood before him and said, Tell me, Davos Seaworth, tell me honestly, is your heart burning with the light of Arhelar? Or is it dark and cold, overgrown with worms? As Melisandre spoke, she stretched out her hand and placed 3 slender white fingers on Sir Davos' chest, as if trying to feel his thoughts through the leather and flesh. Sir Davos suppressed the fear in his heart and said slowly, My lady, I don't trust you. After a moment's silence, Melisandre sighed and said, Good and honest knight, you did not lie to me, and you did not let me down. She continued, Even the embers in the dust can rekindle a raging fire. You look at Stannis and see only a mortal, a king. You are all wrong. He is the chosen one of the Lord of Light, the son of the Holy Flame, and the Warrior of Light. She looked at the night sky. The ancient book of Ashay prophesied that after the long summer, the stars will weep blood, and Azar Ahai will be reborn in a land of smoke and salt and awaken the dragon in the stone. Now the weeping blood star has appeared. Dragonstone is a land of smoke and salt, and Stannis Baratheon is the reincarnation of Azar Ahai. She spread her arms. I witnessed him commanding thousands of troops and the holy fire to resist the terrible darkness. There was no wind, but Melisandre's red hair and red robe suddenly fluttered. At this moment, Davos felt like he was standing in front of a blazing fire. He couldn't help but take a step back, while Melisandre took a step forward. The Red Priestess's eyes were as bright as light red candles, as if she was looking into his soul. She suddenly said, "You want to kill me?" Sir Davos's Adam's apple rolled, and he said, "I just want to know who betrayed me." Melisandre giggled. She reached out and stroked the Onion Knight's cheek, saying, "Dear Davos, no one betrayed you. I saw your heart in the holy fire." When the priestess's hot fingers brushed across his face, Sir Davos couldn't help but shudder, and his back was already covered with cold sweat. After a pause, Melisandre asked with interest, "Why do you want to kill me?" Sir Davos stared at the man in front of him and said, "King Stannis is my god." Melisandre murmured, "The fire in your body is so hot." She sighed. "Remembering that the Lord of Light is the source of all goodness, I forgive you once, lucky sir." Melisandre smiled, swirled her blood-red skirt and turned to leave. After a long time, Sir Davos calmed his pounding heart. He felt that the Red Priestess was too dangerous. Sir Davos took a sip of wine from the wine bag. He had an ominous premonition. Maybe. Davos put down the wine bag and stared at the bonfire in front of him. His eyes were motionless. Look, continue to look, fire, or fire. Although he persisted for a long time, he still ended up crying. He only saw the fire, without any foreshadowing. This is the truth. Father, the voice of Davin Seaworth interrupted Sir Davos's thoughts. He turned his head and saw that it was his fifth son. Davos frowned and said, "Squire Devon, why are you here?" Devon was the squire of King Stannis. This was the glory of their family. His son should always serve King Stannis. The 11-year-old Devon was much stronger than many boys of the same age. He walked closer and said, "Father, His Majesty the King summoned you, let's go." Sir Davos immediately stood up. As he walked, he said, "King Stannis actually asked you to pass on his message. It seems that you have performed well, my son." Hearing his father's praise, Devon's mouth corners could not help but rise. He tried hard to suppress his disobedient lips. He tried to show his maturity. After walking for a while, Davos suddenly lowered his voice and said, "Father, the king's health." Davos interrupted his son's words with a stern look. He said seriously, "Servant Davos, everything about King Stannis is a secret. You can't reveal it even in front of your family. Remember, I got it, father." Davos reached out and patted his son's shoulder, saying, "Let's go. King Stannis doesn't like to wait." At the door of the king's tent, Sir Davos met Imry Florent, who had just come out. Sir Imry was the brother-in-law of King Stannis. Like Queen Selise, he had the famous protruding ears of the Florent family, a wide nose and protruding eyebrows, thick hair growing in his ears and nostrils, and tufts of hair under his double chin. Davos nodded slightly, and Sir Imry snorted coldly and walked past him directly. Inside the tent, Stannis Baratheon was standing behind a long table, with an iron brazier beside him, the charcoal in it glowing orange-red. After greeting, looking at King Stannis's appearance, he managed to maintain a calm expression with great difficulty. His God-shaved beard was full of gray hair, his eyes became deep blue pits, and he became old and thin. Stannis rarely smiled, and said, "My Onion Knight, I need to listen to advice, and you always tell the truth. So, tell me honestly, what is the punishment for betrayal?" "Betrayal? Why ask me such a question?" Davos knew very well that his king knew the punishment for betrayal better than anyone else. Or Melisandre? He thought of the time when he secretly planned to kill the Red Priestess. After a pause, Sir Davos asked cautiously, "Treason?" King Stannis frowned and said, "What else can it be called? Denying the legitimate king and attempting to steal the Iron Throne that rightfully belongs to him. I ask you again, according to the law, what is the punishment for treason?" Sir Davos breathed a sigh of relief that King Stannis was not referring to him. He bowed slightly and replied, "The punishment is death, King Stannis, it has always been so." King Stannis said coldly, This is not a decree issued by me, but it has always been so. It has been like this since the time of Aegon, since the beginning of the world. Demon Blackfire, the Thorin brothers, the Vulture King, traitors always pay the price with their lives. Even Rhaenyra Targaryen is no exception. She is the daughter of the old king and the mother of the new king, but she was also executed as a traitor because she tried to usurp her brother's Iron Throne. Davos, this is the law, not cruelty. Sir Davos's eyes trembled slightly, and he said respectfully, King Stannis, did you hear? What? King Stannis's teeth creaked. I heard it with my own ears. They said I was a cruel king. Davos raised his eyes and glanced at King Stannis with a tense face, and said, I think they may be troubled by the issue of faith. Smuggler, you are very smart. They want to force me to give in. King Stannis's jaw moved a few times, and then he continued, so, I have decided to hand over the royal fleet to Sir Imry Florent, and he will be the commander-in-chief of the fleet. After hearing this, Davos' eyes couldn't help but tremble. King Stannis took away his position as commander-in-chief of the fleet. Taking a slow breath, Davos stroked his chest and said, I will obey your orders, King Stannis. King Stannis' voice was like the cold wind of winter. You have no doubts. Davos shook his head without hesitation and said, I am sure. King Stannis stared at his Onion Knight for a while and said, very good. After a pause, he said, many people are unwilling to give up their original gods. What do you think? Davos pondered for a moment and said, King Stannis, I have to advise you that this kind of thing will take some time. King Stannis nodded slightly and said, I don't have that time. So, I will separate them. One way will attack King's Landing from Blackwater Bay, and the other way. His eyes moved to the map on the long table and continued, take the King's Road, and I will lead the troops myself. Davos understood. The followers of the Lord of Light will go by sea, and the stubborn followers of the Seven Gods will go by land. In this way, they can focus all their energy on fighting, instead of wasting time for a certain god. Your wisdom is unparalleled, King Stannis. Ha! Stannis's laughter was full of sarcasm. He said, if I were really smart, I wouldn't want that iron chair with sharp spikes like teeth. Davos looked at his king in shock. Stannis said, smuggler, that is a chair made of countless steel knives and daggers entangled together. It is a very uncomfortable chair. Ares was often covered in blood and was even called the Blood Scab King. If the legend is true, cruel Meager died on this chair. People cannot rest comfortably on it. I often wonder why my brother is so desperate to get it. Davos asked his doubts with difficulty. If you don't like it, why do you want it? King Stannis sat down on the chair and said, Davos, this is not a question of whether to take it or not. As Robert's heir, the Iron Throne is mine. This is the law. After me, it must be passed to my daughter, unless Selyse finally gives me a son. This is also the law. After a pause, he continued, according to the law, whether I want to be the king or not, I have obligations to my daughter, to the kingdom, and even to Robert. I know he doesn't love me very much, but he is my brother. That Lannister woman cheated on him, made a fool of him, and perhaps murdered him. Such a heinous crime must be brought to justice, starting with Cersei and her bastard. It's just the beginning. Davos hadn't recovered from King Stannis's words yet, and his king suddenly said sternly, now, tell me the truth, why do you want to kill Lady Melisandre? As soon as he finished speaking, Davos' body trembled, and fine cold sweat broke out on his back. Davos stared at his king in a daze. Could it be the Red Priestess? King Stannis snorted coldly, smuggler, I have my own eyes and ears. Tell me the truth. Davos gritted his teeth and said bluntly, in a short time, I have witnessed your aging and her dark magic. He knelt down and continued, King Stannis, she has her own god to serve, and you have given me everything. You are my god, and I cannot allow myself to stand aside. The atmosphere was solemn. Davos could clearly feel his heartbeat quickening. He didn't know how long it had been, maybe only a short while, or a long time. He seemed to hear a low sigh, and he suspected that it was his hallucination. Get up. Davos first raised his head and glanced at his king cautiously, then slowly stood up. Stannis's voice was emotionless. Davos, you misunderstood Melisandre. She is my loyal servant. She is just following my orders, and I am just paying the due price. But, King Stannis interrupted, come here. He stood up from his chair and walked to the long table. His eyes were fixed on the map of the Seven Kingdoms on it. Davos stood respectfully beside King Stannis. After staring for a while, King Stannis swept a hand across the map. Look, Onion Knight. According to the law, This is my kingdom, my Westeros. The idea of 7 kingdoms is stupid. 300 years ago, Aegon the Conqueror understood this. It is a whole, a kingdom, ruled by one king. Davos nodded in agreement and said, one king means peace, King Stannis. King Stannis nodded his chin lightly and said, I will bring true justice to Westeros. Whether it is the high nobles or the lowly and humble people, their actions will be punished and dealt with accordingly. He looked at his Onion Knight and continued, I promise you, they have made my kingdom bleed, and I will never forget it. After that, Stannis left the table and sat back in his chair. Kneel down, Davos Seaworth. Chapter 235 Golden Garden. After Stannis finished speaking, although Sir Davos was confused, he quickly knelt on one knee. King Stannis' voice rang out, 15 years ago, I made you a knight for salt fish and onions. 15 years later, for the sake of my kingdom, I intend to promote you to Earl, Davos Seaworth. For the kingdom? The Onion Knight could not guess why King Stannis said so. Sir Davos raised his drooping face and said, King Stannis, I am already satisfied to be your knight. Please allow me to be frank. I was born a smuggler and I cannot adapt to noble status. Very good. King Stannis stood up from his chair. He stood in front of the Onion Knight and said, if you sit in a higher position, the first thing you have to do is to become hypocritical. I have experienced this personally. With a swish, King Stannis drew out his sword, put it on the shoulder of the Onion Knight, and said, Davos of the Seaworth family, will you be my loyal knight from today until forever? Sir Davos lowered his head and said respectfully, yes, my king. Are you willing to swear to serve me for the rest of your life, give me honest advice and absolute obedience, protect my rights and my kingdom, fight alongside me no matter how difficult the future is, take care of my people, and punish my enemies? I do, my king. Then get up, Davos Seaworth, my Earl of Rainwood, my Hand of the King. The Rhine Forest is a vast forest located on Cape Wrath in the Stormlands. This area is humid and rainy, but the soil is very fertile. Davos raised his head in shock. He was just worried that he would be severely punished for secretly planning to kill Melisandre, the Lord of the Rhine Forest, the Hand of the King. Davos' lips trembled several times before he said, King Stannis, you can't. I'm not suitable to be the Prime Minister, Davos. There is no one more suitable than you. King Stannis sheathed his sword and personally pulled up his new Prime Minister. Prime Minister Davos advised again, King Stannis, I was born in a humble family and rose from a smuggler. Your lords will not be satisfied, King Stannis said coldly, then get rid of them and let the right people take their places. Prime Minister Davos opened his mouth and said, I can't read. I can't read or write. Stannis sat back in his chair and said, Meesters, stewards, and servants can all read and write for you. What I value is what you have always given me, honesty, loyalty and service. His god had already revealed a hint of impatience. After a pause, Davos tried to continue persuading, King Stannis, there must be a better candidate, some noble lord. King Stannis' cold snort interrupted Prime Minister Davos's advice. Noble? At least I don't feel that kind of character from them. They don't care who their king is, let alone the laws of the kingdom. They only care about their own interests. After speaking, King Stannis gestured angrily. After a moment's silence, he added, you will be my Prime Minister, my Lord of the Rhine Forest. Enough, this is the king's order. In the long table room, in the reach. Oh, people are saying, come and see the beauty. Beauty? He knows, but I'm a bear. All black and brown, covered in fur. Jumping and turning, I slowly walk towards the beauty. 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 Oh, she is so sweet, pure and beautiful. Honey in the girl's hair. 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 Honey in the girl's hair. Oh, I'm a girl, pure and beautiful. Don't dance with a furry bear. 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 Don't dance with a furry bear. Lift her up in the air. Bear. Bear. Oh, I call for a knight, but you're a bear. 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 All black and brown, covered in fur. Kicking and shouting, the girl is terrified, but he licks the honey's hair. 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 He licks the honey's hair. In the tavern, Green Crab leaned back in his chair, enjoying the songs of the Reach. To be honest, when he first heard it, Green thought the song called The Bear and the Beauty was pretty good. But, he had been listening to it for 3 days in a row. At this time, although Green's eyes were on the dwarf on the small stage, his thoughts had already drifted away, drifting to the Riverlands. Last night, a beautiful maid brought him intelligence about the war in the Riverlands on behalf of Little Rose. After reading the intelligence, Lord Green had to worry about the Lannister army in the Riverlands. The current situation, many things have changed, and he is a little worried that the old line will be overturned by the little running wolf. Green's slender fingers tapped the table lightly. If the Lannisters were defeated in the Riverlands, it would be very likely that the Golden Rose would monopolize King's Landing in the end. This is not in Crab's interest. Green's brown eyes trembled slightly. In order to prevent accidents, he had to help the Lannisters. No matter how he helped, it couldn't be in vain. Green's fingers paused. He had to reach an alliance between the Red Castle and the Golden Rose as soon as possible. When will his beloved Duke of Metz arrive at the long table hall? Green took a sip of wine from his glass. The sweet summer red helped him calm his slightly anxious heart. Green put down his glass and looked sideways at Brienne of Tarth. She was wearing Crab's blue robe and silver armor. Her hair, which was originally messy, was combed into a neat big back. Brienne had a strong ability to adapt. She became familiar with Crab's military regulations in a few days and required herself to follow the military regulations meticulously. I have to admit that she is already a walking Crab military regulations. This is a talent, a kind of extremely serious talent. Green said, Brienne, reward him a gold dragon. I want to continue listening to the Bear and the Beauty. Brienne nodded slightly, and she strode directly towards the direction of the small stage. Not long after, the tavern was filled with complaints. For 3 consecutive days, the same song was sung repeatedly in this tavern, and many old customers were about to get sick of it. Several men with fierce looks and strong bodies were cursing. They turned their heads and looked back. They saw a large area of blue. They sobered up instantly, and then, sat down again as if nothing had happened, and continued to drink happily with their companions. Well, continue listening to songs and continue drinking. When Green drank the 6th cup, Little Rose's guards came over. Margaery Tyrell invited him to dinner. Green's eyes moved slightly. He looked out the window. The sun was dazzling outside. He guessed that he might be able to see Lord Mace Tyrell at the dinner table tonight. When Green left surrounded by the Crab blue robes, the tavern suddenly became lively. Who is he? Does he like listening to bear songs so much? I almost drew my sword. Yes, me too, me too. SHH, it is said that he is a distinguished guest of the Long Table Hall. Who the hell is he? I saw his family emblem, and that golden flower seems to be the family emblem of the Royal Territories Kleber family. Kleber, it sounds so familiar to me. Last year, yes, last year, a noble from the Royal Territory challenged the swordsman of the River Reach in Highgarden. I remember it said later. SHH, SHH, stop talking. Are you guys trying to kill yourself? This is the River Reach. SHH, he is the Bloody Earl. Bloody Earl? Rumor has it, is he the Earl who will have his eyes gouged out if you look directly at him? Gouge eyes. Too cruel, that. Why not call him the eye-gouging Earl? SHH, those are all rumors. I heard that he eats a heart raw for every meal, and while the person is still alive, because the scene was too bloody, that's why. Too cruel. That? Why not call him the heart-eating Count? Shut your mouth. Why are there so many whys? I heard that he does it every night. Oh, God bless. The sun gradually set below the horizon, and the color of the sky gradually changed from bright blue to dark blue. The waiter pushed open the door, and Green walked into the dining room of the Long Table Castle. The flames in the fireplace were swaying. Hearing the movement, Margaret, who was standing by the window, turned around, and her dark green skirt swayed beside her slender hips. Green stroked his chest and said, "Good night, Miss Margaret. Thank you for your invitation. It's an honor to have dinner with you." Little Rose returned the greeting gently. Her smile was gentle. "Thank you for coming. Welcome, Earl Green." The two exchanged a few pleasantries. Little Rose suddenly chuckled and said, "Earl Green, I heard that you are obsessed with a song recently." Green smiled. "Bear and Beauty." Margaret suppressed her smile and nodded gently. Her manners were very charming. Lord Green was very professional and stunned for a moment. "Well, the lines are also charming. Tonight, the color of Little Rose's dress is still dark, but compared to the first meeting 3 days ago, it is obviously a lot more lively, and the smile on her face has become sweeter." Lord Green felt the words shown by Miss Little Rose. She wanted to tell him, she was coming out of the sadness of losing her ex-husband, and it wouldn't take too long, maybe she could recover soon. Was it intentional or an unintentional expression? Green shrugged, listening to that song. "I felt like my fiancé was by my side." "Fiancé?" Margaery was surprised, paused, and said, Congratulations, may the gods bless you, Earl Green. Green nodded in thanks. No wonder. She came back and told us that you sent her away without even looking at her. Margaery sighed helplessly and said, Arrow was sad all night. If I had known in advance, I would have stopped her from bravely recommending herself. Lord Green could not have failed to recognize that the maid was Margaery's cousin, Elo Tyrell. The Golden Rose family had proposed to marry her to him, chapter 122, so he pretended not to see it. Well, boys from Westeros must learn to protect themselves when they are outside. Margaret seemed a little curious. Earl Green, if you don't mind, can you introduce your fiancée to me? Which family is she from? Of course. Green smiled and said, her name is Leela. We met in Essos across the narrow sea. As for her identity, he shrugged, it is said that she is a wandering princess. Wandering? A wandering princess? Little Rose didn't take the title of princess to heart, because she heard that there were countless people who called themselves princes or princesses on the continent of Essos. Margaret's eyebrows raised slightly. She seemed to have discovered Earl Green's weakness. When he dealt with a relationship between men and women, he seemed to lose his usual wisdom and become more impulsive. Because, from Margaret's point of view, Earl Green chose a not-so-good fiancée, and this marriage was not on the interests of the family. Green left her with the impression of a nobleman with an outstanding mind, and his performance in the Red Castle also proved this. Normally, Margaret felt that Earl Green would never choose a girl with the title of princess as his marriage partner. What kind of girl could make him make such a choice? That girl must be very charming? Or, was he under some kind of magic? Margaery looked at Green's smiling face. She thought. This matter was only because she was too vigilant. If she knew the weakness in advance, she might support her cousin Elo to be more brave. It's a pity. She said, what a wonderful experience, it's like a sweet story heard in a ballad. It's so beautiful to see it in front of you. Little Rose has a sweet tongue. Lord Green had to nod his head again to thank him. The door was suddenly pushed open, and then the chanting of the messenger came. Welcome, the supreme leader of the River Bay, the guardian of the South, the protector of the border, the Duke of Highgarden, Lord Mace Tyrell. Green suddenly missed his denaries. Not long after, the tall figure of the Duke of Mace appeared. He was wearing a dark green velvet robe and a golden cloak, and the sword on his waist was shining with gold. Margaery lifted her skirt and saluted. Good night, my father. Lord Green saluted with his hand on his chest. Good night, Lord Mace Tyrell. Lord Mace looked at his daughter and Green with a happy mood. He stroked his beard and said, Margaery, my good daughter. Then he walked over and opened his arms to hug his daughter. Then, Lord Mace turned to Green, stroked his beard, and said, Hey, Green, welcome. After that, he reached out and patted Green's arm. Green's voice was a little excited. Respected Duke of Metz, I'm very honored to meet you. Duke of Metz laughed and stroked his beard, and said, Very, very good. I heard about what you did in the valley. You did a good job. Green smiled and said respectfully, Thank you for your teaching, Duke of Metz. Duke of Metz touched his beard with a look of relief, and said, Green, you are a good boy. There is not much I can teach you. The battle between Crab Claw Peninsula and the valley is known to all the 7 kingdoms. You must be cautious in this battle, Green said solemnly. Thank you for your teachings. I will definitely remember it in my heart, Duke of Metz. Chapter 236 Low Branches and High Branches. Watching the two chatting and laughing in front of her, Margaret could only stand alone by the side. Margaret had a gentle smile on her little face, and she couldn't blend in. After chatting for a while, Duke Mace stroked his beard and said with emotion, I can only say, Duke Tywin is not as good as he was when he was young? Green nodded slightly and said, I heard that after Robb Stark defeated and captured Jaime Lannister, Seward and the twins have declared their support for Stark. Duke Mace murmured solemnly, Stark is equivalent to getting the service of all the great lords of the Riverlands. He added, Green, what do you think of the Lannister war in the Riverlands? Green pondered, the Lannister line still has sharp claws. I think they will most likely suffer losses on both sides. Sighing lightly, he continued, but if the Lannister army in the Riverlands cannot support King's Landing in time, the result will be that Stannis Baratheon will sit on the Iron Throne. Duke Mace stroked his beard and murmured, Baratheon. Green nodded and said, Duke Mace, I used to be the commander-in-chief of the King's Landing garrison. The fighting force of thousands of gold cloaks. I can only say that we can't place our hopes on them. After a pause, he continued, besides, Stannis leads tens of thousands of elite troops. King's Landing can't resist them unless the dragon is resurrected. A flash of anger flashed in the eyes of Duke Mace, and he murmured, tens of thousands, tens of thousands. After pausing to stroke his beard, Duke Mace suddenly asked in confusion, Green, didn't the king and the Privy Council ask the army of the Crab Claw Peninsula to support King's Landing? Green hesitated and said, Duke Mace, if the king and the Privy Council order me to do so, I will follow the tradition of the Crab Claw Peninsula and mobilize tens of thousands of troops to fight for the Iron Throne. But, he sighed lightly, under the current situation, they won't do that. In the Duke Mace's puzzled eyes, Green said, Duke Mace. The Mad King opened the gates of King's Landing for Tywin Lannister's army more than a decade ago. So, at least under the current situation, they won't do that. In the late stage of the War of the Usurper, the Mad King Aerys listened to the advice of Grand Maester Pycelle and let Duke Tywin's Lannister army enter King's Landing, which directly announced the destruction of the Targaryen dynasty. Stannis' army was about to arrive at the city, and the Lannister family did not want the scene of the year to repeat itself. After a pause, the Duke of Mace reached out and patted Green on the shoulder, saying, Green, I don't like Stannis of the Baratheon family, but I don't like the Lannister family either. In the last tournament, his favorite youngest son was killed by the Mountain of the Lannister family, and his second son also lost an arm because of this. The Lannisters have to taste their debts, but they have not yet repaid the debt they owe to the Golden Rose, and it is a blood debt. Thinking of his son, the Duke of Mace couldn't help but sigh. Green raised his eyebrows slightly. What is the most important thing for the nobles of Westeros? The interests of the family are the first. Behind the Duke of Mace's true feelings, there was another more important thing hidden. He talked about those things, in order to let the Golden Rose have more initiative in the upcoming negotiations. To be honest, Lord Green didn't really care about these things. There was a hint of comfort in Green's tone. Duke Mace, Lady Margaery, I am here to represent the king and the royal council. To be exact, I come with the sincerity of the Lannisters. Margaery gently took the Duke of Mace's arm and comforted him. Father, the gods will bless my brothers. The Duke of Mace patted the back of Little Rose's hand and said, My Margaery, I'm fine. Margaery nodded slightly and said, My father, your vassals are watching you. Stannis not only invaded the River Reach, but also killed Lord Randyll Tarly. Green echoed, Duke Mace, you are the supreme leader of the River Reach, and we have a common enemy. Margaery smiled like a flower. Father, Lord Green, please take a seat. The Duke of Mace stroked his beard and said, Green, take a seat. You must be very hungry. I remember when I was young. The dinner of the three began. The Duke of Mace sat at the head of the long table, Margaret sat on his right, and Green sat on his left. The crisp sound of bells rang, and the waiters and maids brought the delicacies in an orderly manner. First, there were pears cooked in strong wine, followed by delicious small fish fried in salt and crispy, and roosters stuffed with onions and mushrooms. Then there were large pieces of baked brown bread, turnips, sweet corn and peas, top-grade ham and roast goose, and wild venison stewed in beer and barley. Desserts were rose-shaped lemon cake, spiced honey biscuits, blackberry pie, apple crisp, butter cheese, etc. Green raised his glass and sipped the golden wine of Kingting Island. He read the enthusiasm and strong strength of the Golden Rose family from the rich food. Is tonight the first round of negotiations? Lord Green smiled and raised his glass to indicate. He was thinking about how to increase the hardship of the negotiation process. If it was not more difficult, how could he reflect his great contribution in it? Ahem. Seeing that Stannis' powerful army was about to march, and the situation in the Riverlands, the Red Castle and Lannister must be eager to promote an alliance with the Golden Rose. On the other hand, the Golden Rose family seemed calm, but were they not anxious? They were more worried that Stannis would sit on the Iron Throne, which was definitely not a good thing for the Riverlands. From the perspective of the family, the personal feud between the Golden Rose and the Golden Lion could be put aside for the time being. Well, he was also quite anxious. He was anxious to return to Gulltown to prepare for the war, which was related to Crab's future. In short, everyone was eager to promote this alliance. So, he planned to be a little less anxious. After all, the negotiation had to be considered comprehensively. After all, Lord Green was an envoy with high hopes from the Red Castle. Green's eyebrows were smiling, and when he felt Little Rose's gaze moving towards him, he tilted his head slightly, and then the corners of his lips curved, revealing a smile. Little Rose responded to him with a charming smile, but her fingers under the table flexed, and the expression of the person opposite her instantly increased her vigilance. She had competed with him many times and was very familiar with this feeling. Margaery Tyrell's brown eyes moved slightly, and she glanced at her smiling father with some concern. She immediately sent what Green Crab said to Highgarden by Raven. Such a big thing could not be separated from the wisdom of her grandmother, and she originally wanted her grandmother to preside over this deal in person. But her grandmother refused directly. She said that the old woman could not ride a horse, and she was worried that when she finally arrived at the Long Table Hall, Stannis would have already held a banquet on the Iron Throne. She knew that this time her grandmother had given the future of the Golden Rose to her father, and her. It is reasonable that the Little Rose and the Old Rose have some deviations in their understanding of the game of power. The slender hand under the table clenched into a fist, and Margaery raised her glass to Green. Green was savoring the bad intentions in Margaery's eyes, when the Duke of Mace's joyful voice rang out, "Green, come, for King Joffrey's health." Putting down the wineglass, the Duke of Mace said again, "I heard that you were King Joffrey's swordsmanship teacher." Green nodded slightly and said, "Yes, Duke of Mace." The Duke of Mace touched his beard and asked, "Green, do you think Joffrey is a good king?" Green replied, "Duke of Mace, my knowledge is limited, I can only say that he will be a decisive king." Thinking about Green's words, the Duke of Mace glanced at his daughter and said, "Green, my good child, I hope you can be honest with me. Will Joffrey be a good husband, father?" Margaery's eyes suddenly turned red. The Duke of Mace stared at Green and said seriously, "This is very important." Green's eyes stayed on Little Rose for a while, and then met the eyes full of fatherly love. After a pause, Green said slowly, "Duke Mace, Joffrey Baratheon is still a little boy." That night, in a bedroom in the Long Table Hall. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. After Green responded, Brienne pushed the door open. "Lord Green, there is a guest visiting." She said her name is Elo Tyrell. Green's eyes moved slightly. He rubbed his black hair and said, "Brienne, thank you for your trouble. Please invite her to the small hall." Not long after Green came to the small hall, he saw Elo Tyrell, who looked haggard. Green took the initiative to greet, "Good night, Miss Tyrell." After the greetings, Elo sat on the wooden chair by the fireplace at Green's invitation. Seeing that Elo seemed to be hesitating about how to start, Green smiled and said, "Miss Tyrell, if you need help, I am happy to serve." Elo Tyrell has long brown hair that is almost black and a pair of smart big eyes. She was slender, but she seemed to have grown taller and more mature compared to the last time they met. In Green's impression, she was a sweet-looking, lively little girl. "Excuse me," Elo Tyrell raised his little chin and said, "Mr. Earl, I love you, I am obsessed with your tongue." "Of course, this is just one of them," Green added in his heart, "quite brave." He replied directly, "Miss Tyrell, I already have a fiancé." Elo Tyrell nodded slightly and said, "I heard about this from Miss Margaery." After a pause, her big eyes looked straight at Green and continued, "I am visiting you tonight. I just, Green said in a gentle voice, "You want to confirm it again, right?" He poured a glass of wine, handed it over, and said, "It's true, I can swear if necessary, Miss Tyrell." After hearing Green's answer, Elo Tyrell's body trembled slightly, and she drank a sip of wine with a gloomy look. After a moment of silence, she suddenly walked in front of Green, tapped Green on the face, and said, "Green Crab, a girl named Elo Tyrell once fell in love with you." Then she said goodbye, and Green politely stood up to see her off. When she reached the door, she saw that the little girl's face became more haggard. Green sighed and said, "Miss Tyrell, you are a noble member of the Golden Rose, and my territory is full of wild people. My wife will be called the chief's wife by them, so this is a good thing. I hope you can be happy." Elo Tyrell stopped and paused. "Earl Crab, you can call me Elo. And I'm just a rose on a low branch." After saying that, she left without looking back. The next day, the second round of negotiations began. Green, on behalf of the king and the royal council, negotiated with the Duke of Mace and Miss Margaret for a whole morning, but failed to reach an agreement on many conditions of the alliance. For example, the scale of the Golden Rose's uprising and the command of the coalition forces. For example, the number of seats in the royal council. For example, the supply of food and grass. For example, the problem of Stormlands and Dragonstone. For example, the problem of the royal fleet. For example, the Golden Rose also proposed the marriage request to the Lannisters. They hope that the Lannister family will choose one person to marry to Highgarden to consolidate the alliance between the two families. On the second day, the result of the serious negotiation was almost the same as the previous day. On the third day, it was like a repetition of the previous day, except that the Duke of Mace mentioned Princess Myrcella vaguely before parting. On the night of the fourth day, according to the report of the spy near Green's residence, the Duke of Mace and Miss Margaery received intelligence. Several blue robes of Crab were secretly asking for a shortcut to Dorne. On the fifth day, the atmosphere at the negotiation table became solemn. On the sixth day, the two parties at the negotiation table got angry and ended up parting unhappily. On the seventh day, Green met with several horse merchants on the pretext of a day's rest. On the eighth day, Green asked to continue resting on the grounds of physical discomfort. That night, he and Miss Margaery talked about the situation in the Vale in a pleasant atmosphere. On the ninth day, Green continued to recuperate. On the 10th day, in less than half a day, the two sides had negotiated the terms of the alliance. With a signature and seal, the Red Castle and the Tyrell family reached an alliance. They agreed that Lord Mattis Rowan of the Reach would lead 20,000 troops to support the Lannister army in the Riverlands, and the command of the coalition army would belong to Duke Tywin Lannister. They agreed that Duke Mace Tyrell would gather at least 50,000 troops in the Long Table Hall, and the Golden Rose would lead the army alone. They agreed that after defeating Stannis' army, Joffrey Baratheon and Margaery Tyrell would be engaged within a month and hold their wedding within 6 months of the engagement. They agreed that after defeating Stannis' army, Lannister and Tyrell would decide within a month who would marry Lannister to Highgarden. They agreed that the Tyrell family would have 2 seats in the Royal Council. They agreed that within a period of time, no specific deadline was set, the Tyrell family would provide free food for King's Landing. Although the Duke of Mace tried to keep him, in order not to delay the war, Lord Green left the Long Table Hall on the night the alliance was signed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 King of the Trident River. Riverrun. Robb Stark, with the support of his uncle Edmure Tully and the support of the Blackwoods, Brackens, Lannisters, Freys, Darrys, Mootons, Piper, Riverrun, Vance, and Reeves, declared himself the King of the North and the King of the Trident. Afterwards, King Robb prepared to lead his army to the Westerlands himself. King Robb's goal was to force Tywin Lannister's army to return to the Westerlands, so that Stannis Baratheon could successfully capture King's Landing without Lannister's reinforcements. His plan was to trap Tywin Lannister in the Westerlands until King's Landing was captured. King Robb had learned about Stannis specifically, and after the city was captured, he believed that Stannis would never forgive the sinners in the Red Keep, and that Stannis would complete the revenge for Stark. On the eve of the expedition, Robb Stark, wearing a bronze and black iron sword crown, was reading the letter he had just received. He recognized it as his father's handwritten letter at a glance. His father was not killed by Lannister. His father returned to Winterfell safely with Sansa and Arya. Reading this, Robb couldn't help crying. It was so great. Thank the old gods for their blessing. Theon Greyjoy, whom he regarded as a brother, actually betrayed him. Why did he do this? King Robb couldn't help but clench his fists. After reading the letter, King Robb fell into a long silence. He exhaled slowly and ordered, "Go and invite Lord Edmure and tell him. I have something important to tell you." After a long time, Edmure Tully came slowly. "What brings you to me so late at night, Robb?" The smell of alcohol on him made King Robb frown. He corrected, "It's the king, my uncle." Edmure shrugged, "I'll get used to it as soon as possible." King Robb said seriously, "Lord Edmure, I hope you can get used to it immediately, otherwise others may mistakenly think that you are denying that I am your king." Edmure looked slightly embarrassed and restrained the smile on his face. "Sister Kate's son is becoming more and more like a real king." He coughed lightly and said, "I definitely support you, Robb." "Your Majesty." King Robb took out a letter sent by the Raven from Winterfell. He handed it to Edmure and said, "Uncle Edmure, you are my family, you need to see this letter." Edmure looked at King Robb with some confusion, then lowered his eyes to read the letter. After a while, he said happily, "Oh, Ned is okay. God bless you." He paced back and forth with excitement on his face. "We must let Kate know the good news as soon as possible." As he spoke, his footsteps suddenly stopped and said, "By the way, when can Kate be back?" 2 days ago?" We received a letter from my mother, Uncle Edgemure. Oh. Look at me, I'm too happy. I will send a raven to the area early tomorrow morning. I must let Kate receive the good news as soon as possible. Robb, by the way, we must tell the lords in the north about this as soon as possible. Well, should we hold a celebration banquet directly? It's just a little late, Robb. Oh, I can't wait to drink and celebrate. What do you think? Seeing that Robb remained silent, Edgemure thought he didn't hear him, so he called out, Robb. Robb? Robb, King Robb corrected coldly. Yes, the king. Lord Edgemure, sorry. Edgemure, immersed in joy, realized that his nephew's face seemed not so good. He asked with concern, what's wrong with you? Robb looked at Edgemure and said, my uncle, the news about my father. We need to hide it for the time being. Edgemure looked at Robb in surprise, suddenly smiled slightly, and said, are you too happy like me, Lord Edgemure? I am discussing this matter with you seriously. Edgemure's smile faded, and he said seriously, what happened? If there is anything difficult, just leave it to me. I will be at your disposal, my king. Since being a prisoner of the Lannisters once, the heir to Riverrun has been eager to do something to restore his honor. Edgemure was also eager to show his ability to his nephew, the king. Edgemure's blue eyes moved, and he said, do you want to see your father as soon as possible? That's right, you will lead your troops to the Westerly tomorrow. After pondering for a while, he clapped his hands and said, I have an idea. You stay, and I will go to the Westerly for you. I promise, I will never lose to the Lannisters a second time. Before Edgemure finished speaking, Robb interrupted, my uncle, I am worried about the northern lords I brought. I am worried that when they know the news that their father has returned to Winterfell, they will ask me to return to the north. Edgemure was stunned and paused. He said, why would they? Oh, yes, they went south with you to avenge Ned. Robb nodded with a heavy face. Edgemure scratched his cheek and said, we have to defeat the Lannisters as soon as possible. If that doesn't work, then, negotiate. He thought the idea he suddenly thought of was very good, seeing that the Baratheons are about to attack King's Landing. I think the Lannisters are willing to negotiate with us. Besides, Lord Tywin's eldest son is still in our hands, and we can also ask them to use the gold mines in the Westerly to compensate for our losses. Robb frowned and said, if we negotiate now, we can only get a short-term peace. Lord Edgemure, if the Lannisters defeat Stannis, then their next target will be the Riverlands. He got up from his chair. So, our plan cannot be changed. We must defeat the Lannisters. Only in this way can we get the peace talks we really need. After a moment of silence, Edgemure spread his hands and said, I listen to you, my king. Robb smiled and said, defend Riverrun, my uncle. After the Lannister army led by Jaime retreated, Lord Tywin's cousin and uncle, Sir Stafford Lannister, was responsible for gathering the remnants. He camped on a plain behind the Golden Tooth. While he was reorganizing the remaining soldiers, he also had to train the 5,000 new recruits from the Westerlands. The Golden Tooth was the only way to enter the Westerlands. Since the camp was located behind it, Sir Stafford thought it was very safe, so he did not arrange enough sentries. The Stark-Tully coalition led by Robb Stark, mainly cavalry, bypassed the heavily defended Golden Tooth and entered the Westerlands directly through the mountain trails that the Crannigs had explored in advance, and directly bypassed the heavily defended Golden Tooth. The unprepared Lannister camp was raided by the North Riverland army. The Lannister army composed of new recruits and remnants was defeated without much resistance, and Sir Stafford Lannister was killed in the battle. After this battle, Stevrin Frey, the heir to the Marquess of the Twins in the Stark-Tully coalition, was seriously injured and died. After the battle, the remaining Lannister army retreated to Lannisport, located west of Casterly Rock. It is the largest city in the west, and Devon Lannister, the son of Sir Stafford, took them in and reassembled a new army. King's Landing. Tyrion Lannister left the Red Castle with a few people on the pretext of inspecting the city defense. When he passed the Shoemaker's Square, he stopped his horse. Degenerate, degenerate, someone screamed. Tyrion looked over with some curiosity. There, under the leather canopy, a thin black man in a tattered woolen coat was speaking on the high platform, and a large number of people gathered to listen. We have become bloated, dirty, and corrupt. Brothers and sisters make love in the king's bed, and the offspring of incest dance in the palace to the sound of the deformed little devil's flute. Tyrion, who was one of the audience, grinned. He really hoped to have a skill that could make Joffrey obedient. The rotten summer is coming to an end, and the whore king is being punished by God. He has been gutted by a wild boar, and the terrible stench is rising into the sky. 1,000 snakes crawl out of his belly, hissing and biting people. The gods are shouting at us to purify ourselves, otherwise they will completely wipe us out from the world. Bath in the wine of justice, otherwise you will be burned. Burned, burn, although some people echoed, it was drowned out by the laughter of the crowd. Tyrion nodded slightly, he made a gesture, and ordered to move on. Captain Bronn of the guard urged his horse to come to Tyrion's side and said, "My lord, there have been quite a few people like this giving speeches in crowded places recently. They call themselves prophets." Tyrion jokingly said, "What a nice name." Then he changed his tone and said seriously, "Don't let my sister the Queen Dowager know about this." Bronn was stunned for a moment and said, "My lord, the Gold Cloaks are worried that the people of King's Landing will cause trouble under their instigation." Tyrion shrugged and said, "Don't worry about it for now. No one is not afraid of war. The poor people need a place to vent." After a pause, he said, "Although I am very glad that they did not just scold me, if my good sister and good nephew heard about this, they would pull out their tongues regardless of the consequences. This is terrible. Fear will make them silent, and this silence can easily be led into hatred by those with ulterior motives." Bronn said helplessly, "My lord Tyrion, there are many tongues around your sister the Queen Dowager. It cannot be concealed." Tyrion narrowed his eyes and whispered, "Loyal Bronn, is there any way to let my sister, the Queen Mother, sleep soundly and wake up after the war?" Bronn quickly glanced around and lowered his voice, "My lord, are you serious?" Tyrion stared at Bronn for a while, and he suddenly laughed and said, "If you really do this, the lioness will go crazy when she wakes up." Bronn showed the obscene smile that Tyrion was familiar with, and said, "My lord, I am at your disposal." Tyrion stopped his horse after passing through the market square of the Gate of the Gods. On weekdays, this place is always crowded with farmers selling fruits and vegetables, but now it is empty. Tyrion sighed and asked, "Bronno, how many people have petitioned today?" Bronn pulled the reins and replied, "More than 30. King Joffrey did not receive them today, so the steward had to record their petitions and send them to the Prime Minister's tower." After a moment's silence, Tyrion asked, "Anything interesting?" "Mostly the same as before, either coming to complain or to ask for something." After a pause, Bronn said slightly seriously, "There is a merchant from Bravis who has some well-decorated IOUs in his hands. He said he wants to meet with the king to discuss the repayment of his debts." "Bravis?" Tyrion's eyes moved slightly and said, "Who else? There is a lord from the Riverlands who accused your father's men of burning his castle, abducting his wife, and killing all his farmers." Tyrion grinned. "The Lannisters' special way of gaining love is a family craft." Pinching his chin, he said, "Bronn, in the name of Joffrey, appease him and make more generous arrangements." Bronn nodded slightly. "What else?" "There are a large group of bakers, butchers and vegetable vendors clamoring to see the king." "Bronn, we don't have anything extra to give them before the war is over." Bronn shook his head slightly and replied, "They came to seek protection. It is said that a baker was baked in his own oven last night because he sold bread too expensively." Tyrion was stunned and said, "Bake him? They didn't eat him?" Bronn spread his hands and said, "I haven't heard of that." Tyrion pondered, "Now I hope the war will come as soon as possible." Bronn said in confusion, "My lord, didn't you say that we need more time to strengthen the defense of King's Landing?" Tyrion sighed and said, "Let's speed up. We can't leave the city with our tails, my captain of the guard." In the Barris Tavern outside King's Landing, Tyrion took the little servant directly up the stairs. When he came to the second floor, Tyrion's green and black eyes showed a look around, then he took a step and stopped in front of a door. "Pod, don't let anyone disturb me." When Green Crab saw Tyrion pushing the door open, he smiled. After Tyrion carefully closed the door, he limped over and said, "Haha, our envoy, welcome back." He added, "This is a nice place, very suitable for." Green smiled and said, "Please sit down, Prime Minister." After that, he picked up the wine jug, poured a glass of wine, and pushed it over. Tyrion climbed onto the chair, sat down, and said, "Did you have any wonderful experiences on this trip?" "Well, you know what I mean." As he spoke, he reached out and picked up the wine glass. Green smiled and said, "Although time is a bit tight, I think I have lived up to the Prime Minister's trust." Tyrion took a big sip of wine and said angrily, "Lord Green, let's talk about business first." Green showed a look of disgust on his face and said, "The ladies of the Tyrell family are very charming." Tyrion nodded with satisfaction and said, "Now that we have heard about the business, well, we can talk about some unimportant things. Chapter 238 Green's New Regiment. While rolling up the parchment, Tyrion said, Green, are you interested in accompanying Myrcella to the Eyrie? Green glanced at Tyrion and said, Tyrion, you are a loving uncle. Tyrion paused for a moment, then continued, actually, when I first met you, I felt that you would be a good person. Unfortunately, I am a Lannister. Green shook his wineglass and said, Mr. Lannister, please take care of the Lannister lioness. Lannisters are naturally loved. Patting the rolled parchment, Tyrion grinned. Green, well done. This is a very fair alliance. Green raised his glass and said, Prime Minister, please appease Queen Mother Cersei. I will be very busy next. Tyrion chuckled and said, Green, I promise that my sister will be a well-behaved lady and meter. Changing his tone, he said seriously, you have made great contributions. Is there anything you want? Green's eyes moved slightly, and he said, Tyrion, it seems that you have thought of the answer? Don't be surprised, we are familiar with each other. Really? Tyrion raised his glass and gestured. Green, how about I reward you with a Warden of the East first? Seeing Green's puzzled expression, he shrugged and said, after all, my brother didn't perform well when he was playing with his sword this time. As the Prime Minister, I have to tell everyone that the Red Castle does not belong to the Lannisters. After taking a sip of wine, he said, as the Prime Minister, I want people to believe that everyone has a share. Well, Stannis is not just an enemy of the Lannisters. Green shook his head slightly and said, Prime Minister, please forgive me for rejecting your kindness. Tyrion said in surprise, are you worried about the Queen Mother? Don't worry, I will take care of her. Green, you are my sister's favorite, it would be easy for you to do it. After a silence, Green said slowly, Prime Minister, what I always want is the support of the Red Castle, support for my expedition to the Vale, and make them pay for their blood debt with blood. After a pause, he said sincerely, Tyrion, because of this chaos, I got a chance of revenge, and you took the position of Prime Minister. The war will end sooner or later. Can I wait for the next chance? After hearing Green's words, Tyrion's eyes couldn't help but tremble. If Stannis broke through King's Landing, his end would be terrible, he was very sure. But, if he won the war, he and his kind father couldn't squeeze into the same chair together, right? Thinking of this, Tyrion picked up the cup and took a big sip of sweet summer red. He couldn't help thinking, the current little devil Prime Minister is like a drunkard. He used power to get himself drunk and immersed in the beauty that he knew would not last long. But, the dwarf Prime Minister of the Lannister family didn't want to wake up. At the same time, Lord Green also took a sip of summer red. Guardian of the East Mirror? This is one of the 4 Guardians. It is a very honorable title, but the title is still a title. Stark, the Guardian of the North. Lannister, the Guardian of the West. Tyrell, the Guardian of the South. Crab, the Guardian of the East. Crab. From now on, the Crab family of Crab Claw Peninsula is one of the most distinguished families in Westeros. Green put down his wineglass. One of the premises is that Crab is already the ruling family of the Vale. According to the tradition of Westeros. This is not enough. If you want to be recognized by all the nobles, you must have a matching noble bloodline. A pair of charming violet eyes suddenly appeared in Green's mind. Well, don't worry about this. Lord Green was distracted unconsciously. In order to hurry on his way, he passed by the home last time but didn't have time to go in and take a look, and this time he had to pass by the home again. The golden dragons of Seagull Town are being transported to Whispering City in batches. The careful Lord Green is a little worried that the lock of Crab's vault will not be strong enough. Green, is Gulltown very attractive to you? Tyrion's voice brought Green back to his senses. After a pause, he replied, Prime Minister, that is my trophy. Green's answer stunned Tyrion. He leaned forward, stared at the person opposite for a while, and said, are you sure you can win the battle between Crab Claw Peninsula and the Vale? Green smiled and said, Tyrion, are you sure you can defeat Stannis? He spread his hands, there is only one thing we can do, and that is to do our best. Green's upper body also leaned forward slightly, and continued, Tyrion, think about it from another angle. In fact, war is very simple. It's either you die or I die. The two looked at each other for a while, and Tyrion suddenly smiled. His smile contained a gloating meaning. Prime Minister Jon Arryn left a great legacy for the Vale. Well, I want to learn from him. Before parting, Green mentioned the Alchemists Guild to Tyrion. Seeing Tyrion's eyes wide open, Green said slowly, Tyrion, You should have known that there are no secrets in the Red Castle, he comforted him. You can rest assured, everyone will only think that the desperate little devil is playing tricks with fire. Tyrion sighed. Green, President Harlan of the Alchemists Guild is loyal to me. Green glanced at Tyrion and said, you are helping him set up a branch of alchemists in the Whispering Castle. Deal. Tyrion pinched his chin and suddenly said, I don't think I can mobilize a few wise men. If you want to use wildfire in the battle with the Vale, I don't think it will be in time. It takes a lot of time to make that thing. Tyrion, this is a battle of honor. Even if there is enough wildfire, I will not use it. Green shrugged and continued, I am guarding against Stannis' royal fleet. I have my Mermaid Harbor in Blackwater Bay. Mermaid Harbor must be guarded more strictly. Although Stannis has acknowledged the neutrality of the Crab Claw Peninsula, his men may accidentally enter his territory. The war is about to begin. How many bottles of wildfire, which has a slow production process, can be produced during this period? This is just a reasonable excuse. Lord Green is preparing for the future fight against zombies. Therefore, Lord Green, who now has many gold dragons, plans to form a high-tech army group that plays with fire, named the Burning Legion. Tyrion grinned. Green, may the seven gods bless your port. Green ignored Tyrion's joke and said, I'll let the people at Crab's Merchants wait for your news. I'll go there directly when I go back. And, Tyrion looked at Green and said, Green, you really don't care about Myrcella? She has always thought that you and Jaime are the best knights in the Seven Kingdoms. She has mentioned it to me several times. Green also looked at Tyrion with a sincere face and said, my friend. What are you planning? Tyrion laughed and said, Green, I won't disturb your revenge. As your close friend, I will only support you. I refuse this kindness. Wait, hey, listen to me, we can talk, wait for me. Vale, Eagle's Nest. In the Moon Hall, Robert Arryn sat alone at the long table, listlessly digging a large bowl of honey oatmeal porridge with a wooden spoon. When young Robert saw Mr. Common appear, he immediately complained, I want eggs, I want 3 soft-boiled eggs. After a pause, he added, plus fried bacon. Mr. Common said uneasily, my Lord Duke, we can't bring food from outside now. The granary of the Eyrie has enough oats, corn and barley to support a year, but the fresh food has always been loaded into the hanging basket and sent to the castle by the former Bloodgate knights Sir Brynden Tully. Now, after Sir Brynden left, no one dared to send food to the hanging basket of the Eyrie under the eyes of the Just Alliance. I want eggs now. Young Robert reached out and threw the wooden spoon at the thin Mr. Common. The wooden spoon hit Mr. Common's body, leaving a little stain on his bachelor's robe. My Lord Duke, your physical condition cannot be hungry, Mr. Common advised somewhat helplessly. I don't want to eat porridge. Petyr Baelish's hoarse voice suddenly sounded. Little Robert, you should drink the porridge with gratitude. Mr. Common whispered in agreement. Please listen to your adoptive father's advice, my Lord Duke. Glancing at Petyr, who was standing with his hands behind his back, he said, your mother, Lady Lys's sworn knights are waiting for your summons. You need to receive them in high spirits. This is very important. Little Robert directly threw aside a new wooden spoon handed by Mr. Common. Ask them to go away. I want eggs. I don't want to see them. If they don't leave, I will watch them fly. Petyr curled the corners of his lips and said, oh, your suggestion seems very interesting. Little Robert, I will consider your suggestion. As soon as Petyr finished speaking, Mr. Common's body shuddered. Little Robert said excitedly, let him fly. I want to see them fly. Mr. Common glanced at Petyr, who seemed to be in a good mood, and whispered, my Lord Duke, you need loyal knights to guard your castle. As he spoke, he felt Petyr's gaze, and his voice became smaller and smaller, and finally he lowered his head, not daring to speak any more. Mom said that my castle is impregnable. Mom said that I am the master here, and I have the final say. Mom said that whoever I want to see fly, must fly. Petyr frowned and said, be quiet, your mother is dead. Little Robert, before your 16th name day, I have the final say here. He turned around and ordered the maid standing in the distance, bring him a new spoon. He wants to drink porridge. I don't want to drink it. I want to see it fly. Little Robert picked up the big bowl and threw it over, and oatmeal and honey splashed in the air. Seeing this, Petyr dodged quickly, and Mr. Common, who was standing nearby, was splashed with food on his face and shoulders. Little Robert grabbed a jug of milk and threw it out again. Then, when he tried to stand up, he had an attack and knocked over a chair and fell to the ground. Oh, gods, Mr. Common didn't care about his own embarrassment. He quickly knelt beside Little Robert and murmured words of comfort. Fortunately, this epileptic seizure was not too severe. When the attack was over, little Robert was carried to his bedroom by the waiter. The Moon Hall, which was noisy just now, became unusually quiet. Only Petyr and Mr. Common were left here. Mr. Common shrank his long neck under Petyr's gaze. After a pause, Petyr said, "Common, little Robert is a lucky child. He has a loyal Mr. Mr. Common swallowed, opened his mouth, and said, Lord Petyr, I'm just fulfilling my duty as a Mr. Petyr's eyes flickered, he nodded slightly, and said, to fulfill one's duty well is the greatest loyalty. I should let little Robert reward you. His tone was like a joke. Reward his favorite, flying. After Petyr finished speaking, Mr. Common was so scared that he almost knelt on the ground. I'm just kidding you. I don't want to teach my adopted son bad things, and I can't let Lady Lyssa down. Petyr sighed, and then said, I hope little Robert can grow up obediently. This requires your help, Mr. Common. I am at your disposal, Lord Petyr. Petyr smiled with satisfaction and said, do you have any good suggestions? Mr. Common thought seriously and replied, since the death of Lady Lyssa, the Duke's illness has become worse day by day. Not only does it occur more frequently, but each attack is also more severe. Petyr's gray-green eyes moved, and he said, what is your treatment plan? Mr. Common combed the sparse hair on his head with his fingers. He awkwardly shook off the countless grains of rice stuck to his hands, and said, in the past, whenever the Duke was anxious, Lady Lyssa would feed him milk. Great physician Ambrose said that breast milk has miraculous effects. Mr. Common, is this your advice? Petyr looked at Mr. Common suspiciously, and continued, you want me to find a wet nurse for the Duke of Arry and the guardian of the Vale of Arryn? Then how can I wean him on the day of his wedding? Or teach him to give up the wet nurse's tricks and go directly to the bride? After saying that, Petyr couldn't help laughing. He added, Mr. Common, this is not a good suggestion. I suggest you choose another way. Children love sweets, right? Mr. Common asked doubtfully. Sweets. Petyr smiled slightly and said, cakes, pies, jams, jellies, honey, and so on. Maybe, add a little sweet sleep flour to the milk. Have you tried it? Just a little bit to soothe the nerves and help him get rid of the troubles of epilepsy and dysentery. Mr. Common's pupils shrank suddenly, and he said, a little bit. Petyr nodded slightly gracefully. After a pause, Mr. Common's Adam's apple moved back and forth quickly, and he said, a little bit, not too much, not too often. Swallowing his saliva again, he said in a trembling voice, maybe, I can try, Mr. Common, I just want him to stay awake when necessary. The smile on Petyr's face gradually deepened. Chapter 239, Dragons and White Walkers. Daenerys Targaryen sighed softly. Ever since Green left the territory, she has been very busy. Petitions from the people of Crab, government affairs regarding food reserves, government affairs regarding territory construction, receiving visiting ladies and young ladies from Crab Claw Peninsula. Her Royal Highness is very busy. Knock knock knock. The door was pushed open, and Samwell's fat figure appeared in the princess' study. Samwell bowed slightly and said, Your Highness, Dick Crab has sent a letter from Maidenpool. Daenerys glanced at Samwell's red and swollen eyes and said, Sam, what did he say? Samwell said respectfully, Dick said in the letter that Lord William Mouton of Maidenpool refused to trade grain with us. Daenerys tapped her chin and said, just as we expected. Samwell continued, Dick said in the letter that the Lord of Maidenpool has declared allegiance to Robb Stark, so he issued a war warning to Maidenpool according to Lord Green's arrangement. Then, Dick was expelled from Maidenpool by them. Daenerys smiled and joked, from now on, we have to call him Lucky Dick. Samwell scratched the back of his head and said, Yes, Your Highness. After a pause, Daenerys said softly, Sam, you can actually go home and have a look. After a moment of silence, Samwell shook his head firmly and said, Your Highness, thank you for your kindness, but I am Lord Green's servant, and I want to get his permission in person. After saying his good excuse, Samwell quietly wiped his eyes. Daenerys nodded gently. She knew that Samwell had given up his inheritance rights to the Horn Bastion before leaving home. She could guess that Samwell would rather hide in the house and cry because of his father's death, and did not choose to go home to avoid conflict with his younger brother, Dick entirely. Samwell thought about everyone, but ignored his own feelings. He was too kind. Daenerys got up from the chair, walked to the window, stood silently for a while, and then reached out and pushed open the narrow window. She said, Sam, I want to listen to the legend of Westeros today. Samwell is not only Daenerys' chief affairs officer, but also her cultural class teacher. Samwell wiped his eyes with his sleeve and said, Your Highness, there are countless legends in Westeros. My knowledge is limited, but I am happy to serve you. Daenerys stared out the window with her violet eyes for a while, and said, Sam, I want to hear the story of the White Walkers. Daenerys had a strange dream last night. A large group of black figures were moving slowly in the snow. Although it was a dream, she, as a real dragon, felt a strong chill that made her tremble all over. When she woke up in the morning and recalled the scene in her dream, for some reason, it reminded her of the legendary White Walkers. White Walkers, yes, White Walkers, tell me what you know, Sam. As you wish, Princess. After a pause, Samwell slowly said, White Walkers are mentioned in the Chronicles of Westeros, but they do not appear frequently in the books I have read. Our oldest historical records were written after the Andals came to Westeros, and the ancestors only left runes on the rocks. Therefore, the so-called historical facts we think we know about the Age of Dawn, the Age of Heroes, and the Long Night are all supplemented by scholars thousands of years later. For example, the legends mention many kings who ruled for hundreds of years and knights who galloped on the battlefield for 1,000 years, and the title of knight was brought to Westeros by the Andals. He licked his lips and continued, rumor has it. Many Meesters in the Citadel do not believe in the legends about White Walkers at all. Daenerys raised her eyebrows slightly and said, Is there any record of what they look like? After thinking for a while, Samwell said, Most stories claim that White Walkers will come when it is cold, or that the cold comes because of them. Sometimes, they appear in snowstorms and melt away when the weather clears. They avoid sunlight and only move at night, or when they appear, it is dark. Some stories describe them riding the corpses of animals, including bears, direwolves, mammoths, horses. Anyway, they are all dead bodies. Some stories also mention giant ice spiders. In addition, it is said that people killed by White Walkers must be cremated, otherwise the body will be resurrected and become their slaves. Daenerys turned around and said, Kill. Is there any record of how to kill White Walkers? Samwell nodded slightly and said, I have seen it in a very old book. The book says that ordinary swords cannot kill White Walkers, and the swords they use are very cold, enough to break steel. Only fire can affect them. Apart from that, dragon glass is their natural enemy. Dragon glass, the scientific name of dragon glass is obsidian. It is said that in the Age of Heroes, the children of the forest gave the Night's Watch 100 obsidian daggers every year. After a pause, Samwell continued, I have read a passage about the Long Night in ancient books, which said that the last hero killed the White Walkers with a dragon steel sword. If this is true, I think the White Walkers cannot resist dragon steel either. Daenerys whispered, Dragon steel. Samwell nodded and said, I think dragon steel refers to Valyrian steel. Lord Green's icy greatsword is a Valyrian steel sword, but these are just my personal guesses. After listening to the story, Daenerys seemed to be lost in thought. After a long while, seeing that Daenerys turned her gaze to the window again, Samwell clumsily poured Daenerys a glass of wine and handed it to her. Thank you. Daenerys took a sip of summer red and said, Sam, what are the White Walkers? Or where do they come from? Samwell shook his head and said, Princess, I don't know. Most of my knowledge comes from the books collected by the Meesters of Horn Hill and the books of Mr. R. I haven't read any relevant records. He hesitated and said, Princess, do you believe in the legend of the White Walkers? I want to confirm its existence. Daenerys turned her head and looked at Samwell, saying, Sam, I heard that the academy in Old Town contains all the knowledge of Westeros. Samwell nodded blankly. Daenerys continued, Sam, Horn Hill is very close to Old Town. Maybe I need your help. Last night's dream made Daenerys feel inexplicably uneasy. After listening to the story of the White Walkers, for some reason, this feeling deepened. Daenerys felt that this might be some kind of warning from the blood of the real dragon. From another perspective, it was just a dream after all. Was Daenerys too sensitive? In fact, Daenerys' purpose is very simple. She just doesn't allow anything to disturb her happy life now. Moreover, her Grim also foresaw her danger from the dream, so he came to Essos. Perhaps, it was because of Grim's timely arrival that she directly avoided a certain danger that she had to face alone. In short, no matter what it is, since Daenerys has felt a threat, she will not let it go. At night, Daenerys came out of the bathroom and glanced at the maid standing outside the bedroom door. Her smile was a little warm. Daenerys was a little tired after taking a bath. After entering the bedroom, she went directly to the bed. Then, she saw Grim lying there. Daenerys blinked her eyes. She seemed to think it was her own hallucination. Grim's steady voice sounded at this time. "Good night, my Dany." It was confirmed that this was not an illusion. "Grim," Daenerys rushed over at once. Daenerys was caught by Green steadily. She couldn't help but said happily, "I thought we would be separated for a long time." Green gently stroked Daenerys' cheek and said, "I arrived not long ago, I just passed by." Daenerys' mouth corners rose. "Just passing by? Well, I took a little detour, to be precise." Lord Green had deliberately taken a long detour to appear here. The reason he gave himself was to check the treasury of the territory. Now, he suddenly felt that the seemingly reasonable reason he found for himself may not even be believed by the White Walkers. Tomorrow morning, Green's words were not finished, but he was interrupted by Daenerys' kiss. She took the initiative to ride on him. "Green, let me rest for a while. Please, I want to rest." "Green, I'm done." The next day, the sky was slightly bright. Daenerys stepped on the bed and was sleeping soundly in the blanket. Green kissed her forehead lightly and left the bedroom. While riding, Lord Green stared at the sky with sleepy eyes. He was so sleepy. After leaving the wolf forest, Bran and the others climbed among the ancient stone hills. The yellow, brown and golden autumn leaves became increasingly scarce, and when the hills became mountains, they disappeared completely. "Do we really have to walk all the way through step by step? Hodor, 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 up and down and up and down and up." Meero Reed complained a little. "Bran, these mountains in your home are really boring." "I hate them." Bran Stark sat in the basket carried by Hodor. He made a face and said, "Miss Meera, you said you liked them yesterday." Meera reached out and pinched Bran's nose, and said, "That was yesterday. I have changed my mind now, Lord Bran." Bran first stretched his neck to glance at his little grandfather Jojen Reed, who was walking silently in front, then blinked at Meera, deliberately raised his voice, and said, "If we took the King's Road, we might have reached the wall." Meera smiled and echoed, "If we took the King's Road, we wouldn't be starving." This is a game that Bran and Meera play to kill boredom. Although Jojen has a stern face all day long, they are happy to joke with him. Jojen solemnly repeated the words he had repeated countless times: "Where there are roads, there are pedestrians. Where there are pedestrians, they have eyes and mouths to spread stories." They will spread the story of a cripple boy, a giant, a spearwife and 2 marshlanders everywhere. Hodor, Hodor, Hodor. Jojen's reaction was exactly the same every time. Bran and Meera smiled at each other quietly. After walking for a while, Bran suddenly said, "Jojen, I dreamed last night that my father returned to Eastwind. I also saw Sansa and Arya, and my father was sitting by the fireplace telling them stories." Jojen's eyes trembled slightly. He walked and panted, and said, "Dreams are different." He suddenly stopped and said seriously, "Lord Bran, have you secretly opened your third eye again?" Bran's eyes were evasive. "I didn't. You've already admitted it." I'm sorry," Bran explained in a low voice. "I didn't mean to, and I don't know if I opened my third eye. Maybe it was just a dream. After all, my father." Meera patted Bran gently and comforted him. "Bran, it's okay. Jojen is worried about you too." Jojen frowned and said, "Lord Bran, I can't teach you how to master the third eye. You need the teachings of the three-eyed raven to control it." He took a deep breath and said calmly, "The gods have given people many talents, Lord Bran. You see, my sister is a hunter. Her talent is to be swift when she moves, motionless when she is still, and to hide her whereabouts. She has sharp ears, sharp eyes, and steady hands. She can breathe under the mud and run on leaves. These things, I can't do, and neither can you. In contrast, the gods gave me the ability of green dreams, and gave you the third eye, which is far more powerful than mine. You are a wolf with wings, and no one can tell how high and how far you can fly. I can't help you master the talents that I can't understand, so you need the guidance of the three-eyed crow, and this is our purpose." His tone became serious again. "The current situation is that you haven't mastered the third eye yet, but you are playing it like a game. If you continue to mess around, you will not only be in danger of being swallowed up, you may also not be able to distinguish between reality and dreams. Do you know how serious the consequences are? Do you really want to turn yourself into an idiot because of your momentary curiosity?" Hodor, 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 Hodor. Bran lowered his face. He was very sad. He really didn't mean it. Mira glared at her brother. She held Bran's hand and comforted him. Bran, we understand your anxiety. I know you want to learn how to use the third eye as soon as possible, but if the dangerous situations my brother mentioned really happen, we will be completely helpless. My brother and I don't want you to fall into that kind of dangerous situation. We will take you to find the three-eyed raven as soon as possible. We promise you in the name of earth and rivers, bronze and steel, ice and fire, Hodor, 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 Hodor. Bran nodded heavily and said, thank you, Miss Mira. He turned his head to look at Judgen and said, I will never mess around again. I promise. Chapter 240 Green's Preparation. Run, who, everyone hide, what happened, who, the bloody Earl is back, the bloody Earl is back, hurry. Run, hurry and hide the child. Hurry, little Jenny, smear mud on your face, yes, the dirtier the better. Hurry, the bloody Earl is here. Everyone run, Mom, woo, kneel down quickly, don't look up, woo, Mom. Green riding in Seagull Town. First there was chaos, and then there was a strange silence. This was the third time since he entered Seagull Town. Green tightened the reins and stopped the horse under him. From the shouts of the people in Seagull Town, Green first confirmed that his secret departure from Seagull Town had become known to everyone. Green frowned slightly. Counterintelligence needs to be arranged as soon as possible. And Green looked at the people kneeling on the side of the road. He could sense that they were indeed afraid of him. Heads were rolling in Seagull Town. At least before he left, many Seagull Town residents loved him, and the title of Bloody Earl was a kind of endearment to them. Now, all he saw was fear. Lord Green knew that everything that happened had its own hidden story behind it. If something suddenly became abnormal, it meant that someone was playing tricks. Is someone deliberately leading the people to panic? Who ordered it? Whoever benefits is the one behind the scenes, the nobles of the valley. Who executed it? The nobles of Seagull Town must have had a hand in it. Green sighed secretly. Although he wanted to minimize the bloodshed in the valley, he did not forget his identity. He was a ruler. He called out, Rosso. As soon as Green finished speaking, a burly and strong guard immediately urged his horse to come to his side. Lord Green, Russell Brun is at your service. Rosso Brun claimed to be one of the descendants of the Brun family of Brown Cave Mountain and Crab Claw Peninsula, but they refused to admit any blood relationship with Rosso. It is rumored that this is related to the inheritance of the Brun family of Brown Cave Mountain. According to the original plot, Rosso Brun would have joined Littlefinger, but because of the rise of the Crab family, he directly chose to join the Crab Legion. Rosso Brun became one of Green's personal guards with his outstanding combat skills and accumulated military exploits. Rosso Brun is an excellent warrior, and he is also literate, which is rare for the current Crab Legion. Green pulled the reins to adjust the direction of the horse and said, Russell, what do you see? Russell has an ordinary appearance, with gray hair, a flat nose and a square chin. He suppressed his inner excitement, quickly glanced at the people kneeling on the ground, thought for a moment, and said, Lord Green, I see fear. Green tapped his chin lightly and said, abnormal fear. Russell licked his lips and said, my lord, are you suspecting someone is deliberately leading you? Green's eyes moved slightly, and he looked at Russell, who was trying hard to suppress his excitement. He smiled slightly and said, my loyal warrior, can you find out those people hiding in the shadows? Russell assured, I have confidence. No, I can definitely do it. I will catch them all, my lord. Green's voice was steady and calm. In the name of the king, on charges of treason, take the captured prisoners to the square and execute them directly. Yes, my lord, go. When Russell returned to the guards with a ruddy face, the young guards from the noble families of Crab Claw Peninsula, such as the Boggs family, the Brun family of Brown Cave Mountain, the Brun family of Terror Cave Castle, the Keffer family, the Hardy family, and the Payne family, all looked at him. Facing all the eyes focused on him, Russell Brun straightened his chest and tried his best to suppress the corners of his mouth that kept rising. 3 days later, the largest square in Seagull Town was dyed blood red again. It is said that after that day, many families in Seagull Town were directly expelled. Lord Green once again confirmed the reputation of the Bloody Earl, and no one dared to mention this title for a while. Starting from the next day, the governor's office of Seagull Town hired a large number of people to repair the walls and roads of Seagull Town. The remuneration they received from being hired made them feel the generosity and kindness of Lord Green. After completing the tasks of each stage, the generous and kind Lord Green would also hold bonfire banquets in various squares in Seagull Town, including the Bloody Square. King Green, who was busy preparing for war, would occasionally appear in the cheers of the people and share their laughter. Outside Seagull Town, the camp of the Thorn Legion. In the Legion commander's tent, Green Crab looked at the wooden stake carried by his adjutant Rena and said, "Has the training started?" Sir Emperor Thorns nodded slightly and said, "My lord, as long as it is not a long march, everyone can carry one." After a pause, she said, "If it is an expedition, it is best to transport it by carriage, so as to ensure the combat effectiveness of the archers. Well, add this to your training content." After that, Green picked up the wooden stake, which was about 7 feet long and sharpened at both ends. Rhaena's eyes were full of curiosity. Green smiled and said, "This thing is the mobile wall of the Thorncaller. It can help you block the charge of the Valley Cavalry." As he spoke, Green inserted one end of the pointed wooden stake into the ground at an angle and said, "That's it." Green pointed to the exposed tip of the wooden stake, then pointed to his waist, and said, "After one end is inserted into the ground, the other end reaches above this height, and each one is facing the enemy at an angle." Impero looked at the wooden stake, carefully recalling what Green said, while Rhaena cheered and suddenly stopped. After thinking for a while, she said, "Lord Green, I'm worried that the sisters are not strong enough." Green smiled, and he didn't say anything to disturb Rhaena's thinking. Maybe, Emperor's voice sounded at this time, "You can use a wooden hammer." Hearing this, Rhaena couldn't help but jump a little, and said excitedly, "Yes, wooden hammer. Sisters can help each other." Emperor glared at Rhaena first, then looked at Green. Green smiled and said, "This is a good idea. You only have 1 month to train your soldiers. You must be proficient as soon as possible." Emperor bowed slightly and said, "Yes, my lord." Green reached out and patted Emperor's arm, saying, "Sir, be well prepared." When leaving the tent, Brienne, who was following Green, couldn't help but look back at Emperor. Brienne's eyes happened to meet Emperor's, so she stopped, carefully performed a chest salute, and then started again. Seagull Town, Lord's Hall. Green pointed to a place near the area on the map and said, "You're talking about this place, right?" Sir Perpili nodded and said, "Yes, my lord. After getting the information from the merchants in Seagull Town, I sent people to verify it. They are not the army of the Just Alliance, they should be the army loyal to Lyssa. Earl Petyr is really not going to sit still, my lord. You are suspicious. I think they also want to join in the fun." As for his purpose, Green stared at the map for a while, and then said, "He wants to benefit from this duel, or he wants to be the final Reaper," Per said in confusion. "Reaper?" Green nodded slightly and explained patiently, "I think the winner of the duel will become Earl Petyr's enemy, or the best outcome for him is that we and the Just Alliance will perish together." He pointed to the location of Seagull Town. "Next, he will become a hero of the people of the valley by personally retaking the lost Seagull Town, and without the hindrance of the Just Alliance." Then, his sight moved to the location of the area. Young Duke Robert is young, and with the support of Lady Lyssa, the news of her death has not yet spread. He will become the actual ruler of the Vale. After a moment of silence, Sir Pell still said with some doubt, "My lord, isn't Lord Baelish worried about our revenge?" As a retainer knight of the Crab House, Sir Pell naturally knew more about his lord. He felt that if the final result really became what the lord said, Lord Baelish would face the most crazy revenge in the Crab Claw Peninsula. The area is unbreakable. He suspected that his lord would take them to directly demolish the area. Sir Pell couldn't help but straight to his chest. He was very sure. Green said, "Lord Petyr doesn't understand what the glory and anger of a warrior are, so he will do something strange in your eyes." After a pause, his eyes slightly fixed, and then said, "Perhaps he has prepared a follow-up response." Tapped the edge of the table with his fingers. Green's sight moved to the location of the Red Castle. After a pause, Green looked up at Sir Per and said, "Per, how many strong cattle do you have now?" Hearing this, Sir Per replied, "Sir, there are about 2,000 cattle. Sir Mason's son takes good care of them." Green left a long table and said as he walked, "Well, take good care of those cattle. They are your dinner after the battle." Sir Per followed the lord silently. Although he was a little confused, he was not curious. The principle of the retainer knight was to obey the lord's orders in everything. Red Castle, Mead Tower. If my sister tells you that her well-behaved brother is going to stay at Magder because he is drunk, Bronn, Pod, you two must not believe her. It must be a lie told by the lioness. Yes, My lord. Please tell us what we should do then. Tyrion pinched his chin and thought for a while, then said, Pod, follow me in. As for you, he turned his head and looked at Bron's wretched face. He untied the purse from his waist and threw it over. My captain of the guard, I am always worried about your appearance. Bronn weighed the purse in his hand and said with a smile, My noble lord, I have made a lot of money recently because of it. I trust you a little bit again. After that, he walked towards the gate of Meag Tower with his hands behind his back, and said as he walked, Stay outside well. Bronn bowed deeply and sincerely to Tyrion's back and said, Yes, my noble lord. In the restaurant, Tyrion bowed respectfully and said, Sister Cersei, you are so bright and beautiful tonight. Tonight, his queen sister looked particularly charming. Cersei Lannister wore a dark green velvet dress that matched the color of her eyes. Her blonde hair was draped over her bare shoulders, and a dark green gemstone ribbon was tied around her waist. Although Tyrion didn't like Cersei, he had to admit her beauty. Queen Mother Cersei responded with a cold snort. Tyrion didn't mind Queen Cersei's attitude at all. He limped over and climbed onto the chair. After sitting down, he glanced at the delicious food his charming sister prepared for him, cream of chestnut soup, crispy hot bread and vegetable salad with apples and pine nuts, eel pie, honey ham, buttered carrots, white beans and bacon, roasted swan stuffed with mushrooms and oysters. Too rich. How could Cersei specially treat him so kindly? Tyrion raised his inner vigilance. Would she poison him like he did? Well, what he gave his sister was not poison, it would only make Cersei fall asleep easily. Thinking of this, Tyrion waved away the waiter who was serving the dishes at the table. He was very respectful and offered the best part of each dish to his sister, and only started eating after she had eaten. Queen Mother Cersei accepted the personal service of the dwarf prime minister as a matter of course. She picked up an apple with a fork and said, Tyrion, I find you are very suitable for this. Tyrion nodded with a smile to thank him. He didn't really think that Cersei would poison him, but it wouldn't hurt to be careful. Cersei suddenly covered her mouth, and Tyrion saw a small crystal appear in the corner of the lioness's eyes. It was time for her to go to bed as he arranged. Seeing Tyrion staring at her, Cersei said coldly, Go back to your seat, I don't need your service. Tyrion walked to his chair obediently and said casually, This is just a trivial concern. Cersei frowned, and her charming voice was mixed with some doubts. I feel sleepy easily recently. Before he walked to the chair, Tyrion's mouth was faster than his brain. Dear sister, don't tell me you are pregnant. Robert can't help you. Tyrion. First there was a roar from the lioness, and then, with a whoosh, Tyrion ducked and narrowly avoided the fork thrown by Cersei at her. May the seven gods bless him. Tyrion immediately trotted to the back of the chair and hid his body. He knew, only such a cowardly act could calm the lioness's anger as soon as possible. The little demon prime minister couldn't help but slap his mouth gently. How could it accidentally run in front of his brain? He had a headache. Chapter 241 For the Lannisters. Tyrion's show of weakness was effective. It wasn't long before, the Lannister lioness's anger. Then, he froze in his tracks. The lioness was crying. Why was she crying all of a sudden? Even if his kind father had invited him to the women's house and asked him for tips on pleasure, Tyrion Lannister wouldn't have been more surprised than he was now. When a sister cries, a brother should comfort her. But this is a lioness. Tyrion approached awkwardly, then stood on tiptoe. He hesitated, then tentatively reached out and patted her shoulder. Don't touch me, Cersei said as she turned away. Tyrion's outstretched hand froze there. He knew from childhood that she hated him. Perhaps his comfort was an insult to her. This was normal, and he shouldn't feel bad, but at this moment he was very sad and in pain. The Lannisters were indeed a loving family. Cersei's face flushed red, she was sad and angry, she gasped and said, Don't look at me, don't look at me like that. You are not allowed to do this. Tyrion withdrew his hand, stepped back slightly, and said respectfully, I was just playing a little joke on you. I'm sorry, Sister Queen. Queen Cersei turned her crying face to the other side and said, Didn't you say you could rescue Jaime? Why haven't I seen him yet? Tyrion scratched his cheek and said, There was an accident. Chapter 230, but he is safe for the time being. I will think of other ways. Queen Cersei picked up a towel and wiped her tears while saying, I wish I were a man. Then I wouldn't need you at all, and these things wouldn't happen. What happened to Jaime? How did he fall into the hands of the Stark kid? And father, I was stupid to trust him. Where is he when I need him now? Tyrion shrugged and said, My dear sister, I think you will be able to see our old father soon. After all, your chief steward has brought in the Tyrell army." Queen Cersei snorted and said, "In the end, we still have to rely on the help of outsiders." Tyrion grinned, "My dear sister, the Tyrells are not outsiders. We will soon be a family that can hug each other." Queen Cersei turned her face, her voice filled with anger. "If father could defeat Stark and Tully earlier, do we still need to give the throne of Queen to the Golden Rose? What is father waiting for? If I were a man, if it were me, I would never drag the war for so long, nor would I watch Jaime imprisoned in Riverrun." Tyrion blinked and said, "Sister Queen Mother, war is not a tournament. We need to wait for the opportunity." Queen Cersei sneered, "Didn't Lord Green capture Gulltown in one night?" Tyrion shrugged his shoulders and said, "That's because he happened to arrive at the civil strife in the Vale. This is the time to fight," he added. "A lion is wagging its tail leisurely. The prey it has set its sights on will be eaten sooner or later, and it knows it very well." Queen Cersei asked suspiciously, "Are you sure?" "Tywin is the lion." Tyrion pointed to something hanging on the wall of the dining room and said with a smile, "Isn't there a lion painted on the flag of the Lannister family?" After a moment's silence, Queen Cersei said softly, "Tyrion, can you guarantee it? Stannis may be at the gates of the city at any time. Can you guarantee that your father's army will support King's Landing in time?" Looking at his sister with red eyes, Tyrion's heart softened, and he comforted her softly. "Lord Tywin knows very well what he should do. Our old father is still relatively reliable." Queen Cersei turned her face away again, paused, and with a little cry in her voice, she whispered, "I'm not afraid of death. I'm just too worried about my children." Seeing this, Tyrion sighed secretly, and then left his seat again. He felt like a woman from a mudgate, who would smile immediately if a guest threw her a brown star. Tyrion picked up the wine pot and poured a glass of wine. He handed it to Sister Cersei, saying, "King's Landing has tall walls and will not fall in a battle. Moreover, from Harrenhal to here, there is a straight and fast King's Road. The old lion will definitely get here in time." Cersei took the wine glass with her white and slender hands and said softly, "Thank you." After that, she took a sip of the wine first, and then slowly turned around. Cersei's long eyelashes still had some crystals, and her expression at this time was like a frightened girl. Who could bear to hurt such a charming flower? This, is his sister the Queen Mother? Tyrion couldn't help blinking. Cersei's pair of moist eyes were as clear as lake water, and Tyrion hurriedly soothed his pounding heart. Cersei's slender fingers gently brushed across Tyrion's face. "Tyrion, I've always been afraid." Thump. 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 Not only was his disobedient heart still beating wildly, but the strange sister also made Tyrion gradually feel an inexplicable fear, and he couldn't help but step back slightly. Cersei's red lips opened slightly, and she seemed to whisper in his ear, "Tyrion, let Green come back, he will be a good helper for you." As Cersei's voice fell, the little devil prime minister woke up instantly. Tyrion took the action of holding the wine glass and moved back a little. He smiled and said, "Cersei, I admit that the Earl of Crab Claw Peninsula is very good at fighting, but he can't come back at this time, because many people reported to me that the relationship between Crab Claw Peninsula and Dragonstone Island is unusual. Stannis' fleet has never harassed the port of Crab Claw Peninsula, and even allowed merchant ships across the strait to dock." Cersei lowered her head slightly in sadness and said, "But, Tyrion, my brother, it was Earl Green who negotiated the alliance between Lannister and Tyrell. He is loyal." She looked at Tyrion weakly. "Besides, you are just doubting, aren't you? Tyrion, Earl Green's loyalty is well known, and he has just made a great contribution. This is unfair to him." Tyrion took a sip of wine. "Green is your other sword, this is what everyone knows." Tyrion grinned. "And the reason why his sister did this was to deal with her well-behaved brother. My sister, this is a contest between the Lannisters and Stannis Baratheon. We can only rely on ourselves." A trace of anger flashed in Cersei's eyes, and she whispered, "Lord Green is the chief affairs officer of the Queen Mother Lannister. He is our man." Tyrion spread his hands and said, "Unfortunately, he is not a real Lannister." Cersei's voice trembled a little. "Just don't let him bring his own soldiers, then you don't have to worry." Tyrion tilted his head and said, "Sister Queen Mother, Lord Green still has many supporters in the Golden Cloaks. I dare not bet that he will secretly open the door for Stannis." Cersei gritted his teeth and said, "Lord Green is loyal." Tyrion laughed and said, "My sister Queen Mother, what can you use to guarantee his loyalty? Rely on your beauty? Will you open your for him, Pa?" Queen Mother Cersei slapped Tyrion directly. Asshole! Cersei's green eyes flashed with an uncontrollable rage, like an enraged lioness. Tyrion rubbed his burning cheek, and the corners of his mouth gradually rose. This was the good sister he was familiar with. It was too uncomfortable for him to pretend to be a delicate woman just now. He still liked the current lioness. He grinned. Dear sister, do you have any other doubts? For the sake of Lannister, you and I must continue to be in harmony and friendship with each other, Queen Mother Cersei said angrily. Don't think I don't know that you want to imprison me in Meek Tower. We are a loving family. I am just protecting you. Besides, didn't I leave Lancel to you to entertain you? Tyrion smiled evilly. Then, Tyrion cleverly avoided Cersei's slap. Cersei scolded, how dare you hide? Tyrion smiled and asked back, why shouldn't I hide? I don't have this hobby. The air in the hall seemed to freeze. After a long time, Cersei's breath gradually calmed down. She raised her chin slightly and said contemptuously, Tyrion, don't think you have everything under control. You are just like other men. You are a big fool. Half of the time, you think with a soft worm between your legs. Tyrion stared at Cersei, bent down slightly, and said, yes, at this moment Mai is thinking, maybe I should say goodbye. Tyrion has already thought about it and will try not to contact his sister before the end of the war. Why do you want to leave suddenly? Dinner has just started. Cersei showed a strange smile. Tyrion put the wine glass on the table and said, your good brother is scared of your charming sister because you were never interested in my body before. Queen Cersei snorted coldly and said, I am not interested in your dirty things, but someone reported to me that you did what my father disliked the most. Tyrion's eyes trembled slightly, and he said calmly, oh, I am my father's favorite son, but looking at you, I am a little curious about what happened. Queen Cersei leaned forward, raised the corners of her lips, and said, my brother, I heard that you got another female bride? I plan to tell our father this good news as soon as possible. Who told Cersei about she's information? I thought you were only interested in men. Tyrion reached out to take the wine glass again to buy some time to sort out his thoughts. Cersei smiled proudly. Father asked you to fulfill his duties as Prime Minister, but you are in love with a branch girl. You are such a clown. Seeing Tyrion remain silent, Cersei became even more proud. Given Tywin's character, it seems that I have to choose someone to replace you as soon as possible. Tyrion's eyes turned slightly. He was now sure that Cersei had not found out she's whereabouts. Otherwise, with Cersei's character, she would never threaten her with the position of Prime Minister. According to the way a good sister does things, she would have sent someone to capture she as a hostage in her hands, because this would be more threatening. He deliberately showed a flattering look and said, my dear sister, we are a family. We have a common enemy, Stannis. Lannisters must pay their debts. Cersei snorted coldly and continued, since the first day you took the position of Prime Minister, you have been against me in every way. Why do you think you are still alive? It's not that I don't want to cut your throat. Because I know that if I do this, Jaime will never forgive me. His previous feeling was right. His sister really wanted to kill him. This was an unpleasant truth. Although he also disliked Cersei Lannister, because she was his sister, he never thought of really hurting her. He was really an incurable fool. Tyrion stared at Cersei, who looked smug, for a while, and suddenly laughed and said, Cersei, your innocence like a girl fascinates me. I don't know where you got the information from, no matter what the information is, but as a regent queen mother, you actually want to threaten a royal prime minister with a female branch girl. After speaking, he laughed again. Queen Cersei frowned. She looked at Tyrion suspiciously and said, do you think your little trick can fool me? I don't know if I can survive in Stannis' hands. I think my kind father will be a little more tolerant of me at this time, but I also feel that he has no time to discipline his son now. With a bang, Tyrion put the wine glass back on the table and grinned. I have to thank you for your honesty tonight. His smile faded, and he imitated his father's calm and indifferent tone, and continued, Cersei, you let me go because of Jaime, and I tolerate you because of Jaime, but this tolerance does not mean that I am cowardly. You have exhausted my patience with you, the regent who wants to slit my throat. Queen Cersei said contemptuously, what can you do? The roar of a dwarf. Tyrion sneered, I can marry you to a cripple. The Red Castle doesn't actually need a troublesome queen mother. I think our old father understands this very well. As Tyrion finished speaking, Queen Cersei's eyes seemed to be burning with anger. What do you mean by that? Tyrion bowed slightly and said, please allow me to take my leave, your majesty. Stop. Don't leave. Tyrion ignored the roar of the lioness. His father once taught him, when two armies are facing each other, as long as one side shows signs of disintegration and escape, the battle is over. Even if the opponent is still as strong and fully armed as before, it will be defeated and can no longer pose a threat. This is exactly what Cersei is like at this moment. Tyrion put his hands behind his back and said as he walked, I suggest you take a closer look at the Treaty of the Lannister-Tyrell Alliance. One of the clauses is very suitable for you, Tyrion. Outside the door, Tyrion glanced at the two king's guards guarding the door with a proud face. He waved to the little servant and walked away directly. Tyrion and the young squire slowly turned a corridor, and then, suddenly quickened their pace. The young squire Podrick was stunned for a moment, and then followed closely behind. Chapter 242 Past and Present. Tyrion finally breathed a sigh of relief. Cersei was not crazy. Thank the seven gods. He turned his head and looked at the moonlit Meag Tower, then started walking again. As long as Cersei lived here, he could not come again, at least before the war was over. After walking out of the gardens of the Tower of Meager, Bronn, who had been on guard all the time, approached Tyrion and whispered, My lord, while I was guarding the door, Sir Lancel quietly delivered an important message. Tyrion looked at him, and he continued, The Queen Regent plans to secretly send Prince Tommen to Rosby to hide. She has handed the matter over to Earl Giles, now the king's treasurer. Tyrion thought for a moment, then said, Earl Giles is too sick to run away, and too cowardly to fight. My little nephew is so pitiful, his mother is too good at selecting men. However, Tyrion had to admit, letting little Tommen leave King's Landing was one of Cersei's few good ideas, because even if King's Landing was captured and Joffrey was executed, the Lannister family would still have a legitimate heir to the Iron Throne, which would put Stannis in a difficult situation. Let's help my nephew's good mother while we're at it. After a pause, Tyrion continued, According to the information revealed by Lancel, you go tell Sir Jacqueline, the commander-in-chief of the Gold Cloaks, to ambush on the Rosby Road and take Earl Giles and Tommen to Rosby City. Yes, my wise Prime Minister, tell him that he must ensure the safety of my little nephew. Then, ask him for me, Earl Jacqueline. How does this title sound? Your Excellency, Earl Bronn sounds better. Bronn immediately showed a lewd smile and continued, I can also do things like robbing children, as long as I can get a title to play with, and I can even hold him and sing a lullaby. Tyrion reached out and patted Bronn, grinning, Bronn, you are my captain of the guard, and I need you more here. If anything happens to Joffrey, the Lannisters will have to rely on the young Tommen to keep the Iron Throne. Tyrion admitted that he trusted his captain of the guard, but this matter was too important, and he was not confident in leaving him to Bronn, who is a mercenary, and his mercenaries to protect him. For such matters, he was more confident in Sir Jacqueline Byward, who had the honor of the knight. His good friend, Lord Green, had told him that human nature should not be tested, and he also agreed with this view. He instructed, tell Sir Jacqueline that if you want to kill someone, don't do it in front of Tommen. My nephew is soft-hearted. Bronn shrugged and said, My lord, are you sure he's a Lannister? I'm not sure about anything, I just know that the war is coming. Go and make arrangements. After a pause, Tyrion said with a smile, Bronn, are you getting along well with Miss Lollies? Chapter 208? When you come back, I want to hear a sweet love story. A house somewhere in Gould Lane. My lord. Seeing Tyrion push the door open, she smiled. Tyrion had to admit that he liked she's smile very much. It was a smile that came naturally to her pretty face without any hesitation. She was wearing a purple silk dress and a silver belt, which perfectly set off her black hair and smooth white skin. She approached him happily. Tyrion couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. At least here, he was welcome and needed. After closing the door, she pulled Tyrion to the chair. When he sat down, she knelt down to take off his shoes for him. Tyrion pulled she over and sat next to him, saying, You are not safe here. She's big, lively eyes showed some doubts. She poured a glass of wine and handed it to Tyrion, saying, My lord, I have the guards you gave me. Tyrion took a sip of Dorne's strong wine. Its color was as deep red as blood. Compared with the sour and sweet summer red, he liked this taste more recently. He took another sip and said, Someone discovered that the Hand of the King has a lover. You mean the Hand's daughter? She stared at Tyrion for a moment with her innocent and charming eyes and said, My lord, I really wish to be your lover. I want to wear all the beautiful clothes you give me, wear the jewels you give me, hold your hand, and stay by your side at dinner. I can give you a son, I know I can, and I know I will never embarrass you." Tyrion reached out and stroked She's black hair. He sighed in his heart. His love for her was enough to embarrass the hand of the Lannisters. He said, My sister the Queen Mother has set her sights on you. She will do anything to catch you." She shook her head slightly. "The Queen Mother? Noble ladies may be afraid of her, but I am not." He also shook his head slightly. "I am afraid. I'm afraid that you will be hurt by her." She held his hand tightly. "Then kill her. I know you hate her, and this will put an end to it once and for all." As soon as she finished speaking, Tyrion's eyes trembled. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, She is my sister after all. Murdering a blood relative will incur the wrath of both gods and men and lead to eternal curse. Besides, no matter what I think of Cersei, she is loved by my father and brother. Thank the gods, my brain is enough to deal with anyone in the Seven Kingdoms, but I am helpless when facing Jaime with a sword in hand. She comforted him. "Stannis still has a flaming sword in his hand, but he can't scare you." Tyrion sighed again and said, "I have the support of the entire Lannister family to fight Stannis, but I only have a pair of short legs to fight against Jaime or my father. You still have me." She stretched out her hands and hugged Tyrion's neck. Even if the whole King's Landing stinks like a pigsty, She's body exudes an intoxicating fragrance. But now is not the time to enjoy it. Cersei will not leave him too much time. He needs to arrange she as soon as possible. Tyrion gently broke away from she and said, "I was thinking, maybe I can get you into the kitchen of the Prime Minister's tower." Kitchen? She's face froze for a moment. Tyrion nodded and said, "I want you to pretend to be a kitchen helper." His words were interrupted, and she's hand quietly moved down. After a while, Tyrion couldn't help but let out a hiss. She's deep eyes had become moist, and she murmured sadly, "Are you tired of me, my lord?" Or, her speed gradually increased. There was a certain temptation in she's voice. She murmured in a low voice, "Do you want to have sex with a cook, my lord? You can sprinkle flour on me and suck the broth from my vagina, or, stop, don't say it." Tyrion grabbed her busy little hands, slowed down, and said, Your safety is at risk. I want you to hide in the kitchen. As long as you are a little careful, it will be easy to avoid Cersei's eyes and ears. You will be safe." She pouted slightly and said, "My lord. If my hands are washing the stove and wiping dishes all day, they will never be so soft again. When they are made red, rough and cracked by hot water and alkaline soap, will you still need their touch?" Tyrion secretly reminded himself that she was still young and ignorant, which was normal. He said patiently, "You can buy new jewelry and remake clothes. They will be twice as beautiful as the old ones. I promise. My arrangement is to prevent you from getting hurt, not only my sister, but also my father. According to the current situation, my father will know about you sooner or later. You must not fall into the hands of my family. I am not exaggerating. Believe me." She's black hair swung, and she said angrily, "You have grown up. It is your business to raise as many girls as you want. Does he still treat you as a child without hair on his mouth? What can he do to you? Slap your ass, slap." Tyrion slapped her in the face. It was not very heavy, but not light either. He said angrily, "You bastard. Don't laugh at me. You can't." For a long time, she did not speak. All she could hear was Tyrion's heavy breathing. Finally, she stood up and knelt in front of Tyrion, sniffed, and said, "I didn't mean to be so rude." Her voice was low and wooden. "Forgive me, my lord." Such a scene and such she made Tyrion's heart ache. He looked at his palms. "Why did I hide her? Gods have mercy, am I turning into Cersei? I'm sorry, but," after a pause, those words that Tyrion didn't want to mention, poured out of his mouth like a horse humming in a low voice. "One year when I was a child, I married a farmer's daughter, or rather, I thought she was a farmer's daughter. I was blinded by love and loved her blindly, and I thought she felt the same way about me. It was my father who forced me to see the truth. It turned out that my bride was a branch girl hired by Jaime. He asked her to give me the experience of sex, to make the lesson more thorough. My father handed my wife over to the entire battalion of soldiers, allowing them to enjoy her as they pleased, and ordered me to watch the whole process. After everyone was done, he asked me to have sex with her again, for the last time. He said that only in this way would I remember the real her. I should have disobeyed him, but my heart betrayed me. After that, my father broke off my engagement with the branch girl. The monks also said that this marriage was as good as never happening." Tyrion climbed down from the chair. He took she's hand and squeezed it. He said, I'm sorry, I just want you to stay in the kitchen for a while. Once Stannis is defeated, I will give you a new house and many silk clothes as soft as your hands. She slowly stood up with Tyrion's strength. She lowered her eyes and replied, I will obey your orders, my lord. Tyrion wanted to reach out and rub She's beaten cheek, but he was not sure whether the dwarf's hand could relieve her pain. Has he fallen in love with a branch girl again? Cersei was right. He thought with that. He was a fool. He was a complete fool. I will send someone to pick you up. He left in a hurry. Ta 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 ta. The horse's hooves made a crisp sound on the cobblestones, and Tyrion sat on the horse and moved silently towards the direction of the Red Castle. Tyrion kept regretting, why did he tell she about Tysha, his ex-wife? Some secrets should never be mentioned, some shame, men should take it to the grave. Tyrion asked himself, what did he want from she? Forgiveness? After hearing what he said, how could she still love him? Or, she will still love me, because she loved his gold and jewels at the beginning, not a stupid dwarf. In the study of the Prime Minister's tower, Tyrion called the captain of the guard who had finished his errand. Bronn, I want you to bring she to the Prime Minister's tower without telling Cersei. Tyrion briefly described his kitchen plan to his captain of the guard. After hearing what Tyrion said, Bronn was a little surprised and said, are you serious? Are you sure you want to put your little beauty in the kitchen, my noble sir? Tyrion put his hands behind his back and looked at Bronn, who had a wretched face, and said, is there any problem? Bronn grinned and said, you put such a delicate little beauty in the kitchen, she will be touched, pinched, patted, and fondled. The boy who washes the pot will crawl into her blanket in the dark, and the baker will pinch her breasts with his floury hands. He added, the most important thing is, my lord, your kitchen is not a safe place, there are many eyes and ears there. Tyrion scratched his hair with a slightly embarrassed look on his face, and said, Mr. Mercenary, help me think of an idea, you know what I want, I'm happy to serve you. Bronn saluted gracefully, but he mentioned another thing, my lord, I heard that your knight cousin plans to join the vanguard in the upcoming war. Tyrion stopped pouring the wine and said in surprise, Lancel? If he wants to die young, this is a heroic way. Bronn smiled and said, these young knights always think they are invincible. Tyrion's eyes moved slightly. He stared at Bronn for a while and said with a smile, well, I really need a steady and reliable knight. Bronn smiled so hard that his teeth were showing. He bowed deeply and said, I will always be yours, Master Tyrion. Tyrion laughed and said, Sir Bronn, although you have a worrying face, I have to admit that I like you very much. Bronn chuckled and said, 2 days ago, Miss Loras told me that she couldn't find some of her jewels. I think she might need to change a smarter maid. This is the wisdom of a mercenary. Tyrion grinned, I will suggest to Countess Tanda to let the shy Miss Loras live in the Prime Minister's tower for a while. Well, we need to find a reason that is both polite and convincing. Tyrion's mood suddenly improved. The maids of noble ladies were dressed thousands of times better than the cooks, and they could even wear 1 or 2 pieces of jewelry. He thought she would be very happy to hear the news. Bronn, I will ask the High Septon to personally anoint you with holy oil when the time comes. In the north, 5,000 new northern troops led by Eddard Stark and 3,000 swamplanders led by Howland Reed, the father of Meera and Judgeon, the commander of the Crannogmen, attacked the Moat Cailin occupied by the Ironborn. After 5 consecutive days of attack, the Moat Cailin was recaptured and the Ironborn were defeated. Victarion Greyjoy, the younger brother of King Balon and the commander of the Ironborn who invaded the Moat Cailin, Chapter 223, was personally executed by Lord Eddard in the name of the Guardian of the North. Chapter 243, Battle of Seagull Town. Near Moat Cailin, Eddard Stark, who had just executed the criminals, jumped on his strong black horse, and the northern vassals who were gathered around him also mounted their horses. The ground under the horses' hooves was soft and wet, and it slowly sank as they stepped on it. Everyone slowly moved towards the tower of Moat Cailin. Howland Reed, who was riding side by side with Duke Eddard, said, Lord Ned, these damn pirates have caused a lot of blood to flow in the north. Your execution is wise. Duke Eddard's frown relaxed slightly, and he said, Howland, I'm worried about Cat and Robb. Howland shrugged his strong shoulders. It was really hard for him to say anything about this matter. After a pause, he still asked, Lord Ned, will you go south? Duke Eddard frowned again, pondered for a moment, and said, I plan to bring my family home. Ta 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 ta. Their mounts slowly walked across the wooden plank bridge laid on the black and green mud. Lord Ned, I always suspect that ruse is a nice sculpture." Holland pointed to the Earl of the Dreadfort in the distance. The corners of Lord Eddard's lips curled up imperceptibly. Over there were the Stark vessels who had just arrived at Moat Cailin. As Lord Eddard approached, they all knelt on one knee in the mud towards him. "Stand up." Jumping off the horse, the tall and strong figure of Lord Eddard slowly walked among the crowd, and he looked at each of his vassals. "Lord Eddard, Lord Ned, it's a relief to see you. Lord Eddard, I will always be your vanguard." "Great, it's great to see you're well, my lord. We must teach those cunning southerners a lesson. Blood debt must be repaid with blood." "Lord Ned, I am always at your service, always at your service." Duke Eddard stopped in front of a boy who looked to be 11 or 12 years old. He rubbed the boy's head with his big hands and said, "Child, your father was a brave warrior, and the North will never forget him. Many of the Stark vessels that Robb left to Roose Bolton died in battle. He had been through hundreds of battles and was accustomed to life and death, but, although Duke Eddard did not show it on his face, he was sad because of the death of those vassals. He always regarded them as Stark family." The corners of the little boy's eyes turned red, and he shouted in a clear voice, "My lord, I will continue to fight for you on behalf of my father. I believe in you, my child." Duke Eddard patted the little boy's shoulder and said, "My children are in Winterfell. They are still young, but their parents are not around. They need the protection of good warriors. Can you help me?" The little boy nodded heavily excitedly. He straightened his little body and said loudly, "My lord, I will keep my sword in my hand. I will guard day and night. I will definitely do it well. I swear to the new and old gods." "Okay, thank you for your help." In the tent, Duke Eddard first asked his vassals to prepare to attend the banquet in a while, and then left only Earl Roose alone. Earl Roose's usual cold voice was tinged with a hint of respect. "Duke Ned, the Dreadfort is at your disposal. Sit down and talk." After Earl Roose was seated, Duke Eddard pondered and said, "Roose, I need to use your wisdom." Earl Roose's light-colored eyes moved slightly, and he stroked his chest and said, "It is an honor for the Dreadfort to serve you, my lord." Earl Eddard tapped his chin lightly and said, "The current chaotic situation in the Seven Kingdoms reminds me of the war more than 10 years ago, and the North can be said to be deeply involved in it. We have to consider the next step." Earl Roose's small voice sounded, "Lord Ned, will you wear the crown? This is very important for our next step." As soon as the Earl of the Dreadfort finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. After a moment of silence, Duke Eddard said slowly, "Roose, Robert is my king forever, and the North will not be an enemy of his Iron Throne." Lord Roose put his hand on his chest and said, "Lord Ned, it is my honor to listen to your sincere words. If I am not mistaken, you will support Stannis to sit on the Iron Throne and even raise an army for him, right?" After a slight hesitation, Lord Eddard slowly nodded and said, "According to the law, Stannis is the legitimate heir of Robert I." Lord Roose's pale and bloodless fingers gently touched the armrest of the chair and said, "Lord Ned, can the heir who assassinated his own brother still be the legitimate heir?" Lord Eddard stared at the candlestick on the table for a while and said, "Roose, what do you think?" "I doubt whether this is the truth." Lord Roose's mouth corners rarely curled up. "The North can only worry about one thing. If this is true, what should we who support Stannis do? If you wait until you help him sit on the Iron Throne and then find out the truth of the matter, what should the North choose then?" Stroking his thumb over his index finger, he added, "To be honest, if I hadn't read your handwritten letter, I would never have believed that the daughter of the Tully family would poison her husband, the Duke of Arryn, with her own hands." After a pause, Lord Roose's tiny voice sounded again, "Lord Ned, perhaps you need to worry about Lady Catelyn's safety in the Eyrie. A woman who can do the kind of thing will not care about blood ties." The Duke of Wolf's eyes suddenly became sharp, and after a pause, he said, "Thank you for your advice, Roose." His grey eyes looked at Roose Bolton, and he continued, "I would like to hear your advice." Lord Roose raised his eyes, and his gaze met that of Lord Eddard. He nodded slightly and said, "Lord Ned, we can choose not to join the fight for the Iron Throne, but I think the North should stand with the victor, whether he is a Baratheon or a Lannister. You've heard about the royal bloodline." "Roose." A hint of bitterness flashed across Lord Eddard's face. Lord Roose nodded slightly and said, "Yes, Lord Ned. Before the war, almost all the lords of the Seven Kingdoms received letters from Stannis." After a moment of silence, Lord Eddard sighed and said, "Roose, Stannis did not fabricate. The 3 children born to Cersei are not Robert's children. This is why the Lannisters want to kill me." After listening to the royal secrets told by Lord Eddard himself, Roose Bolton sat motionless for a long time, without even moving his eyelids. Lord Roose slowly closed his eyelids, then opened them. He raised his tiny voice slightly and said, "Lord Ned, I give you my sincere advice." He stood up from his chair, bowed, and continued, "Now Stannis has the advantage, and the king's lair is in our hands. If you leave it to me, I am confident that I can let them marry Myrcella Baratheon to your eldest son." He took half a step forward. "This is a rare opportunity in thousands of years. Later, as long as we seize the opportunity, it is entirely possible for you to sit on the Iron Throne, the North." Roose Bolton. Before he finished speaking, Lord Eddard interrupted Lord Roose coldly. "Robb has made an agreement with the Frey family. It is against the honor of a Stark to break the engagement." Lord Roose's eyes flashed, and he advised, "Lord Ned, perhaps that engagement can be invalidated. I heard that Lord Frey had forced Robb. After all, Robb is only in his teens." "Enough." Lord Eddard slowly stood up and said, "As my heir, Robb must be responsible for his own honor. His honor is the honor of the Starks and the honor of the North." Lord Ned, at this time, Lord Eddard said coldly, "That's enough today." He waved his hand. "You can leave, Lord Bolton." After a short rest, the Stark-Tully coalition led by Robb Stark broke through the westerly border and the branded city of the Marbrand family, located northwest of the Golden Tooth City. Afterwards, Robb separated a part of his army, led by Gabert Glover of Deepwood Motte, Rickard Karstark of Carher, and Meej Mormont of Bear Island, to plunder the coast of the Westerlands. Robb occupied 5 Lannister gold mines and headed directly to Lannisport. After the news of the King of the North and the King of the Trident sweeping across the Westerlands reached Riverrun, the morale of the Riverland vassals soared. At about the same time, Edmure Tully, the heir of Riverrun, who was eager to restore his honor, received information that the Lannister army was returning to the Westerlands. Family, responsibility, honor. Edmure Tully immediately summoned his vassals and troops. This time he was not only fighting to restore his honor, but also for his nephew. Edmure Tully deployed more than 10,000 Riverland troops at the various ferry crossings along the Red Fork River, vowing to stop the Lannister army from crossing the river to support. Seeing that the Riverlands had prepared for the places they had to pass, Tywin Lannister kept sending small forces to launch tentative attacks in order to find the weak points of the Riverlands army to cross the river, but he was unable to succeed due to the natural dangers of the Red Fork River and the strict defense of the Riverlands army. In the end, Duke Tywin, who was eager to return to the rescue, had to deploy a large army and launch a general attack at more than a dozen crossings of the Red Fork River at the same time. After a fierce battle, it was rumored that Edmure Tully shouted hoarsely to motivate the soldiers. The Riverlands army finally defeated the Lannister army and successfully prevented Duke Tywin from returning to the west. The Lannister army, unable to fight again, had to choose to withdraw. Duke Tywin led the remaining soldiers to retreat to Harrenhal and wait for reinforcements from the Golden Rose. On the eve of the battle between Crab Claw Peninsula and the valley, the heavy rain that had lasted for 2 days finally stopped. In the night sky, the dark clouds gradually dissipated, revealing bright stars. Green Crab looked up at the twinkling starry sky and murmured, "God bless you." The night wind after the rain was chilly, and Brienne walked over and took up the cloak to put on Green. "Thank you, Brienne." Brienne glanced at Green with her dull blue eyes, and then silently fastened the accessories on the cloak. After a pause, she suddenly said, "Lord Green, tomorrow, please allow me to guard you." Green's brown eyes moved slightly, and he looked at the beauty, saying, "Britain, according to my mother's last wish, I will not fight in person unless it is related to the life and death of the Crab family. Tomorrow is a good opportunity for you, and I am looking forward to your performance." Brienne knelt down on one knee, showing a firm expression, and said, "Lord, please allow me to guard you." Green originally planned to arrange Brienne to join the decisive battle team led by Perpili to earn some military merits, but Ringley's incident seemed to still make her feel uneasy. Lord Green always respects the reasonable requests of his warriors. "I agree. Get up, my loyal warrior." Brienne immediately smiled happily. As she stood up, she said, "Thank you, Lord Green." Green smiled and said, "Please keep ice for me tomorrow." Brienne smiled even more happily. "Yes, my lord." Not long after, Serper and Ser Amparo entered the tent where Green was together. Green walked towards the long table covered with a map. He asked as he walked, "How's the situation over there?" Serper said, "Tonight, the camp of the Justice League is still full of laughter. They like the drinks provided free of charge by Seagull Town, Green was in a good mood. He joked, "Didn't you ask them for a glass of wine?" Sir Per raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, "My lord, I just want to sit on their heads and have a drink." Emperor hesitated and reminded in a low voice, "Sir Per, you can't drink during battle. This is the military rule of Crab." After Emperor finished speaking, Green couldn't help laughing, and Sir Per's eyes twitched. Standing in front of the map and staring at it for a while, Green said, "Impero, look here." He pointed to a place on the map and continued, "I've taken you to this place. This place is big enough to accommodate 5,000 Kleber longbowmen, and there are woods on its left and right sides. The horses in the valley can't gallop in it. This is a natural barrier." Emperor glanced at the place where Green pointed on the map. She nodded and said, "Lord Green, the terrain there is favorable to us. Will the people in the valley have any objections?" Green tapped Zuyan lightly and said, "With the honor of the Knights of the Valley, they will not have any objections. For them, this duel is a battle of death between the weak and the strong, and the Crab Claw Peninsula is the weak in their eyes." His eyes condensed slightly. "For the proud and self-proclaimed powerful valley, tomorrow is actually just a grand martial arts competition, and it is also a hunting ground for competing for honor." After a pause, his eyes slowly swept over Per and Emperor, and said in a deep voice, "The time for blood debt to be repaid with blood has come. How are you, prepared?" Sir Per and Sir Emperor slapped their breastplates with their fists and shouted, "Long live Crab!" After Per and Emperor left, Green's butler Leighton brought the latest news about the True Justice Alliance. Green raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "How many mercenaries do they have?" Leighton rubbed his hands and said respectfully, "My master, it is said that there are more than 6,000 mercenaries in total. They have hired 3 mercenary groups. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 244, Battle of Seagull Town 2. Green Crab raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Count Leonor Corbray." Leonor Corbray was the Earl of Hearth City in the valley. When his father died, he left him the fiefdom, title, castle and all the money, but passed the family sword Lady of Loneliness to his younger brother, Lynn Corbray. It is rumored that he always felt that his rights were violated in this matter. Butler Leighton nodded and said, "Yes, my master. According to the intelligence we have gathered, the 3,000 troops of the Alliance of True Justice are also led by him. Together with the mercenaries, they have a total of nearly 10,000 soldiers and horses." Green stared at the map in silence. Leighton said, "I heard that Earl Corbray once publicly declared that his purpose of coming to Seagull Town was to retrieve the family relics. I heard this from a drunkard. I think he is most likely here for the Master's sword." Chapter 220, tapping the edge of the table with his fingers, Green said, "It seems that Lady of Loneliness is one of the rewards that Earl Pettier promised to Earl Corbray." After a moment of silence, Green's eyes condensed slightly, and he suddenly said, "Leighton, do you think our information came a little too easily?" Leighton blinked and scratched his head. There was a hint of doubt in his respectful voice. "My master, in order to get their information, I paid a lot of gold dragons." He held up 5 fingers with a painful look on his face. "At least 500 gold royals." Green smiled. Although there were millions of gold royals in Crab's vault, Crab had not yet adapted to the identity of a rich man. After the War of the Usurper, Crab had to live frugally for more than 10 years because of the methods of Prime Minister John Arryn, and Leighton grew up in that environment, which made sense. Green pinched his chin. He actually thought of the problem of keeping secrets. Westeros does not have the so-called confidentiality principle in this regard. When faced with such problems, the methods used are often rough and barbaric, or more dependent on personal talent. Moreover, gathering intelligence and the like are not honorable jobs in the eyes of Westeros. How does Crab's army protect secrets? They rely on the vigilance of the Survey Corps, and their methods are equally rough and barbaric, even worse during wartime. Green's fingers tapped the table again. Unknowingly, the Survey Corps has assumed several duties. If it is not adjusted in time, it is estimated that Sir Pell will be confused sooner or later. Kleber needs a special intelligence organization. What should it be called? GIE, out of play, crossed out? KKBO, crossed out. Lord Green knew that this matter could not be rushed, and he was very patient. He said, "Loyal Leighton, We will have many wars in the future, and we must have means to protect intelligence and prevent intelligence leaks. This is very important." After a pause, Green said, "Although I really hope to do it tomorrow, I know that this needs to be done step by step." He waved his hand. Come here, my Lord Leighton." Leighton walked over in a daze. Green pointed to the location of the Crab Claw Peninsula and continued, "If you have enough confidence, I can make an exception for you and reward you with a piece of land in advance. Leighton, I want you to build it for me." The fields after the rain looked particularly fresh, the dew on the wild grass was crystal clear, and the morning sun shone through the clouds on the wet earth, as if covering them with a layer of light golden gauze. Green's horse paced back and forth, and he watched Kleber's longbowmen slowly move toward the designated location. They were the last batch of 5,000 Kleber longbowmen. 2 days of heavy rain made the soil under their feet soft and humid, and a shallow puddle appeared when they stepped on it. The marsh marigold flag was moving slowly forward, and the soldiers maintained good order. Green pulled the reins and adjusted the direction of the horse. He looked into the distance where the valley flag was fluttering. Reyna rode forward, and the horse's hoof stepped on the wet ground, making a crunch sound. Stopping the horse, Petite Reyna sat on the tall and strong horse and saluted with her hand on her chest. "My lord." Green nodded his chin and said, "How is the situation over there, Reyna?" "My lord, although the mud has caused a lot of trouble for our march, everything is going well. We are setting up the formation. According to your order, we have not left any reserves, and all Kleber longbow archers will face the enemy directly." Green turned his head and said, "Are the wooden stakes and wooden hammers?" Chapter 239, ready. Reyna's light hair was dazzling in the morning light, and she replied, "Ready, my lord." Green's brown eyes stared at Reyna, who was full of fighting spirit, for a while, and said, "Reyna, this is up to you. I will look forward to your performance." "Yes, Lord Green." The voice of the messenger sounded, "Lord Royce, Bronze John." Each of a Kleber's archers carries a wooden stake with 2 pointed ends. There was silence at first, and then the valley nobles gathered around. Bronze John laughed. Sir Simon Templeton of 9-Star City laughed the loudest. "Ho ha ho ha, the war is about to start. Do they still want to build a wooden wall in front of the Knights of the Valley?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone laughed again, and their laughter was filled with ridicule and contempt. Lady Anya, Countess of Iron Oak City, looked at Bronze John, who was frowning, and said, "Count John, is this a battle against honor?" "Lady Anya, what honor can the wildlings understand? They will only kneel down and beg for mercy under the charge of the Vale Knights." "Ha ha ha, if they really do this, the Vale Knights will have to use the wooden stakes they have worked so hard to move, ha ha, to stick the heads of every wildling in Crab Claw Peninsula." "Sir Templeton, I have to say that your idea is really good. Do they already know that today will end in death? So, those wooden stakes are used in some kind of ritual of the wildlings." "Ha ha ha, a ritual of the wildlings, it is very likely. Count Crab is still a kid. He can't stop the strange traditions of his wildlings. Can those wooden stakes make the dead rest in peace? 7 levels of hell, do noble Vale Knights have to help them complete the ritual after the battle?" "Ho ha ho ha." Bronze John made a gesture of silence. As time went by, Bronze John's reputation in the League of the Just grew stronger, and the people who were laughing and talking soon stopped their pre-war ridicule. He looked at Lady Anya, pointed his finger at a place, and said, "Count Anya, please look over there." In the direction that Bronze John pointed, there were thousands of spectators gathered. He continued, "In addition to the people of the Vale, there are also bards, singers, harpists, learned scholars, merchants and mercenaries who have come from afar. They will spread today's scene to all the 7 kingdoms. So, no one will do anything that violates honor today." Bronze John's sharp eyes slowly swept over the crowd, and said, "Everyone, pride and underestimation of the enemy are shortcuts to falling into the arms of strangers on the battlefield. This is a battle related to the highest honor of the Vale." He raised his chin and said loudly, "I, John Royce, hope that I order you to take your enemies seriously." He waved one arm and shouted, "Long live the Vale of Oren." Everyone shouted in unison, "Long live the Vale of Oren! Long live the Vale of Oren! Long live the Vale of Oren!" "Sir Simon Templeton, you are the vanguard of the Vale. Leave it to me, Earl John, Earl Beneda Belmore. You will lead the next wave of charge. At your command, Earl John." 2 hours later, Crab's soldiers and the Vale cavalry were facing each other across a wheat field, about 1,500 yards apart. The cavalry of the Vale were endless, and Green was staring ahead in front of the formation, With 7 points of indifference, 2 points of indifference, and 1 point of sarcasm in his eyes, please try to imitate. Green kicked the horse's belly, and the horse under him paced forward, while Brienne followed closely behind with the flag of swamp marigolds held high. On the other side, Bronze John also rode over almost at the same time. Whoosh! In the wheat field, the horse under him was moving with some difficulty, and Green gently pulled one side of the reins to slow down its speed. Gurgle! 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 The sound of horse hooves stepping on the mud made Green's mood become more and more cheerful, and he planned in his heart to be a little more polite in a while. On the other side, the bad mud made Bronze John's brow twisted into knots. He was a veteran of many battles and realized that something was wrong. Even if it had rained for 2 consecutive days, the land should not be so soft. Before he could think deeply, Bronze John and Earl Green had already met. According to the tradition of the battle, the two of them would friendly choose the party that would blow the bugle, and the battle would begin when the bugle sounded. The breeze blew, and Green's black medium-length hair was gently lifted. He said in high spirits, "Respected Earl Royce, you don't seem to be in a good mood." He raised his chin slightly, changed his tone, and said contemptuously, "If the Knights of the Valley are willing to kneel down and surrender, I can consider forgiving your crimes." Bronze John's lips, which were about to be raised, froze. His eyes suddenly became sharp, but he was silent. Earl Green left a good impression on him, and he was confirming whether he had hallucinations. "Despicable Wild Earl, you have committed an unforgivable offense." The angry voice of the standard-bearing officer quickly confirmed to Bronze John that he had not heard wrong. "Get off your horse immediately, kneel on the ground and beg for forgiveness from Lord Royce, the wildling Earl," Bronze John's standard-bearing officer shouted again. Green's eyes suddenly became sharp. He looked at the standard-bearing officer who was glaring at him. After a pause, he suddenly said, "Who are you?" Crunch! As if the sound of teeth grinding was heard, he said angrily, "I am Harlan Hunter of Longbow Hall." Bronze John, who came back to his senses, added coldly, "He is Sir Harlan Hunter." Green raised his eyebrows slightly, and his tone was sarcastic. "A little Vale Knight dares to offend the Earl of the Royal Territory. Is this the honor of the Vale Knights?" Sir Harlan Hunt gritted his teeth and said, "I am a knight personally appointed by Duke John Arryn." To be honest, Green's first earldom was conferred upon him by John Arryn after he earnestly begged Robert I to do so, Chapter 91. But now is not the time for bickering, and he has no interest in engaging in a verbal battle with a dead man. Green ignored Sir Harlan and spoke directly to Bronze John. "Lord Royce, 2 days of heavy rain have caused the land to absorb some water, which will affect your horses." After a pause, he added, "I'm a little worried that your horses won't be able to run. Do you still want to go to war as agreed? As the ruler of the Crab Claw Peninsula and a knight of honor, I can surrender directly to you." Before Green could finish his words, Sir Harlan interrupted him angrily. "Even in the swamp, the Knights of the Valley can still charge the wildlings." Bronze John immediately said coldly, "Young Earl, a few wooden stakes can't withstand the charge of heavy cavalry." Green spread his hands and said, "Lord Royce, you have a sharp eye. I hope those wooden stakes can withstand the attack of the Knights of the Vale." Bronze John stared at Green and said, "Young man, I hope you can make it in time. The brave Knights of the Vale will not give you much time." Green stretched out his hand in the direction of Brienne, and the beauty immediately handed over the knight's lance. After Green held the knight's lance firmly, he said, "According to tradition, we use a lance duel to decide which side will blow the bugle." Sir Harlan's face twisted, and he showed a cruel smile when he looked at Green, who turned his horse. After Sir Harlan adjusted the direction of the horse, Bronze John advised, "Harlan, be careful. Earl Crab was the lance champion of the last King's Landing tournament." With a clang, Sir Harlan pulled down his armor and said, "Lord Royce, the tourney is just a knight's game for people's entertainment. I will teach him a lesson." When Green and Sir Harlan were about 100 yards apart, they stopped their horses in tacit understanding. This was not a tournament, so there was no need for the reminder of the horn. After adjusting the direction of the horse's head and pausing, the two men almost simultaneously squeezed the horse's belly and galloped towards each other. The distance was getting closer and closer. Sir Harlan looked closely at Green, who was running towards him, through the gap in his visor. His upper body leaned forward more and more as the horse ran. The tip of the knight's lance in his hand shone coldly in the morning light, and the corners of his mouth slowly rose. The hooves of the horses were flying, and the distance was getting closer. The eyes in Sir Harlan's visor were full of fierceness. He wanted more than just a lesson. That's enough. The veins on his arms bulged. He wanted the wild man. The expression on Sir Harlan's face froze instantly, and his eyes were full of shock and pain. He seemed unable to believe this sudden change. Green's knight's lance stabbed into the opponent's chest first, and the horse under him was still running, and Sir Harlan was still hanging on the lance. Ta-ta-ta. 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 The horses slowed down and paced. Green suddenly raised the spear that was piercing Sir Harlan's body with one hand. The nearly 5-meter-long spear had a clear arc then. Lord Green threw Sir Harlan directly towards Brown's John. With a bang, the splashing mud and water even splashed on Brown's John. The cloak embroidered with swamp marigolds was thrown, and Green's voice came over, "People of the valley," Kraber's bugle sounded, and the war began. Chapter 245, Battle of Seagulltown 3. Brienne held high the flag of the Marsh Marigold and waved it from side to side. Suddenly, the sound of Crab's bugle rang out. The sound was deep and long. Crab's longbowmen inserted the sharp wooden stakes they carried with them diagonally in front of the formation. From a distance, Crab's formation seemed to be wriggling. Green Crab personally won the initiative to blow the bugle. The sound of the bugle was the beginning of the battle. Crab's longbowmen lined up dense fences in front of their formation. They had been training in this skill for a month and were very skilled. On the other hand, the Knights of the Valley still needed to prepare for the charge. Although the time was not much, it was very precious for Crab's longbowmen. Green rode slowly in the wheat field. It was just 2 days of heavy rain. Why did the ground become so soft at this time? Lord Green simply used nearly 2,000 strong oxen in his hands to plow all the wheat fields near Seagulltown for free. This move made the farmers of Seagulltown praise him as a generous and kind lord. The wheat field sandwiched between the Kleber army and the Valley army was also one of them, or, it was just one of the battlefields prepared in advance by King Green. The news that Green shot and killed the Valley Knight in front of the army spread among Kleber's army, and the morale of the soldiers was directly raised. The simple Crab Claw Peninsula soldiers believed in powerful warriors more. When Green returned to the army and walked through the horses under him, the soldiers around him pounded their fists on their chests to show their respect and loyalty to the Lord. Lord Green walked through with a serious face, leaving his gentleness to the soldiers who could walk in by themselves. The soldiers standing in the distance only needed to see the power and mystery of their lord. All the preparations had been completed, and Lord Green did not need to explain repeatedly, and the rest was left to his soldiers. The crab bugle sounded, its long sound like the cold wind from the north. Bronze John glanced at Sir Harlan, who was almost deformed on the ground, and rushed towards his own army with a kick of his horse's belly. Bronze John had already discovered Green's little action. This passive feeling not only made him alert, but also made him furious. The Count of Crab Claw Peninsula had told him with his actions that today's battle was not a good-looking tournament, but a fight to the death. Go and bring Sir Harlan back. This was the first sentence of Bronze John after he returned to the army. Bronze John's plain words made the anger of the Valley Knights surge up again, and then burned fiercely. Before, they were more angry because they felt the provocation of the wild Earl, and now only the blood of the enemy could calm their surging anger. Everyone, don't let your opponents wait impatiently. Under the command of Bronze John, more than 20,000 angry Valley cavalry accelerated the preparations before the battle. More than 1,000 knights in full plate armor are gathering in a wedge formation. Most of them are wearing armor passed down from generation to generation in their families. This is only a small part of the Vale Knights, ruled by the Gorglory and Arryn families. The armor of the Vale Knights shines in the morning light. Behind them are more than 500 knight attendants wearing breastplates and chain mail, who are also part of the vanguard. The loud military trumpet of the Vale sounded, beep beep. Damn it, Sir Simon Templeton cursed. After the cavalry set off, he found that the closer they were to the enemy, the softer the ground under their feet made it more difficult for the horses to move and maintain a dense formation. This was not only the result of the lack of training of the Valley Knights, but also related to the ground conditions of the battlefield. Count Beneda Belmore, who was following behind, was forced to advance on the muddy ground that had been trampled by the vanguard cavalry led by Sir Simon Templeton. The distance of 250 to 300 yards is almost the effective range of the Kleber longbow, but Emperor, who was standing at the front of the army, did not give the order to shoot. When the distance was close to 200 yards, Emperor gave the order to draw the bow. Under the command of Kleber's 1,000-man captains, 300-man captains, centurions, 30-man captains, and 10-man captains, More than 5,000 cleaver longbowmen slowly pulled the bowstrings to full length. About 180 yards, Sir Simon Templeton's horse passed over an arrow stuck in the ground. Its feathers were very conspicuous. This was one of the many positioning arrows shot in advance by Crab's archers. Release, 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 release. The knights of the valley found that a large dark cloud suddenly rose in Crab's army. Then, swish, 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 swish. A rapid and fierce rain of arrows fell from the sky. Ding 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 ding. Chee 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 chee. The frightened horses neighed and struggled like crazy, out of control, and the knights of the valley were immediately thrown off their horses. A large cloud of arrows rose again in Crab's army. After reaching a height of about 30 yards, they flew down at a steeper angle into the mess of the valley cavalry. Because the ground was too soft, most of the wooden stakes had sunk, making them very solid. Some frightened horses struggled to charge forward, but were often nailed to death on the wooden stakes. As if blessed by the gods, Sir Simon Templeton's tall and strong horse allowed him to avoid Crab's rain of arrows. But unfortunately, his horse suddenly hit the wooden stake, so he flew straight out of the saddle and fell headfirst in front of small man Rena. Before Sir Simon Templeton regained consciousness, Crab's dagger in Rena's hand pierced into the gap in his armor and took his life. The frightened horses ran away in all directions, and they also crashed into the relatively neat cavalry formation of Count Beneda Belmore. Hold on! Hold on! Count Belmore roared loudly. The injured and frightened horses rushed around in Sir Templeton's team, and chaos was like a wave among the 3,000 cavalry. At this time, they were more than 100 yards away from the vanguard cavalry who had already fallen off their horses, and more than 300 yards away from Crab's archers. The battle was not going well, but the proud Valley Knights would never retreat in front of the savages. Then, Count Beneda Belmore gave the order to dismount and move forward. More than 2,000 knights in plate armor in the team threw away their knight lances, dismounted and moved forward under the order of Count Beneda Belmore, and nearly 1,000 knight attendants followed closely behind them. Whoosh-hoo! Many of the knights in full plate armor among the vanguard cavalry also became members of the Valley Heavy Infantry, while the knight attendants who only wore breastplates and chainmail were almost killed or wounded. During the march, people slipped from time to time, and the increasingly dense heavy infantry formation had no time to take care of the brothers who fell to the ground. Count Beneda Belmore panted and roared loudly, "Brave Valley Knights, forward! Forward! Keep moving forward!" There were only 100 yards left, a distance that could be rushed over in the blink of an eye, but now it was extremely difficult. The armor and the mud stuck on it seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and more Valley Knights fell to the ground due to lack of physical strength. When they were about to approach the sharp wooden stakes, Count Beneda Belmore shouted loudly, "The wild man is right in front of us, forward! Forward!" In order to raise his voice, he couldn't help but raise his head habitually, but he saw a tall woman wearing black leather armor through the gap in the visor, and she was holding about towards him. Time suddenly became very slow. Not only did he see the arrow flying towards him, he also found that the woman had beautiful brown hair, which shone with the golden light in the sun. Puff! The arrow shot by Sir Emperor Thorns passed through the gap in the mask of Count Beneda Belmore, and his fat body fell into the mud. Count Honged City, commander of the Valley's heavy infantry, Beneda Belmore was dead. After finally approaching the fence in front of Kleber's archers, more than 1,000 Valley heavy infantry collapsed almost instantly. 7 layers of hell. Bronze John closed his eyes in pain. The gentle voice of Earl of Redfort, Horton Redfort, a member of the League of the Just, sounded, "Lord John, they are ready and can go into battle at any time." After a pause, he said, "Perhaps, you can leave this attack to me. We can't do without you here." Bronze John shook his head slightly. He took the helmet from the servant, put it on his head, and said in a deep voice, "Earl Kleber is a cunning fox. I will hunt him myself." Earl Horton Redfort pointed to the 3 young men beside him and said, "Lord John, please allow my 3 sons to join you in the battle. Victory belongs to the Vale." Bronze John glanced at Earl Redfort's 3 sturdy sons, nodded slightly, and said, "Victory belongs to the Vale." In addition to Earl Redfort's 2nd son Clayton, 3rd son John, and 4th son Michel, Bronze John's 2nd son Robert and 3rd son Weimar also joined the attack. Beep beep, bee. The proud knight of the Valley must not lose. Bronze John's eyes were extremely firm. He must win this battle even if he died. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Ding 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 ding. As if the previous scene was reappearing, the infantry of the Valley Knights braved the rain of arrows from Crab and slowly moved on the mud with great courage. When Bronze John personally experienced the 7 layers of hell here, he couldn't help but feel a deep despair in his heart. Ding 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 ding. Bronze John, who was walking forward with the knight's shield, was extremely regretful. Why didn't he order each Valley Knight to prepare a shield in advance? They only collected a few hundred knight shields in total. Sure enough, underestimating the enemy is a shortcut to falling into the arms of the stranger. Ding 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 ding. Chi 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 chi. Crab's dense rain of arrows drilled into the vents and observation ports of the helmet from time to time, and the Valley Knights who were struggling to move forward fell one after another. The ground was full of mud, men lying in the mud and wailing. They were the survivors left behind by Sir Simon Templeton and Count Beneda Belmore. Bronze John shouted coldly, "Knights of the Valley! Forward! Only by defeating the Crab Claw Peninsula people in front as soon as possible can we rescue them from here, God's bless. Or surrender to the Crab Claw Peninsula people." Bronze John instantly shook off the absurd idea that surged in his heart. If he must surrender to the wildlings, the glorious Valley Knights would rather die in battle. When the distance between the two sides approached 100 yards, the Kleber longbowman no longer threw, but aimed and shot directly. Swish, 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 swish. Those who could stand in the front of the army were Kleber's most outstanding archers. They shot arrows directly into the gaps in the Valley people's armor, and the Valley Knights fell to the ground one after another. Their formation was too dense, and after a large number of people fell to the ground, the people behind were tripped one after another, and the casualties of the Valley Knights increased suddenly. When they finally advanced to the fence made of wooden stakes, the Valley Knights could be said to have exhausted their physical strength. The wooden stakes sunk into the soil were extremely solid, and behind them were the soldiers of the Crab Claw Peninsula who had put down their longbows and replaced their various long weapons. Bronze John screamed in despair and ordered, "Jump over! Attack! 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 Happy New Year in advance! Ha ha ho! Dear lords! See you next year!" Chapter 246, Battle of Seagull Town 4. At Bronze John's command, Earl Fred's 3 sons, including his 3rd son, climbed over the fence that was slightly higher than his waist. Only the 2nd son, who was protecting him and holding a knight's shield, stayed behind. Most of the Valley Knights who climbed over the fence fell directly into the mud. The clumsy heavy armor and the exhausted physical strength made it impossible for them to land and stabilize their bodies without falling. After falling to the ground, it was extremely difficult for them to even get up again. "Gods!" Bronze John screamed in extreme grief. Countless long weapons fell on them, and his eyes were bloodshot. The essence of the Valley Knights gathered here. Before Bronze John changed the order, they chopped the wooden stakes in front of them with their swords in their hands. The too dense military formation left the Valley Knights with no room to dodge the spear stabbing from behind the fence. The advance of the Valley Knights was blocked, and the formation became more dense. If one person fell in front, several people would fall down, or even a large group of people would fall down. Finally, the fence was chopped into many holes by the Vale Knights who were not afraid of sacrifice, but most of them were repaired by the fallen bodies of the Vale Knights. The killing continued. This place was the 7th level of hell for the Vale Knights. The pride of the Vale Knights allowed them to persist until now. When they walked hard on the mud under the rain of arrows, their belief in victory had already begun to waver. The best knights of the Arin Valley gathered here. Their bodies were already exhausted and their eyes began to become empty. In front of them, Crab's spear and fence seemed to be an insurmountable barrier, harvesting their lives every moment. Under their feet, the wailing of their companions came one after another, as if the stranger was calling in their ears. The Vale Knights were crowded together, and the mood of despair spread in the air, like a dark cloud covering everyone's heart. Bronze John kept shouting to attack, but the pride and courage of the Vale Knights had been exhausted. The Vale Knights suddenly collapsed, and their retreat was like a flood that broke through the dam and could not be stopped. However, they forgot that there was a large mud puddle behind them that they and their horses had trampled out. It was still a death trap for them at this moment. They were knocked down, tripped, slipped, fell. The exhausted knights of the valley desperately fled to the rear with the idea of escaping from this hell on earth. Not long after, A dark cloud rose again in the army of Crab, attacking the retreating knights of the valley like a hurricane. Earl Royce was actually defeated by the wildlings. The nearly 10,000 knights of the valley who stayed behind also began to stir. The mood of uneasiness and fear spread like a tide, and almost everyone felt as if they were shrouded in darkness. The heir of Longbow Hall, Sir Jerwood Hunter, who was sitting in the rear, didn't know how to deal with this unexpected situation. He was always arrogant, but at this moment he seemed so overwhelmed. "Attack!" someone suddenly shouted, and the voice seemed particularly harsh at this moment. Sir Hunter looked in the direction of the sound angrily, but before he could see clearly, there was another response from the army. "Attack! Attack! 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 Attack!" First a few people, then a group of people. Finally, almost everyone was shouting attack. They thought it was a game of hunting wild men. The abrupt voice made the panicked Valley Knights seem to have found a way out of the situation in front of them. Someone rode his horse forward, and after the first one, there was the second one. They actually ran towards the direction of the Crab army without receiving any orders. Sir Hunter and Lady Anya tried to stop them, but their voices were drowned in the thundering sound of horses' hoofs. Why did Brown's John let the Valley Knights he led walk? That was because the wheat field ahead was a forbidden place for horses, and they had to let the knights become dismounted infantry. Gods, this is suicide. The Valley cavalry had already left his command, and Sir Hunter could only roar on the spot. "Attack! Attack!" some cavalrymen shouted while slowing down their horses, using their skilled riding skills to gradually break away from the charging team. Among the Valley Knights who participated in the battle, some hired free riders to do odd jobs, totaling more than 1,000 people. Among these free riders, some took 2 or 3 gold dragons, and it was they who suddenly shouted the slogan of attack. For them, they only got a small amount of money from the Valley Knights who hired them, which was far less than the other 1 or 2 other hiring fees they got privately. Moreover, the task was very simple. Someone approached them privately and said, "This battle is known to all the 7 countries, and only by slaughtering all the Crab Claw Peninsula wild men who dare to provoke can they be worthy of the nobility and honor of the Valley Knights, and their task is to secretly incite, use the swords in the hands of the Valley Knights to drain as much blood as possible from the Crab Claw Peninsula wild men." When many people were still worrying about how to get the rich golden dragons, another person came to them again. He told them what slogans to shout out at what time, and these slogans can be summarized as, "True Valley Knights never retreat." After thinking about it, it seems that all employers have the same goal. Therefore, some lucky free riders accepted the double windfall with peace of mind. Therefore, the free riders who valued the promises encouraged the Valley Knights to fight a decisive battle at the right time according to the private agreement. As for what the consequences would be after launching a decisive battle, how could the noble knights lose to those wild people? Even if there were some setbacks, it was absolutely impossible to lose this battle related to the honor of the valley. Why did they slip away from the charging team? The free riders were only hired to do odd jobs, and they were not qualified to participate in the battle of honor belonging to the Valley Knights. Whose people were the 2 who bribed these free riders privately? One was Littlefinger, and the other was Lord Green. Littlefinger's goal was to make Crab Claw Peninsula and the just lose both sides, or he hoped that both sides would perish together, which would make it easier for him to hold the ruling power of the Vale in his hands. As for Green, his goal was similar. He hoped to eliminate as many obstacles as possible for the next conquest of the Vale in this rare battlefield. Therefore, both Green and Littlefinger used covert means that seemed to be no problem on the surface, which intensified the intensity of the war. For the glory of the Vale of Arryn, the Vale Knights struggled forward in the muddy mud, and the neighing of the horses and the shouts of the cavalry were intertwined. However, the pride and courage of the knights alone could not allow the horses to move smoothly on the mud. More and more horses suddenly fell to the ground and threw the knights on the saddle out. For the glory of the Vale Knights, more and more horses were frightened, and the Vale Knights tried to control their horses, but everything was in vain. They became more crazy and ran around, and the cavalry formation was suddenly in chaos. Beep beep, beep beep, beep 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 beep. The military horn of the valley suddenly sounded. This is the horn of retreat. Most of the cavalry were completely awakened by the sound of the retreat horn. They had to admit in despair, the knights of the valley really lost. They lost to the despicable wildlings. But there were still many people who ignored the retreat horn like gamblers who lost all their property. They could not accept that the Knights of the Valley lost to the wildlings of the Crab Claw Peninsula. They wanted to move forward for the glory of the Arin Valley. This also brought more chaos to the Knights of the Valley. Woo 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 woo. The long military horn of Kleber echoed on the battlefield. More than 1,000 Crab Claw Peninsula warriors, mainly Kleber soldiers, walked out of the battle formation under the command of Emperor Thorns. Their weapons were mainly armor-piercing weapons such as leaf hammers, war hammers, and battle axes. Woo 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 woo. The bugle call sounded again soon, and more than 500 Kleber spearmen walked out of the army formation and followed closely behind. Their target was the valley people who were lying on the mud and wailing and struggling. Lord Green's order was, no prisoners were needed. That night, at the camp of the Justice Alliance, Countess Anya Wainwood's eyes were red, and she said in a crying voice, "Gods, Lord John, how could this be? How dare they, how dare they?" Sir Gerwood Hunt said in a deep voice, "With Earl Royce's status in the Seven Kingdoms, no matter where he is, even as a prisoner he should be treated with respect and courtesy." He looked at Earl Horton Redford and continued, "Earl Horton, could it be a mistake? The Crab family," after a pause, he said, "half-savages are not real barbarians after all." Earl Horton Redford stared at the brazier in silence. After a long silence, he spoke in a trembling voice, "My son, his son, are all dead, really dead. Gods forgive me." Lady Anya closed her eyelids sadly. Sir Jarwood stood up suddenly, paused, and said hoarsely in grief, "This is murder. This is a crime. His crime is unforgivable. We must protest to King Joffrey and demand a fair trial of Green Crab's crimes under the witness of the Seven Gods." Red Keep. Earl Horton sighed weakly and said, "The current Red Keep is not the place when Lord John Arryn was alive. If the old Duke was still here, how? If he was still here, who would dare to challenge the Vale? Would Crab dare?" He shook his head and said, "Before King Joffrey came of age, everyone knew that the Red Keep belonged to the Lannister family, and Earl Crab was a favorite of Queen Mother Cersei. Perhaps they would regard our protest as a joke." Lady Anya reminded Earl Horton, "We must protest to the Red Keep. We must let the Seven Kingdoms know about Earl Crab's brutal atrocities in the Vale as soon as possible." After that, she couldn't help but murmured, "7 levels of hell." Earl Horton said sadly, "Today is a battle known to all the Seven Kingdoms. I'm worried that they will laugh at the honor of the Knights of the Valley." Lady Anya shook her head slightly. She reminded again, "Earl Horton, I understand your concerns, but who can accept such a horrifying result? Almost all the knight families that have been passed down in the Vale of Arryn for thousands of years. In just half a day, they disappeared forever. This is a barbaric act that the gods cannot forgive. This can no longer be explained by the excuse of a battle. Every good person in the Seven Kingdoms will not forgive such a cruel atrocity." Earl Horton nodded slightly and said, "Indeed, this is no longer a matter of kingdom law, wise Lady Anya." Sir Gerwood said bitterly, "All the people of the Crab Claw Peninsula must pay with blood." Lady Anya sighed and said, "We have to fight with the Red Castle first." Lady Anya's words were interrupted by a sudden movement outside the tent door. Not long after, the Earl of Zinsua City, Leonor Corbray, strode in. As he walked, he said, "Good night, my lords. Please forgive me for disturbing you, Earl Corbray. You should have let the guards inform you before coming in. This is basic courtesy. Why are you here?" Earl Leonor first sat down in an empty seat beside him. Then he glanced at the three people with solemn expressions and said, "I can feel the grief emanating from here from a long distance. As a vassal of the Arryn family, I have to disturb you." Lady Anya, Earl Houghton, and Sir Gerwood looked at each other. Lady Anya said, "Earl Corbray, I hope to see honest character from the men in the valley, rather than insincere excuses." Earl Leonor shrugged and said, "Lady Anya, Earl Houghton, Sir Gerwood, in the name of the Duke of the Eyrie, I have brought reinforcements for you tonight." Earl Houghton frowned and said, "Duke Robert, in accordance with Lady Anya's instructions, I will be direct." Lord Lionel raised the corner of his lips and continued, "It was Lord Baelish, the adoptive father of Duke Robert, who ordered me to send support to the League of the Just." Sir Jarwood sneered and said, "You really came in time. I have to tell you. Lord Corbray, you are late." Lord Lionel spread his hands and said, "It is precisely because of the defeat of the League of the Just that I have the audacity to appear here. According to Lord Petter's instructions, if you win, my mission is to recapture Seagletown from the hands of the wildlings, and take back my own things by the way." Sir Jarwood snorted coldly and said, "We will recapture Seagletown by ourselves. The League of the Just will never accept the help of Lysa Tully. We have not forgotten that she was the murderer who poisoned Lord Jon Arryn, Lady Anya echoed. Lord Corbray, as vassals of the Arryn family, we must make the murderer get the trial he deserves. Earl Houghton nodded, also expressing his attitude. Earl Lionel sighed, paused, his expression became serious, and said, Madam Enya, Earl Houghton, Sir Jerwood, I want to inform you, not long ago, Lysa Tully chose to die because she could not forgive the sins she committed. Chapter 247, Feast of the Fire Bull. Sir Jerwood was stunned and said, how is it possible? I heard that Lady Lysa has as many suitors as crows around her, how could she bear to? Lady Anya first signaled with her eyes to interrupt him, and then she said, Lord Lionel, as far as I know, the Lady of Winterfell is a guest in the area. Lord Lionel's eyes flashed slightly, he nodded, and said, when I went to meet Duke Robert the Younger, I saw Lady Catelyn from a distance. She was very haggard. Thank you for your frankness. After a pause, Lady Anya stared into Lord Lionel's eyes and continued, can you tell me, is Lady Catelyn one of the witnesses who chose to die by Lysa Tully? Lord Lionel's fingers moved slightly. He was silent for a while and sighed. Lady Anya, Earl Houghton, Sir Jerwood, although I don't know the details, I am willing to believe that Lady Lysa's death was her own choice. Willing to believe, Lady Anya couldn't help but sigh. Count Leonor tapped his chin lightly, his eyes swept across the people present, and said, to be honest, this is a pretty good result for the entire valley. His face turned bitter, or rather, there is no better result than this. As soon as Count Leonor finished speaking, the tent suddenly became silent. After a pause, Lord Houghton said, I have to admit that this is a lucky thing for little Duke Robert. Alice, Sir Jerwood suddenly said, you said just now that Earl Baelish is the little Duke's adoptive father, according to the will of Duke Robert's mother. Lord Lionel's words were rudely interrupted by Lord Jarwood, who sneered, what qualifications does Peter Baelish have to be the little Duke's adoptive father? Just a few sheep on that small piece of rocky land on the Five Fingers Peninsula. Lord Lionel shrugged and said, Sir Jarwood, when I first heard the news, I felt the same as you. Sir Jarwood's voice was full of distrust. Are you trying to tell me that you changed your mind for some reason? Well, I heard that Earl Baelish is a good moneymaker. Could it be that the treasury of the area was squandered by someone? So Lysa Tully is eager to find an adoptive father who can make money for little Duke Robert? Lord Lionel, do you have the same idea? Lord Lionel stared at Sir Jerwood for a while, and said in a cold voice, Jerwood Hunter, are you questioning the honor of the Corbray family? At this time, Lady Anya spoke in a gentle voice, Lord Lionel, please forgive Sir Jerwood's presumptuousness. The vassals of the Arryn family are very concerned about the safety of young Duke Robert. After that, her eyes moved to Sir Jerwood, who snorted coldly and turned his face to the other side. She continued, I think you must have reasons to support Lord Baelish. The Alliance of the Righteous wants to hear the real reason. Lord Lionel leaned back in his chair and said, my lords, Lord Baelish has brought real help to the Vale. He has reached an alliance with Tywin Lannister on behalf of the Vale. The corners of his mouth curled up. According to the agreement, Myrcella Baratheon will become the fiancée of young Duke Robert, and the little princess will soon arrive at the area and hold a wedding when she comes of age. After listening to what Lord Lionel said, Lady Anya and others couldn't help but breathe a little heavier. The flames in the brazier flickered. After a long while, Lady Anya clasped her hands together and murmured devoutly, God bless you, glancing at the crowd. Sir Jerwood of Longbow Hall fixed his eyes on Earl Lionel and said in disbelief, are the Lannisters willing to send Princess Myrcella to the Eyrie? They are. He opened his mouth, but although he did not say the following words, he added in his heart, are the Lannisters a bunch of fools? Lord Houghton's eyes moved, and he said, Lord Lionel Corbray, I have to admit that this is surprisingly good news, but I want to know what the Vale has to pay for the Lannisters' generosity. Sir Jarwood nodded vigorously, and Lady Anya picked up the wine jug gracefully, pouring wine as she said, I'm curious too. She glanced at Lord Houghton and continued, how do the Knights of the Vale need to serve the Lannisters? Lord Lionel spread his hands and replied, the Lannisters' conditions are very simple. Lord Baelish told me that in addition to asking us to continue to support King Joffrey's Iron Throne, we also need to send troops to quell the rebellion. Lord Houghton's eyes moved slightly, and he said, Stark and Tully. Seeing Lord Lionel nod, Sir Jarwood suddenly realized, the Lannisters want to destroy the Alliance of Arryn? Stark and Tully. Without waiting for others to speak, he asked doubtfully, to be honest, after Lysa Tully poisoned Lord Jon, This alliance can be said to have died. Lady Anya shook her head slightly and said, if the daughter of the Stark family marries young Duke Robert, the alliance of the eagle, the wolf, and the fish will still be firm. So the Lannisters are willing to send their only princess to the Eyrie. After a pause, she continued, moreover, the North and the Riverlands have Robb Stark, who claims to be the king of the North and the king of the Trident. He is an enemy that the Lannisters must deal with. Sir Jarwood scratched his head and said, there is also a powerful Stannis to the south of King's Landing. Earl Lionel said with a relaxed expression, Lord Baelish told me that the Lannisters have reached an alliance with the Tyrells of Highgarden, and Stannis, do you really want to see him sitting on the Iron Throne? Not only us, I think most of the nobles in the Seven Kingdoms would not be willing to let that lord become their king. Lady Anya's eyes were deep. She exhaled and said, it seems that the lady of the Tyrell family will wear the queen's crown? Earl Lionel smiled and said, I have to say that you are really a wise lady. Lord Baelish's guess is similar to yours. The proud Golden Rose must have seen the sincerity of the Lannisters in advance. After a pause, he said, let the noble Princess Myrcella hold her wedding with young Duke Robert after she grows up in the Eyrie. I think this is the sincerity that the Lannisters give to the nobles of the Vale. Earl Houghton suddenly said to himself, if there had been no unrest in the Vale, perhaps the Vale would have seen more sincerity. Sir Jarwood laughed and said, this is already very happy news for me. His tone changed, and he said in a deep voice, Earl Lionel, since we are allies, can we ask the Lannisters to withdraw the people of the Crab Claw Peninsula from our Vale? An imperceptible contempt flashed across Count Leonor's face. He smiled slightly and said, Sir Jarwood, as the heir to Longbow Hall, don't you plan to take back the lost honor with your own hands? Sir Jarwood was stunned, his eyes were a little evasive, and he said, the Knights of the Valley need to rest for a while. Count Leonor raised his chin slightly and said, tomorrow, the sword in my hand will cut off Count Crab's neck, and I will hang his head in the square of Seagull Town. Earl Houghton frowned slightly and said, Earl Leonor, Sir Jarwood is right. The Knights of the Valley have just experienced an unprecedented defeat. We really need to rest and recover. His expression became painful. More than 20,000 Valley cavalrymen went into battle today, but only more than 6,000 returned to the camp. Many of them are still injured. They cannot participate in the battle in a short time. Count Leonor's mouth curled up slightly, and said, I brought 10,000 soldiers, and they are full of fighting spirit at the moment. Earl Houghton frowned even more deeply. 10,000 soldiers? You. Could it be? Earl Leonor looked at the three people with serious expressions and said, I actually arrived a long time ago. I saw you guys staying here to rest, so I didn't let anyone disturb you. As soon as he finished speaking, Sir Jarwood stood up suddenly, holding the hilt of his sword with one hand, and said, the soldiers of the Longbow Hall of the Hunter family will not listen to you obediently. What did you do? Seeing this, Earl Leonor also climbed up the hilt of his sword, and the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. Alice, Lady Anya shook her head and slowly stood up. She handed the full glass of wine to Earl Leonor. Then, she handed another glass of wine to Sir Jarwood and said, we have to be patient. If Earl Leonor intended to harm us, he would not be here. Thank you for your trust, Lady Anya. Earl Leonor took a sip of ale and said, I just followed the orders of Lord Baelish. I brought doctors and wine for the tired warriors, and the soldiers I brought also helped you carry the wounded into the tent. Lady Anya frowned slightly, and she said gently, you are very thoughtful, Earl Leonor. After speaking, when Lady Anya turned around and sat down, she secretly gave Sir Jarwood a warning look. Sir Jarwood snorted coldly, but ended his glaring at Earl Leonor. After sitting down, Lady Anya picked up the wine glass and took a sip of wine, then said, Lord Lionel, we have learned about Lord Baelish's goodwill towards the League of the Righteous, and his great contributions to the Vale of Arryn and young Lord Robert. After a pause, she said sincerely, Lord Petyr Baelish is a wise and good man. We welcome him to become young Lord Robert's adoptive father. May the gods bless all the good people on earth. It was late at night, and the stars were dotted. Green Crab stood on a high place and looked at the valley camp in the distance for a while, then retracted his gaze and said, according to our investigation, there are 20,000 troops from the valley gathered there. He reached out and patted Sir Pear who was standing beside him, and then said, Pear, the battle tonight is up to you. Pear Pie straightened his strong chest and said, my lord, I'm at your disposal. Green tapped his chin lightly and said, are the 2,000 strong bulls ready? Sir Pear nodded and said, the horns of the bulls are tied with sharp blades, and the tails of each bull are tied with oil-soaked reeds. We have made proper preparations. Green took a step forward and said as he walked, "Pair, the timing of lighting the bull's tail is important, but the timing of lighting the passageway is more important. I don't want to see them running towards our soldiers." The passage Green mentioned refers to the wall of fire formed by igniting the prepared flammable materials. As a time traveler, he knew very well that if the passageway was not prepared, the firebulls would accidentally crash into his own army. He added, "Also, the war drums." Sir Pair replied respectfully, "Lord Green, those bull trainers have been training for a long time for tonight. They know them very well, please rest assured." Green paused, looked at his retainer knight, and said, "Pair, master the firebull tactics, you can teach it to your children in the future." Hearing this, Sir Pair immediately knelt on one knee, his voice trembling, "My lord, the Pili family will always remember your kindness." Green helped Sir Pair up, he looked up at the night sky, and said, "Go, my loyal Pair. Remember, Crab still does not need prisoners tonight." In the tent, Leighton was wiping the well-maintained bronze armor, which was the ancestral armor of Bronze John. Green entered the tent and looked at the bronze armor that was shining because of the oil. He nodded slightly and said, "Leighton, well done." Leighton smiled shyly. He pointed to the magic spell engraved on the armor and said, "My lord, it is rumored that this armor can protect the warrior wearing it from harm. Is this true?" Green raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Leighton, you may want to ask our Sir Amparo about the truth of this legend." Leighton was stunned at first, then he smiled and said, "The magic of the valley is vulnerable to Crab's sword." He put away the soft leather that he had applied with oil, and said, "My lord, I am ready and can set off tomorrow morning." Green sat down on the folding wooden chair next to the brazier and said, "Leighton, when you arrive in King's Landing, you enter the city through the steel gate." He added, "It is very important for Crab to give the bronze armor to King Joffrey." "Leighton, thank you for your help." Leighton bowed and said, "My lord, thank you for your trust. I promise to complete your orders." Green nodded slightly. This was a trophy that proved the great military exploits of King Joffrey. It couldn't be delayed. Ahem, the game of power can only be won if it's fast. In the next situation in the valley, Lord Green will have to compete with the power players for courage. In the tent of the valley camp, Earl Lionel, Lady Anya, Earl Houghton, and Sir Jerwood raised their glasses to each other. Taking a sip of wine, Lady Anya said, "Count Leonor, the 1,000 cavalry and 2,000 infantry who stayed in the camp during the day, we will all put them under your command." Count Leonor raised his glass again and said, "My lords, the glorious victory belongs to the Duke of Eagle's Nest." Count Horton also raised his glass, paused, and reminded, "Count Leonor, please be careful of the rain of arrows from the Crab Claw Peninsula. The people of the Crab Claw Peninsula are well trained. Perhaps, we should not call them savages anymore." Chapter 248, Attack of Kleber. Madame Anya's eyes moved slightly, and she glanced at the arrogant Count Leonor, and said in a gentle voice, "The Crab barbarians are well equipped and deserve a little attention." Count Leonor had a look of contempt that was hard to hide on his face, and said, "When the sun rises, the barbarians without mud can't withstand the charge of the Valley Knights." Sir Jerwood's voice was a little sarcastic, and he said, "It is true that there is no mud, but they have the 12 walls of Seagull Town." Earl Horton shook his head slightly and said, "The Crab Claw Peninsula archers are still resting in the camp outside the city tonight." Earl Crab could not have thought that the counterattack from the valley would come so soon. And, he looked at Earl Leonor, "If I remember correctly, Earl Baelish once served as a tax collector in Seagull Town. I think he should have many friends there." Earl Leonor curled his lips slightly and said, "Earl Horton, your eyes are as sharp as a torch." As soon as he finished speaking, Sir Jerwood laughed and said, "This is another good news I heard tonight." Count Leonor raised his chin, raised his glass and said, "My lords, for the honor of the valley." Lady Anya had an elegant smile on her face. When she reached for the wine glass on the table, she suddenly felt something strange. She found out of the corner of her eye that the silver wine glass was shaking slightly. Lady Anya soon discovered that the strange feeling came from the ground under her feet. She grabbed the table with one hand and got up from the chair, and hurriedly asked, "What's going on?" Outside the tent, all kinds of noisy sounds suddenly came. Sir Jerwood, who had a bad premonition, lifted the curtain and walked out of the tent first. He cursed a few words first, and then, when his eyes moved to place, the whole person froze there, muttering, "7 layers of hell." In the distance, he saw a sea of fire rushing towards the camp in the valley, and the flames seemed to have life dancing in the night. The moonlight was blocked by dark clouds, and the earth was dark. Only a faint fire flickered in the camp in the valley. Suddenly, a deafening roar of cows mooing and hoofbeats broke the silence of the night, and the ground seemed to be shaking. Then, countless firebulls rushed towards the camp in the valley like a flood from the darkness. The firebulls rushed into the camp. This sudden change almost instantly caused the soldiers and mercenaries in the valley to collapse. They could only flee in panic. The firebulls were rampaging. Some soldiers were pierced by the sharp blades on the horns, some were trampled by the hooves, and some were burned by the flames. The screams, wailing, and cow-moos were intertwined, and the whole camp fell into chaos. "Fight for Lord Green!" Sir Pell raised his sword and roared. More than 3,000 crab soldiers following the firebulls rushed into the valley camp under his command. Madame Agnes' pupils widened. "Gods, save us!" Count Leonor looked at the mess in front of him, his eyes blank. "It's over. It's all over. This is magic. This is evil magic." Ugh! Suddenly, a bull with red eyes and flaming tail rushed towards him and directly knocked Count Leonor into the blazing fire. That night, until the dawn, Kleber's soldiers put away their bloody weapons. At noon, the Seagull town, which was shrouded in a dull atmosphere, opened a grand banquet that everyone could attend, and the main course was roast beef. In the Lord's Hall, Lord Green always controlled his drinking, but today he drank one glass after another with everyone. Sir Pell, whose face was flushed from drinking, stood up, raised his glass and shouted, "For the health of Lord Green." Everyone echoed loudly, "Long live Lord Green." Sir Pell shouted again, "Long live Whispering Castle." Everyone shouted, "Long live Crab, fight for Lord Green, long live, long live, long live." Roar, roar, roar. Sir Pell actually staggered and led a group of people, laughing and dancing Crab's victory dance. Chapter 74. Looking at the dancing crowd below, Green leaned back in his chair, and the corners of his lips could not help but rise. Green was thinking. After sobering up, if the serious retainer knight recalled what he had done today, his expression would definitely become very interesting. In the seat of the Thorn Core, Rhaena first chuckled, then she laughed loudly, patted Emperor's back, and said, "Sheep, is he really our Lord Per? Wow, haha." Emperor observed carefully for a while and said, "He must be drunk." She reached out and rubbed Rhaena's head, and said, "Don't laugh, you're spraying wine everywhere." Rhaena nodded uncomfortably, holding her stomach, and then she suddenly glanced in the direction of Green and whispered, "Emperor, look at our lord, he also wants to laugh, he has a hard time holding it back, you have to believe the hunter's eyes." Hearing this, Emperor curiously moved his eyes away, but happened to collide with Green's gaze, and her lord smiled and raised his glass to her. Emperor raised his glass with a guilty conscience, and Rhaena, who saw everything, laughed immediately. Rhaena smiled and hugged Emperor, jokingly saying, "Shemale leopard, I don't mind sharing you with others." Emperor stretched out her hand and pushed Rhaena's forehead with 3 fingers, saying, "Don't talk nonsense." Seeing Emperor's serious expression, Rhaena changed the subject. "Emperor, I heard that according to Kraber's military merits, at least 100 people will be canonized as knights." Emperor took a sip of wine and said, "Your military merits are enough." Rhaena blinked and said, "Will you and Sir Pell preside over our canonization ceremony?" Emperor glanced at Rhaena and replied, "I don't know about others, but you should be canonized by Lord Green himself." Rhaena's eyes lit up. "Really? Did Lord Green tell you this?" Emperor Thorns shook his head slightly and said, "I guessed." As evening approached, Green put down his wineglass. He felt that he needed to breathe some fresh air. Green stood up from his chair, stretched out his hand to stop the people around him from getting up, and then walked out of the Lord's Hall, with Brienne of Tarth following closely behind him. The sun was setting, and the clouds in the sky were dyed golden. The flowers in the garden swayed gently in the breeze, exuding a light and elegant fragrance that made people feel refreshed. Seeing Brienne seem to be hesitant to speak, the perceptive Green smiled and said as he walked, "Loyal Brienne, you seem to have something to say." After a moment's silence, Brienne said, "Lord Green, I have witnessed a legendary war. This is my honor." Green paused, stretched, and said, "This victory belongs to everyone in Crab, including you, Brienne." He turned his head to look at Brienne with a dull look, smiled, and said, "Whether you are on the battlefield or in the rear, being loyal to your duty is the best contribution." Brienne glanced at Green with her deep blue eyes, opened her mouth, and said, "I am worried about you." "Are you worried that the 7 kingdoms are all enemies?" Hearing Green's words, Brienne hesitated, and nodded. Green took another step and said as he walked, "Brittany, you only saw a lot of blood shed by the knights in the Vale, but you didn't realize that this is actually a continuation of the war 16 years ago? The war 16 years ago? The war that Robert I fought against a mad king." Green tapped his chin and said, "Some people call it the War of the Usurper." He added, "When Robert beheaded Prince Rhaegar on the Trident and King's Landing fell, I was still in my mother's belly. When Balon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands raised his army, I was still enjoying a carefree childhood, but I learned the cruelty of war from the teachings of Mr. Al." He looked at Brienne. "The war sung in the ballads is beautiful and desirable. There, it is always summer, all the knights are heroes, all the girls are beauties, and the sun always shines on the earth." Brienne nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, Lord Green." Green smiled and said, "Yesterday's battle. If placed in the war history of Westeros, it is actually very ordinary. At least after entering the valley, Crab did not burn, kill, or loot ordinary people." He rubbed his head. "The only trouble is that too many nobles were killed. Let's find a place to sit down." After Green sat down on the bench in the garden, Brienne said, "Lord Green, I'm worried that they will hate you because of fear, just like. Green chuckled and said, "Like Stannis Baratheon." Brienne nodded and said, "Many people in the Stormlands, they hate him very much." After a pause, Green said, "Thank you for your reminder, loyal Brienne." Brienne showed a shy look, and there was a gleam of light in her eyes. "Lord Green, this is my duty." Green nodded slightly, rubbed his temple, and said slowly, "There are only more than 100,000 people on Crab Claw Peninsula. We can't withstand the consumption of a long-term war." In Brienne's puzzled eyes, he continued, "The battle between the Vale and the Crab Claw Peninsula, which is known to all the Seven Kingdoms, gathers the essence of the Vale Knights, or they are the backbone of the Vale people. For the future strategy of Crab, as a ruler, I can't waste the opportunity that I have finally obtained. I must interrupt it with a battle. Brienne, this is war, Lord Green. Our war with the Vale is not over yet. Well, I will fight until I am satisfied." 3 days later, the runestone city of the Royce family, the northern neighbor of Seagull Town, was broken by Crab's soldiers disguised as the remnants of the Justice Alliance. The next day, more than 1,000 soldiers transported by Crab's fleet attacked the Candle Cave city located on the coast of Crab Bay and northwest of Crab Claw Peninsula. Seeing the flag of the Marigold Swamp, the Wackley family directly chose to surrender and swore allegiance to the Crab family. It is rumored that Lord Green personally met many down-and-out knights in the Vale on his way to Iron Oak City with more than 8,000 soldiers. When the news of Stannis' fleet arriving at Dragonstone reached King's Landing, the ladies and noble girls began to sing for the mercy of the Virgin Mary in the magnificent September. "Gentle Virgin Mary, source of mercy, bless your sons through the fierce battle, stop the arrows, resist the swords, let them see a better tomorrow. Gentle Virgin Mary, hope of women, help your daughters not to suffer, calm the anger, tame the frenzy, teach us to be tolerant of each other." Huge colorful beams of light slanted in through the high crystal windows, and candles were lit all around, and the flames flickered like stars. Cersei Lannister stood in the crowd. She perfunctorily comforted the frightened women, but her expression became more and more impatient. The butler had to whisper in her ear, "Your Majesty, please." The Lannister lioness glanced at the butler coldly, and he swallowed the next words directly. After a long while, under the respectful gaze of everyone, Queen Cersei walked out of the September. After getting into the sedan chair, Queen Cersei said coldly, "I would rather face the sword than pretend to comfort these frightened hens." The butler who followed beside him wanted to tell His Majesty that most of the ladies there were invited by her, but he responded with a silent smile. He thought for a moment, and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, your decision is wise. When they return to their husbands and fathers, they will spread all kinds of stories about you. Tell them how brave you are, how strong you are, and how you inspire them. They will say how you are steadfast and never doubt when facing powerful enemies." Queen Cersei showed a look of satisfaction, and said, "These hens themselves are worthless, but the roosters in the same group as them are the key at the moment. My son needs their protection." As she spoke, her expression suddenly became angry. "I really can't wait to take a sword to the battlefield." Queen Cersei thought of her childhood. Jaime looked so much like her that even her father often couldn't tell them apart. Sometimes, for pranks, she and Jaime would exchange clothes and pretend to be each other for a whole day. But, when Jaime got his first sword, she found that there was no share for her. Her father taught Jaime to practice with a longsword, spear and mace, while she had to learn how to smile and how to please others. At that time, she could not understand why she and Jaime were treated so differently when they were so similar. Jaime was the heir to Casterly Rock, but she was sold to strangers like a horse. The new owner could ride her and beat her as he pleased, and if he got a new mare, he would throw her aside. Thinking of this, Queen Cersei's anger instantly burned. Just because she had no genitals, the gods gave Jaime glory and power, while the gods gave her fertility and menstruation. Retracting her thoughts, Queen Cersei said coldly, "Butler, as long as Stannis' army appears outside King's Landing, your mission is to invite all those Huns to Mead Tower in my name." "Yes, your majesty." Chapter 249 Wailing and Begging. Red Keep, Throne Room. Tyrion Lannister leaned against a long table, shook the wine glass in his hand, and said, maybe I should prepare armor and a sword for myself. Well, I dreamed last night that I was dueling with Stannis, and he sprained his waist when he swung his sword at me." When he finished speaking, everyone laughed softly. He grinned and said, "I will also prepare a very tall horse. I don't want to win in disgrace." The commander-in-chief of the Gold Cloaks, Sir Jacqueline Bywater, stroked his chest and said, "Prime Minister Tyrion, I will fight for you." The Chancellor of the Finances, Earl Giles Rossby, coughed a few times and said, "Prime Minister, please forgive me for being so presumptuous. Your duty is to stabilize the hearts of the people in King's Landing, not to charge into battle on the battlefield. Ahem, no one on the battlefield can guarantee that he will be safe, which can easily shake the entire King's Landing." Lord Kells, thank you for your tactful advice. Tyrion first glanced at the sleepy Grand Maester Pycelle, then he glanced at the others and said, "May Stannis be defeated at the gates of King's Landing." As soon as he finished speaking, the oak door of the throne room was pushed open, and a waiter sang loudly, "Everyone stand up and salute the protector of the realm, the Queen Regent, Her Majesty Cersei of the Lannister family." Then, Queen Cersei appeared. She was wearing a white dress with long sleeves revealing a golden silk base. Her thick golden curly hair fell on her bare shoulders, and a dark green gemstone necklace hung on her slender neck. Tyrion blinked. Cersei's white dress gave her a strange innocence, like a girl in summer. Her appearance could confuse most men, except him. Everyone stood up to greet her. Queen Cersei, surrounded by the king's guard, walked through them and sat down directly at the head of the long table. After the other ministers had taken their seats, Cersei's green eyes moved slightly. She looked at Tyrion and smiled gently, saying, "Prime Minister Tyrion, isn't my son here yet?" Tyrion paused as he was about to take a sip of wine. To be honest, he almost threw the glass away in fear. He smiled slightly and said, "Your Majesty, I heard that King Joffrey just got an interesting toy. He should be at the shooting range now. What happened to the Lannister lioness? Why did her kind and familiar eyes that wanted to bite off his neck disappear?" Tyrion's eyes turned slightly, and he thought at his threat. Chapter 240, finally made the lioness feel afraid. For Tyrion, as long as Cersei is well behaved, he is also happy to play along with her. As for the marriage between Lannister and Tyrell, he feels that a kind father will definitely marry his good daughter to Highgarden, but he doesn't want to tell Cersei about his guess. He is worried that the lioness will go crazy. Tyrion sipped the wine, personally sent away the disgusting alcoholic husband, but ended up waiting for a crippled new husband. He suddenly felt that Cersei was a little bit pitiful. But he thought about it. He hoped that the lame Willis Tyrell, the eldest son of the Duke of Mace, could perform to Cersei's satisfaction, otherwise the consequences would be unpredictable. Oh? There aren't many things that would interest him. Tyrion withdrew his thoughts and replied, "Your Majesty, your steward sent someone to deliver his spoils of war, which is said to be a set of shining bronze armor." Queen Cersei's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and she said, "Green bronze armor." Tyrion nodded slightly, put down his wineglass, and grinned. "The magic armor of the Royce family in the Vale. It is said that wearing it will not be afraid of the enemy's swords and guns." Coincidentally, Joffrey has also heard about this, and he can't wait to confirm the truth of the legend. After speaking, he looked at Grand Maester Pycelle and gestured. The Maester's necklace rang slightly, and Maester Pycelle tremblingly picked up a piece of parchment on the table and handed it to Queen Cersei. Queen Cersei took the parchment suspiciously, and then lowered her eyes to read it. After a while, her slender fingers holding the parchment trembled slightly, and her legs that were close together under her snow-white skirt moved. Queen Cersei calmly placed the parchment in her hand on the table and said, "Tyrion, Did you suddenly convene a royal meeting today to publicize Lord Green's achievements in the Vale? She curled her palm slightly and added, also, why can I only see Lord Green's letter at the royal meeting? She suddenly changed. The lioness is back. The honeymoon period between the Lannister siblings ended before they could even enjoy it. Tyrion shrugged helplessly. Queen Cersei's eyes slowly swept over everyone and finally stopped on the hunched Grand Maester Pycelle, and said, Pycelle, tell me the answer. Grand Maester Pycelle shrank back and said tremblingly, Your Majesty, this is the Prime Minister's order. Seeing Queen Cersei's eyes shift to him, Tyrion said with a smile, Sister Queen, I thought we already had a friendly agreement. I thought you needed the help of your obedient brother. It seems I need to persuade my father to consolidate the alliance between Lannister and Tyrell as soon as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, Queen Cersei's face froze, and she said, You dare to threaten me? Tyrion grinned, Dear Sister Cersei, you should get used to it sooner. You? Queen Cersei clenched her fists. Tyrion smiled at his sister the Queen Mother, then picked up the wine glass and took a sip of wine, and said seriously, Everyone, the agenda of today's royal meeting is to talk about the war in the Vale. Queen Mother Cersei suddenly raised the wine glass and stretched it to the side, and ordered Sir Lancel who was standing behind her, Come, pour the wine. Tyrion ignored the lioness's childish behavior of making trouble. He continued, Everyone has read the letter sent by the Raven from the Eyrie in advance. Yes, they are protesting, and I see blood and tears in their words. Cowardly Vale people. Queen Mother Cersei sipped the wine gracefully. Tyrion looked at his sister with a smile on her lips, and said, My noble Queen Regent, your behavior now reminds me of the young sister in Casterly Rock. We are so happy. Queen Cersei snorted coldly and said, Did you call me here to listen to the wailing of those losers? Tyrion spread his hands and said, No, the people of the Vale are poor losers, but they are luckier because they can still cry to the Red Keep. But we are different. If we become losers, we can only beg Stannis. Beg, muttered. Queen Cersei raised her chin and said coldly, Stannis may be able to attack the Red Keep and seize my son's Iron Throne, but I will never let him capture me. Queen Cersei knew that although she would be worth a large ransom if the city was broken, after a crazy battle, the soldiers were often more interested in flesh and blood than money. If it were someone else, she might have tried to coax him before the city fell, but the enemy was Stannis Baratheon, so she might as well coax his horse. So, as long as she was defeated, her choice was to end her life immediately. Tyrion raised his glass with a smile and said, It's rare that we have the same idea, my dear sister. Cersei glanced at Tyrion with contempt and said, What a pity, I won't be able to see you begging Stannis. The gods are witnesses. Tyrion shrugged and continued the original topic. The wailing of the people in the Vale has not only reached King's Landing, but also Harrenhal. The ravens that arrived this morning, our eternal hand of the king, Lord Tywin, asked the king and the king's council to immediately order Crab's army to withdraw from the Vale. Queen Mother Cersei stopped drinking, she put down the glass, and said calmly, Tyrion, does father want us to transfer Earl Green's army to King's Landing? Tyrion looked at his sister, the Queen Mother, paused, grinned, No, dear sister, the wise father asked the king's council to order Earl Green to attack Dragonstone and promised him the title of Duke of Dragonstone. Queen Cersei stretched out her slender fingers to pick up the wine glass again, took a sip of summer red, and said, Pycelle, Giles, Tyrion, Lord Tywin's suggestion is not advisable. If Stannis breaks through King's Landing and the Red Keep, what is the point of Lord Green occupying the stone-covered Dragonstone? Can it bring Joffrey and us back to life? After a moment of silence, Lord Giles coughed a few times and said, Queen Lannister, what I am worried about is that even if the Royal Council gives an order, Lord Green in the Vale will not have time to return with his troops to help. Queen Cersei nodded slightly with a serious expression and said, This is a sincere concern. It does take time to mobilize the army. But we know that Stannis' fleet has just arrived at Dragonstone and he needs to rest for a while. Perhaps, we can order Lord Green to return to King's Landing first, and his army only requires to move as quickly as possible. She sighed softly and said, It's not that we need him, but the king and King's Landing need him. Grim can defeat tens of thousands of people with a few thousand men, which has proved that his combat ability is not inferior to the famous General Randall. Queen Cersei said gently to Tyrion, My dear brother, everyone can see your determination to fight Stannis, but you need more helpers. Her eyes were slightly red. I can feel your tiredness. When you have Grim's assistance, I believe you will be much more relaxed. After listening to Queen Cersei's words, The silent Golden Cloak commander nodded. Cough cough cough. Lord Giles coughed to keep silent. Mr. Pycelle glanced at Tyrion and said, Your Majesty, the area is protesting against Lord Grimm's atrocities in the valley. Queen Cersei was about to scold Grand Mr. Pycelle, who was getting more and more confused with age, but Tyrion stretched out his hand to interrupt him. Speaking of atrocities, it is rare to find a wrong nickname in Westeros. The half-wild noble, the bloody Earl, the valley with rolling heads. Earl Green has left too deep an impression on the people of the valley. I think they will never forget him, generation after generation. Tyrion shook his head slightly. I think if Earl Green stood on the wall of King's Landing, the attacking soldiers might be scared to death, but it's a pity. He blinked at the Queen Mother. Green only loves you, not Lannister. This is something everyone knows. Not only me, but even my kind father will not feel at ease to leave his well-behaved children next to the bloody Earl. Queen Mother Cersei clenched her fists hidden under the table. She forced a smile and said, My Tyrion, your sister will look after Earl Green. Tyrion smiled and said, Dear sister, I remember that we reached a consensus on this matter during a warm and pleasant dinner. Perhaps you can try to persuade Lord Tywin. He grinned. He likes smart children the most. Queen Cersei stared at Tyrion for a while, then drank the wine in the glass in one gulp and said, Then I'd like to listen carefully to your wise words. Come, pour the wine. Tyrion leaned back in his chair, took a sip comfortably, and said, Queen Cersei, I asked you to come here today to listen to your decision. Without your consent, I don't think Lord Green will obey. Queen Cersei raised her chin slightly, revealing a hint of pride, and said, You are not too stupid, Tyrion. Tyrion has become accustomed to his good sister's stupidity, and he patiently reminded her, Sister Queen, I mean Father's order, how should we deal with it? Queen Cersei frowned, and at this time Grand Maester Pycelle suddenly said, Your Majesty, Lord Tywin may have his deeper meaning? Queen Cersei frowned and said, Deep meaning? What deep meaning could he have? Grand Maester Pycelle said tremblingly, I can't see it for the time being. Tyrion's sigh just happened to reach Queen Cersei's ears. Her eyes moved, and she saw Tyrion, who was hesitant to speak. The two siblings' eyes met, and Tyrion hesitated, then reluctantly made the mouth shape, Myrcella. Queen Cersei clenched the wine glass and gritted her teeth and said, Ridiculous meaning. Seeing this, Tyrion curled the corners of his lips while drinking. He was a reliable ally. Queen Cersei announced, The people of the Vale have been crippled by the Grimm. They are no longer worthy of our attention. Grand Maester Pycelle opened his mouth and said, Your Majesty, we cannot ignore the barbaric atrocities. The accumulated anger of Queen Cersei seemed to have found an outlet. Shut up, the defeated do not deserve any sympathy, and the same goes for us, you old fool. But, this is related to, no buts. Tell the people of the Vale to crawl over and kiss my son's boots, or roll into the stranger's arms. And you, the Lannister lioness, looked at Maester Pycelle with dangerous eyes. The experienced Tyrion guessed her next move at once. Her glittering golden wine glass would soon fly towards Pycelle's head, and then the wine jug. Tyrion hurriedly climbed down from the chair, trotted towards Queen Mother Cersei, and flattered her, Charming sister, I have to say that Green is a lucky guy. No wonder he only loves you. His advice did not work. Cersei threw the wine glass in the direction of Mr. Pycelle. Tyrion quickly turned his head to look over. Where is Pycelle? Why did he suddenly disappear? He tilted his head. When did he hide under the table? Chapter 250 The Lioness and the Dragon. Your Majesty, please forgive me, Grand Maester Pycelle begged from under the long table. His action dissipated most of Queen Cersei's anger. She lowered her eyes to look at Tyrion, who was blocking her way, and said, My Prime Minister brother, have you thought it through? Tyrion heard the threat in Cersei's words. He shrugged and said, My sister, the war may end soon. Queen Cersei sneered and said, I hope you can survive. Tyrion grinned and said, May the seven gods bless you. With a cold snort, Queen Cersei turned around and walked away from the throne room surrounded by the king's guard. In the training ground, King Joffrey's voice rang out, My dogs, if they dare to move again, break their legs. As soon as he finished speaking, cries of begging came one after another. Joffrey showed a look of contempt almost identical to Cersei's, and said, You are making so much noise. If you can't be quiet, I will hang you. Cersei happened to see this scene. She was satisfied with Joffrey's strength and majesty. Her son was born to be king. Joffrey, Queen Mother Cersei called out. Mom? My dog, I leave this to you. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Joffrey came to Cersei. He raised the corners of his lips and said, "Good day, beautiful Lady Cersei." Cersei couldn't help but smile. She stroked Joffrey's cheek lovingly and said, "Good day, brave Mr. King." Joffrey invited, "Mom, do you want to see the bronze armor? I plan to expose the stupid legend myself. Walk with me." Queen Mother Cersei took her eldest son's arm and said, "It seems that you like Earl Green's gift very much." Joffrey raised his chin a little impatiently, grasped the hilt of his sword, and said, "This is just a small lesson I gave to the Duke of the Eyrie. When Green captures Robert Arryn, I will give him a chance to fight me fairly. That will be a grand occasion that the Seven Kingdoms will pay attention to. I am proud of you." While walking, Queen Mother Cersei said again, "My son, Stannis is about to arrive at the city. I am very uneasy. I hope." Before she finished speaking, Joffrey spoke directly, "Mom, you can stay in the Tower of Meager with peace of mind. I will protect you and no one can hurt you." Queen Cersei said softly, "Joffrey, your mother is not afraid. What I am most worried about is your safety. I trust Lord Green more than the dwarf. If he were by your side, I would feel much more at ease. I'm not a child. I don't need anyone's protection." Joffrey interrupted his mother's words with a little anger. Joffrey declared, "I will personally kill any traitor who dares to claim to be king." He looked at his mother and continued, "Before you came, I had someone give Green the king's order. I must see the Duke of the Eyrie as soon as possible, preferably tomorrow. Mother, I will let the Seven Kingdoms know the consequences of angering their king." Queen Cersei frowned slightly and said, "Joffrey, Stannis is a tough opponent." Joffrey paused and interrupted his mother's words again. "My father killed Prince Rhaegar with his own hands at the Ruby Ford, and I will deal with Stannis myself like my father did." He continued impatiently, "Mom, I will protect you. You can rest assured and wait for the news of my victory over Stannis." The mother and son looked at each other for a while, and Cersei reached out and gently straightened Joffrey's clothes, saying, "The king is fearless. You are my pride." Then she patted Joffrey's arm gently and said, "Go, my Joffrey." Joffrey then showed a happy smile like a child. "If I find something interesting, I will send someone to tell my mother." Queen Cersei smiled and tapped her chin, then watched her son walk away. Seeing Joffrey walking away, Sir Lancel raised his foot to Queen Cersei, paused, and said in a deep voice, "Queen Cersei, I will charge on the battlefield and defeat Stannis for you." Queen Cersei withdrew her gaze from Joffrey's back, tapped her chin, and said, "Go back." Lancel read Cersei's perfunctory attitude. His handsome face flushed immediately, and his voice seemed to be swearing, "Cersei, the sword in my hand will win you the glory of the Seven Kingdoms." Queen Cersei tilted her head. He looked at Lancel, and said, "I look forward to that day." In Lancel's eyes, Cersei's pair of green eyes were as clear as water, extremely charming, and he was also extremely excited because of her expectations. "Please believe me, I can do for you what Grim can do for you, and I will do it better than him." Cersei hid the irritation in her eyes very well. Ever since Jaime and Grim left her side, she could feel her power slipping away rapidly, and today she felt even worse, which made her suddenly feel inexplicably panicked. Will she become a beautiful vase? Queen Cersei raised her chin slightly. The Lannister lioness will never admit defeat. Queen Cersei smiled gently at Lancel. There is also a sword between a woman's legs. As long as she uses it well, there will be men who will take the initiative to use the sword for her, and it's free. Queen Cersei lifted her heels and kissed Lancel lightly on the cheek, saying, "Lancel, how can I reward you for your loyalty and bravery?" Her slender fingers gently brushed under Lancel's body, and Lancel looked around in panic, saying in a trembling voice, "Queen Cersei, someone will find out." Seeing this, a look of contempt flashed across Cersei's face, and her low voice was filled with sadness. She said, "Now, who will care about me?" Lancel clenched his fists tightly, and he said excitedly, "You, and me, yes, and you." After speaking, Queen Cersei turned around and walked a few steps. It seemed that she found that Lancel was still there. She tilted her head slightly, with a slight curve of her lips, and said, "Sir, please take me to the bedroom. Your queen needs to rest, and she needs the protection of knights." Well, the knights were galloping and fighting on another battlefield, and Queen Cersei couldn't help but sing a low song. Amid the ups and downs, she was recalling the sudden and indescribable joy she felt when she read the letter during the day. At this moment, it can only be said to be similar, but far inferior. Queen Cersei thought of her favorite summer wine. She smelled the sweetness of the wine and sometimes even held it in her mouth, but she could never taste the pleasure of the wine sliding into her throat. One after another, she was still wondering what it was. Daenerys Targaryen, who was on the verge of a true dragon's wrath, stared at the three fighting dragons, and the whetstone in her hand did not stop. The three dragons completely ignored the threat of their mother. They were still fighting fiercely, or rather, the largest black dragon Regal was still teaching a lesson to the white dragon Viserion and the blue dragon Jones, who dared to grab the first bite of barbecue. After holding on for a while, Daenerys sighed helplessly, and the wrath of the real dragon also subsided because of her soft heart. Stopping her movements, Daenerys looked at the whetstone in her hand with some suspicion. She remembered that as long as the three little dragons heard the sound of sharpening knives, which Grimm called music lessons, they would immediately become obedient. Why didn't it work? The battle was decided, and the result was that Regal enjoyed the barbecue alone, while Viserion and Jones could only sit and watch obediently. Daenerys' violet eyes moved slightly. Could it be because the person who sharpened the knife was not Grimm? Thinking of this, Daenerys' anger gathered again, and she was very angry. The consequences of angering her mother were very serious. She looked at the captain of the guards of the dragon's nest and announced angrily, "Barona, if they fight again in the future, the barbecue will be halved." Daenerys' angry voice fell, and the three little dragons looked at her together, paused, and then screamed one after another. They seemed to express their dissatisfaction. Daenerys crossed her arms over her chest, raised her graceful chin, and said, "It's too late. This is the consequence of angering my mother." Leaving behind the three little dragons who tried to save the barbecue with resistance, Daenerys left surrounded by the blue robes. Seeing the steward Syrena standing outside the gate of the main castle of Whispering City, Daenerys stopped her horse. After the news of Crab's victory in the battle in the valley reached Whispering City, it can be said that the entire Crab Claw Peninsula fell into laughter and joy. According to the Lord's order, the marigold malt liquor that had been stored for half a year was opened and shipped away. Therefore, Syrena, as a steward, is very busy, and Daenerys rarely sees her recently. Daenerys jumped off the horse nimbly. Syrena stepped forward and saluted, saying, "Your Highness, Sir Mason and Captain Forey of the Mermaid Harbor are waiting for your summons." Daenerys handed the reins to her guard captain Asana and said, "Lady Syrena, has something happened?" Syrena replied respectfully, "It is said that ships with flaming red heart flags appear from time to time on the sea outside Mermaid Harbor." The flaming red heart flag? Stannis Baratheon. Is he going to invade Crab's territory? Daenerys' expression became solemn. She quickened her pace and said, "Take me to see them immediately." The Lord's Hall of Whispering City. Daenerys, sitting upright in the Lord's high-backed chair, said, "Sir Mason, I want to hear your advice." The commander of the garrison, Mason Baker, stroked his chest and said, "Your Highness, although this may be some kind of test and warning from the Baratheons, I don't think we can underestimate their danger." Daenerys nodded her chin and thought for a moment. She moved her gaze and said, "Captain Forey, in the name of Green Crabclaw, the Earl of Crab Claw Peninsula and the Guardian of Crab Claw Peninsula, invite the outsiders stationed in Mermaid Harbor to participate in the banquet held in Whispering City." "Yes, Your Highness." Daenerys looked at Crab's retainer knight again and said, "Sir Mason, in addition to the mobilization of weapons, how many soldiers can we transfer from the farms around Mermaid Harbor?" Sir Mason paused and said, "Your Highness, we can provide at least 1,000 archers within 3 days." After Mason finished speaking, Forey immediately shouted, "Your Highness, there are about 3,000 people in Mermaid Harbor. Even the elderly and children among them can beat 10 people at once." When the flaming heart flag first appeared outside the port, they were ready. They were all waiting to fight for you. Daenerys' lips curled up imperceptibly. Although she did not show it on her face, she had a better understanding of the simple folk customs that Green mentioned. She shook her head slightly and said, "Brave Forey, according to the laws of Crab, all the people of Crab will become warriors on the battlefield only when it is a decisive battle of life and death. Forey, they are still under our protection." After a pause, she said, "We know that Stannis' target is King's Landing, but..." Daenerys stood up from the Lord's chair and took 2 steps forward. Her eyes slowly swept over the people standing below and said, "Whether intentional or unintentional, if Stannis dares to invade the Crab Claw Peninsula," she raised her voice slightly, "are your swords ready?" The dozen or so Centaurians who followed Sir Marson and Forey shouted, "Long live the Crab Claw Peninsula!" Daenerys raised her voice, "Warriors of Crab, tell the invaders that we only welcome them with swords and blood, sword and blood, sword and blood, sword and blood." Sword and blood! Sword and blood! Sword and blood! Everyone in the hall shouted to the high and mighty Daenerys, including several little maids. In a corner of the hall, Suranna stared at the future hostess in a daze. She felt the scene in front of her become blurred, so she subconsciously reached out to touch her eyes, but found that the corners of her eyes were wet. She realized that she had already burst into tears. Hot tears slid down her cheeks, and Suranna wiped her tears with joy and sadness. The candlelight swayed gently, and Daenerys, who changed into a nightgown, flipped through the book, The Genealogy and History of the Major Nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, handwritten by Mr. R. When she turned to the page of the Arryn family, she stopped what she was doing and read it carefully. After a long time, Daenerys, who was originally very interested, had to admit that Mr. R was right. This book is really getting more and more boring the more you read it. She sipped a sip of summer red, encouraged herself again in her heart, and then continued to read. Knock, knock, knock. After the knocks on the door, Asana's voice rang out from behind the door. Your Highness, Steward Suranna wants to see you, Daenerys said casually without even looking up. Please ask her to come in. The door was pushed open, and Suranna entered the room, followed by two maids carrying a wooden box. After the greetings were completed, with Daenerys' permission, Steward Suranna first waved to signal the maids to leave the room, and then opened the box. Daenerys looked at it and said with a little doubt, Is this leather armor? Suranna nodded slightly. Yes, this is the leather armor that Lord Green's mother gave me to keep. Daenerys reached out and touched the swamp marigold emblem on the black leather armor, saying, It's beautiful. Suranna seemed to be reminiscing, when Mrs. Crab gave it to me for safekeeping. She actually hoped that the next generation of Mrs. Crab would never have to use it. She added, You are about to lead the soldiers to Mermaid Harbor, and it will come in handy. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.